maze of thoughts ensnare. Every joke a blade prepared cuts through lies with human flair. Unseen wisdom few can bear.
Heyo, folks. Good morning and welcome. Well, good morning for you in the United States. Good day to you in Europe, and good evening in the Australia and other countries that may or may not be tuning in here. Hello, Christine, Diana, Walter, and everybody else. Hello over at Rumble, and hello over at X. Yeah, we are continuing our coverage of the billion-dollar lawsuit, the Zachary Young versus CNN. Baseline of this lawsuit is CNN put out a hit piece with Zachary Young as the centerpiece in when the withdrawal from Afghanistan a number of years ago. There were a lot of human trafficking. Zachary Young was not one of them. Despite knowing this, that his business was legitimate, despite knowing that Zachary Young only turned himself to companies, sponsors, and so forth. And they put in this hit piece with victims of human trafficking, then his face and some quotes from him, and they did that CNN worldwide. So he's suing CNN for $1 billion. Now that might sound like a ridiculous sum, and we will see throughout this trial if he actually has basis for that amount of money. So far, he seems to have a good case for defamation. And we will today learn from because we have watched Zachary Young's testimony. Now, part 1 of day 3 is missing from Law and Crime. I have asked them, please put it back up. Please put it back up. But it is roughly 45 minutes missing. And since it's basically just Law and Crime and me who are covering this, sadly, we have to wait for it. If it shows up, I will post it as a video of sorts. But we are trying to catch up. And this is day 3. So, folks, let's go right into it. Playing in 1.25 speed. And closed captions.
That's the first time everybody stood up for you, wasn't it? Yeah, where it's facing towards the mouth. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Young, just make sure when you're testifying and that the mic's...
Mr. Young's testimony is still not done at this point in time.
All right, we got them all. We're ready to go. We'll bring back in. We'll bring the jurors back in.
So I'm not sure if this is still cross-examination or if it is redirect. We will know in a second. Fox. Sunday. Okay, let me check.
Apparently a long commute from the jury lounge back over here.
It seems to be down on Fox News as well, because they use the same as CNN. Well, so they seem to not have that part as well.
Y'all be seated. Y'all ready to go? That's right.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Bass, we put back up DX82, which is in evidence. Go to page 2 when you get chance. Thanks, sir. Thank you very much. And Mr. Mezza, let's go down on this page. After the policing, cover that. And so after you make the comment about policing millions of donations, Ms. Kornetsky responds, it costs money, but not 12.5K. Those aren't break-even numbers. Good to know, though. You see that?
I do.
And so, Mr. Young, I think you testified in response to a question from Mr. Friedman that your profit margin was like about 60%, somewhere around there, right?
It varied, but I think that was the average.
Yeah, right. And so when Ms. Kornetsky says it costs money, but not 12.5K, those aren't break-even numbers. She was right, right?
She was.
Okay. Go to the next page, Mr. Mezza.
Yep, this is still
You
cross-examination.
say if you have reliable options at lower cost, you should take them, right?
I did.
And that's at 310. Now at 311, you say, in any case, I know the scams these others are running with their nonprofits. What do you mean by using the word scams?
What I described earlier, I thought it was just a waste of money in many cases.
Is a scam a waste of money, or is a scam like a fraud?
It's a waste.
Scam isn't another way to say fraud or con or fleece?
I just wouldn't use it that way.
You think it's your testimony under oath for this jury that by saying scam, you're just saying waste?
I meant waste, yeah.
You didn't write waste. You wrote scam. What does scam mean to you, Mr. Young?
I just answered the question.
So it means waste?
Yes.
Okay. In any case, I know the scams these others are running with their quote-unquote nonprofits. And if you have half a brain, you should probably do as well. So spare me the judgment. And so you say if you have half a brain, you're insulting her, right?
Yes.
Right. And just to be fair, this is a person you've never met, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Go down, Mr. President. And Ms. Kornetsky responds, LOL. I don't think I'll spare you the judgment. You guys are having a back and forth here, right?
Yep.
Sure, there are scams. There are also mercenaries, and there are other people withholding. There are others helping without withholding the time for themselves. So now she's kind of giving it back to you, right?
Yeah.
That's right. She's calling you a mercenary. Is that what you take it?
Yeah, she's saying I'm a mercenary.
You took a dig at her. She's taking a dig at you, right?
It's a back and forth.
It's a back and forth, right? When she says there are others helping without withholding a dime for themselves, there were a bunch of nonprofits, veterans who were doing evacuations from Afghanistan, correct?
There were.
And that's what she's referencing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then she says, for 12.5, there should be legal support for obtaining a visa and assistance figuring out a final destination, dumping people in Islamabad. She makes that comment.
This is could, Mr. Expert, I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's a really interesting comment there. Let's see. For 12.5, there could be legal support for obtaining a visa and assistance figuring out blah, 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 blah. Well, so why are you going with this? Okay, if you know there are others. And apparently, she says, sure, there are scams. There are also mercenaries. And there are others helping without withholding a dime for themselves, which is absolutely true. There were scams, human traffickers who more or less put dozens of people in the back of a lorry driving towards the border, hoping for the best. And a lot of those were killed. There were mercenaries. Well, mercenaries as in what kind? Legitimate business or illegal business? And there were those others helping without withholding a dime from themselves. And to my recollection, those were almost as often as big of a failure as the human traffickers. Because no matter how much you like it or dislike it, you in a war zone and you want to get out, you get nowhere without money.
She makes that comment.
He says, this is could, Mr. Expert, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. Go to the next page, please. And you say our costs include legal status on arrival in UAE or Albania. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And again, you never secured legal status, visas, passports for anyone in UAE or Albania. That was all done by the people who hired you, correct?
That's why I said our costs.
My question was, I'll read it again. You, Zach Young, never secured legal status, visa, passports for anyone in UAE or Albania. And I think you testified before that your sponsors had done all that, right?
That's right.
So when you're using "are" there to include, you're speaking of you and your sponsors that had made you?
In this case, our costs include legal status in UAE or Albania. I'm talking about Yuri. He'd done that in other cases, so that cost included that. Not the sponsor, not Audible and Bloomberg.
Got it. But just to be incredibly clear,
Yep.
Yuri had never done an evacuation working with you where you had secured legal status in UAE or Albania, correct?
That's right. That's accurate.
So you had no idea if that was true.
No, that's not correct.
So you just relied on whatever Yuri said and then you just repeated it, correct?
I wouldn't word it like that. We had a long history together and a lot of trust.
So here's the deal. The way this works, I'm going to ask the question in the words I want to. Answer it if you can. If you don't understand my question, tell me you don't understand it. Okay? Ms. Kornetsky then gives a breakdown of the cost. Do you see that?
I see that.
And she ends up with $3 million in revenue. You see that?
I see that.
Minus $1 million in cost
I see that.
equals $2 million. And that's a profit margin of 66%, correct?
Yes.
Pretty similar to the profit margin you're making, correct?
The profit margin, yes.
Right. And so then we can go down. And you say, I'm not chartering the aircraft directly. I'm being offered small-scale capacity for the small groups of 5 to 6 people I can bring forward. In any case, F off. You had never chartered an aircraft.
In all honesty, after a discussion like that, I would tell her to fuck off too.
Or gotten people on any aircraft for evacuations, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell her to F off, right?
Regrettably, yes.
Okay. And it's regrettably, right? Because you don't know this person, right?
That's not how I would put that.
But you don't know Ms. Kornetsky, correct?
That is correct.
Right? And is it fair to say that she was irritating you, right?
That's correct.
Right. And in a quick moment of weakness, you told her to F off, right? It was an impulse.
It was an impulse.
Right. Fair to say that when you told her to F off, you didn't think that Ms. Kornetsky was a bad person, did you?
No, I didn't think she was a bad person.
Right.
No, I was just frustrated.
You were just frustrated. And so you made an offhand comment that you shouldn't have, correct?
I can explain more if you want, but I don't want to jump ahead of
So
you.
that's just my question. You just made an offhand comment, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Isn't it true that you actually thought that Ms. Kornetsky's heart was in the right place?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So we can keep going. And she responds and she comes back at you, and we keep going down. And so then you make this comment, we don't accept a requirement unless the sponsor demonstrates they have onward travel arranged, which I think is consistent with what you testified before, correct?
Yes.
Every U.S. company we work with has been thrilled with our capabilities. In any case, I don't have to defend our model to some spiteful be on LinkedIn and waste someone else's time. And that's what you wrote, correct?
Yes.
And you don't think it was appropriate to use that language, correct?
Not exactly correct. Part of it.
I'm focusing on the spiteful B. You don't think it was appropriate to use the spiteful B language, right?
I shouldn't have used the B part.
Okay.
I do think she was spiteful. I still do.
Okay. But you don't think it was appropriate to call a woman you've never met a B, correct?
Correct.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, a woman you never met. Oh, the damsel in distress. Seriously, we need to get rid of that. If you are a person in a professional setting, grow a thick skin or get the fuck out. Okay? it's not that hard. When you reach a certain level or middle upper management, you either have thick skin or you're not there. That's for you know me from the YSL trial, and every time Fanny Willis get criticism, it is this absolute fake damsel in distress defense from her. Oh no, they are sexualizing me. Oh no, have you seen yourself? And this weird notion that women in power need special protection. Folks, nobody in a position of power needs special protection. Not one. That is why they are paid that kind of money. That is why they are elected to that position, because people think you can handle that, the stress, the criticism, and everything that belongs to that position. So grow. What is it also Overlord Hayden used to say? Swallow some concrete and harden up. Or something of the sort. So yeah, this damsel in distress, I hope it backfires, because if let's just continue.
I mean, you could understand why some people would think that would be offensive.
Oh, yes, of course.
Of course, right? You could understand why some people, if they looked at this, would be offended by the language you use, correct?
Oh, yes, sure.
For sure, right? Isn't it true that
those
based
people
on
should
fact,
not come to
even
this
before
channel?
CNN publications on November 11th, fair to say, it's pretty obvious, Jill Kornetsky didn't like what you were doing,
Yes.
right? And I think we talked about this yesterday, but there was another person named James Daniels who was posting about you before the CNN publications, correct?
Yes.
And he didn't like what you were doing either, did he?
Right, correct.
Right. And so you had these two people who, even before CNN did anything, were jumping on LinkedIn and saying stuff about you, right?
Yep, correct.
All right. And if you could just put up this sort of as a PX298, which is already in evidence. If you could just pull up the top, the Mr. Daniels post you looked at yesterday. And so this was before the CNN publications, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Daniels is jumping on LinkedIn and saying, is accusing you of making false promises, correct?
Yes.
And then he says there's a special ring of hell reserved for people who exploit the Afghan crisis for profit, correct?
That's what he says, yes.
So this was his post before CNN did anything, right?
Yes.
And this was a post that people on LinkedIn could see, correct?
Yes.
Right. And he's calling you out, right?
Yeah, I mean, pretty harsh.
Right. And this post was something that after the CNN publication, you took a screenshot of this post and of the responses that came afterwards, correct?
That's correct.
And this was when you were in the state where you were incredibly worried about the Austrian police, and you decided to take a snapshot of this, correct?
And a lot of other stuff, yeah.
And a lot of other stuff that you thought would be useful in your case, correct?
No, not correct.
But then you deleted all of your actual LinkedIn posts, correct?
Eventually.
Right. So you saved this, but you deleted the things you actually wrote, correct?
No.
They have already been through this. The defense here for CNN is going around in circles. Now, this is, I mean, sure, if CNN is desperately trying to defend themselves here, and this is one of their critical things, that they claim that Mr. Young more or less was known by some part of the community, and he had a bad rep even before the CNN thing. Now, I have no idea who this James Daniels is. Let's check. What does it says? Jeff Daniels, OEF, Afghanistan. Dun, dun, dun. Yes, he is a veteran. He was in the Army Reserve, deployed to Afghanistan in 2010. Let's see here. Well, it can't be that one. Oh, that's his LinkedIn. Is that the same person? Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. There's a lot of James Daniels. Let's search for Jeff Daniels. Mathematician. And what does it say? And history teacher. OEF. Afghanistan. Yeah, I mean, I will do that at a later time.
That's not accurate the way you worded it.
You deleted your LinkedIn post that you wrote, correct?
I did.
Right, there you go. All right, so we're jumping ahead to I think you testified about this yesterday, your conversation over Signal with Katie Bowe-Willis. You recall that?
I do.
Okay. And so is it true that you reached out to Katie Bowe-Willis before she ever reached out to you, correct?
That's right.
And you asked her to connect on LinkedIn, correct?
Yep.
And you had reached out to her because you had heard that CNN had contacted Bloomberg about you, correct?
That's right.
And then once Ms. Willis agreed to connect with you, you began communicating over Signal?
Yes.
All right, so let's do this. Put up PX 122, which is already in evidence. All right. Keep going now. I'll describe the entire thing. Yeah, just so we don't have to come back to it, G. Thanks. All right, so this is your first reach out, and now you're ZY on LinkedIn. Do you know why you're ZY?
No.
Okay. Was that a change you made?
I had to have.
Okay. Hi, Katie. Nice to connect. Please let me know if I can assist with any Afghan evac requirements. I get requests from journalists stuck in country on a daily basis. Is CNN involved in rescue efforts, or would they like to be? Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And you told Ms. Willis you get requests from journalists stuck in country on a daily basis. That wasn't true, was it?
I had been working for journalists, just not directly and not on a daily basis.
Right. So the statement that you wrote, that you led off with, I get requests from journalists stuck in country on a daily basis, that was not true, was it?
Yeah, that's true.
It's true that was not true, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you can't name one journalist who reached out to you for evacuation services, can you?
A specific journalist?
Yeah.
Then no.
Have you ever been reached out directly by a journalist for evacuation services?
No.
So you certainly didn't get daily reach outs, did you?
No, not literally.
So that was a lie, correct?
I wouldn't call it a lie.
A fib? A white lie? What would you call it?
I would call it an exaggeration.
Okay. You then write, then Ms. Willis writes, hi, Zachary, good to connect. Would love to talk to you a little bit about your operation. Is there a good number to get you?
Mm-hmm.
You say, sure, I'm.
Heather Mosher here says, yeah, it's been the same argument over and over. This guy needs to move on, or does he not have anything else? It seems like this is the brunt of it. Mr. Young was rude, and he deleted his LinkedIn posts, or many of his LinkedIn posts, which he has explained. I'm not entirely sure I buy the entirety of his explanation for it, especially depending on when he did it. Because if he threatened with lawsuit and then deleted, that's a bad thing. But if he can produce a witness that backs his mental state up, then you have an explanation for it. But I do believe that the plaintiff here, Mr. Young, have a bunch of high rankers to testify on his behalf, and that I believe will be harder for CNN to rebut. But who's to say? Hello to threat. And I see here over at X, they are starting to, hey, accumulation of viewers. Head over to Rumble or YouTube. That way, this guy gets some good numbers on places where I actually get some ad revenue. I do not have ads in this live stream. You get an ad coming in, you get an ad coming out of it, but you will not have ads while I'm streaming. Okay? And all I ask in return, leave a thumbs up and a subscription if you haven't done it yet. All right, let's get going.
A number, and that's a number on Signal, correct?
Yes.
Can be available in 1 hour if that works for you. And then you follow up 20 minutes later, she doesn't respond. You have requirements with which I might be able to assist. So again, you're asking her, can I do some work for CNN, right?
That's what I was hoping.
That's what you're looking for. Okay. You take that down, Mr. Demezzo, and put up the X120. It's already in evidence. All right. And so again, I think you testified that this was a document you produced, correct?
Yes, this one.
So again, you deleted the post that you wrote on LinkedIn, but in this state of panic, you screenshot your communications with Katie Bowe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because you knew you would want those if you were going to sue CNN, correct?
No.
Okay. Katie Bowe writes, hey, Zachary, Katie Bowe here. I'm stuck covering some hearings for a couple of hours. Could you chat at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time in 3 hours? You respond at 2:26. I think you said yesterday that this was Austrian time?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Katie. Unfortunately, I will be tied up for most of the day from that time, but can we circle back tomorrow or Friday? Then you immediately respond, do you have requirements with which I might be able to assist? So you're pretty eager to see if you can do some work,
I
right?
would have loved to for CNN, yeah.
And then Kate says, we're actually working on some reporting related to ongoing efforts to help get at-risk Afghans out of the country, and your name came up in a couple conversations we had recently. So I was hoping you'd ask you a little bit about your operation. You see that?
I do.
You respond, I think we can go to the next page. So she sends that at 2:43. You respond 3 minutes later at 2:46.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you had time to talk now. Yes, I have heard CNN was asking about me, which is why I connected. I thought perhaps you needed assistance rescuing Afghans. I'd rather not be named in any reporting. And that's what you wrote, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Lillis responds, why don't we chat a little off the record and I can give you a sense of what we're working on, right?
Yep.
And so fair to say, she was saying, jump on the phone with me and I'll tell you what I'm working on, right? That's what she said to you.
Yeah, I mean, at the time, I wasn't really aware of what off the record, on the record means. I just didn't understand it.
Right, but she says, why don't we chat? And chat means have a phone call, right?
That's right.
Right. So she was asking, will you jump on the phone with me, right?
He was.
And you say, sure, if you all agree, I won't be named in any article. You see that?
I do.
Right. And you said you don't want any media attention, correct?
That's right.
At this time, you were, so this is November 3rd of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And as we saw from the Jill Kornetsky exchange, you had been kind of on LinkedIn offering evacuation services for about 2 months and change at this point, correct?
That's right.
Right. Posting about evacuation services with your picture, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say, I mean, maybe you don't know this. Did you know that Afghanistan evacuation stories were getting media attention?
I don't recall it. I assume so.
Yeah. You knew that the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan was a big story.
Oh, yeah.
And you knew that the U.S. media was covering it because they had all those horrible videos at the Kabul airport, right?
Yeah, I've seen that video.
Right.
Yep.
But you knew this was like a pretty big story in the United States, right? The Afghan withdrawal.
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that you knew that by advertising on LinkedIn, you knew that those posts could get attention, right?
Within my network, yes.
So you think just within your network?
That was my intention. Yeah.
I'm not asking about your attention, sir.
Okay.
I'm asking about your knowledge. Wasn't it fair to say that by posting about Afghan evacuations, you knew that those posts could get some attention? They're out in the public, right?
No, they're not.
They're not. Okay.
Yeah, to my knowledge, LinkedIn, if you post something only to your network, it's not to the public. But then again, public here is kind of ambivalent, because somebody might copy it and paste it to their network, and it gets wider reach. And if you post on LinkedIn, you post it to your first-hand community, second-hand, third-hand, and so on. So it reaches a good bunch of people, but saying it goes out to the public, I believe, is, to my knowledge at least, is no, it's not the right way of putting it.
You didn't agree to speak to Katie Bowles, correct?
I offered to under a condition.
As long as she wouldn't meet you.
Yep.
And she says, I can't promise that in advance, unfortunately, but if you do agree to speak off the record, she says that guarantees that any reporting we have won't reflect that you spoke to us, right? So she's making a pitch. You talk to me, and we won't include what you're telling us. Our reporting won't reflect.
Let's see here. What was actually said here? If you agree, I won't be named in any article. I can promise that in advance, unfortunately, but if you do agree to speak off record, that guarantees that any reporting we have won't reflect that you spoke to us. That's interesting.
She's making a pitch. You talk to me, and we won't include what you're telling us. Our reporting won't reflect you spoke to us. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And she says it offers you the opportunity to understand what we're working on and make sure we have the story straight, and to make your case and keep your name out of it. I'm a straight shooter. I'll be frank with you about where we are, right? That's what she did. That's what she wrote to you, correct?
Yes, correct.
So she was offering to you the chance to get on the phone, hear about what CNN was working on, make sure they have the story straight, give you the chance to make your case and keep your name out of it, and you did not take her up on that offer, right?
That's correct.
Right. You respond. You don't jump on the phone and say you respond. 2 minutes later, what's the nature of the story beyond Afghan rescue? There are a lot of people involved in these efforts the past month. What's your interest in these specifically? Right?
That's right. I'm getting suspicious.
You're getting suspicious, right? At this point, you're like,
What's going on?
she's asking. There might be questions about me, right? Because she told you right off the bat she can't guarantee you that your name won't be in the story, right?
That's what she said that.
Right. And she says again, let's speak on the phone tomorrow. I can run you through all of that, right?
This is a reporter who doesn't want a paper trail. This is something for. I'm not a public person in this regard, but I have had reporters, especially when I'm involved in my big cases, who wants to talk to me, and when I represent everything from 5 to 200 clients whose factory is closing down or something of the sort, of course reporters are interested in my opinion, but always have a paper trail. Always have a paper trail. Okay, who, what, when, where, why. 5 why. Okay, who wants to know? Because sometimes they try to reach out to you without telling you that they are a reporter. What do you want to talk about? Ask for specifics. What? Everything around that. So be very careful when talking to reporters, because 9 times out of 10, they are really not wanting to talk to you to get your side. They want something to either, well, they are trying to get something out of you that they can use for their narrative. And I do remember back in 2008, 2009, I had, when I really learned this thing, I had a 3-hour conversation with a journalist about one of the things I was involved with. And that in itself, what they were trying to get out of me was a hit piece, information about other people. And they never got any information from me about other people. I described the situation. I described the why we were doing what we did. But I know better than to name names, especially over telephone. So, but out of that 3-hour conversation, nothing came into the article, but it became a hit piece. So they were said unnamed sources say and stuff like that. So yeah, I have a strong, very strong suspicious. I'm very suspicious when it comes to reporters who want to talk over the phone and not have a paper trail. Now, he does have a decent paper trail in this text exchange. He does have that.
She's again offering to get on the phone, right?
I didn't trust her, but she offered that.
Okay. She offered to get on the phone, correct?
She said that, yes.
And you did take her up on that offer, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Is that right? I think it's probably I'd rather understand why the interest in me specifically before we speak. Okay. Yep. So you write that. She responds. We've been doing a series of stories on evacuations and the various different models folks are following to get people out. Understand you're working on them too, and just want to talk about the lay of the land. You see that?
I do.
And you say, okay, I'd be happy to talk and help to understand what's actually been effective and what has not, but still would prefer not to be named in any article as a condition of talking with you. I know many people out there adore the attention, but I'm not one of them. So again, you're making the offer. I'll talk to you, but you need to guarantee me you're not going to name me, right?
That's right.
And she doesn't agree to that, right?
She doesn't.
Right. Then you're right. Also, FYI, in the past 24 hours, former sponsors we have helped have come forward requesting me to sign NDAs, referencing CNN. Like me, they prefer discretion. See that?
I do.
You tell her that sponsors had come forward. Sponsors with a plural had come forward requesting NDAs, correct?
I do.
And that wasn't true, was it?
That was a typo. It's sponsor, singular.
Sponsor.
Yeah,
You meant to say sponsor, but you wrote sponsors.
yeah, it wasn't precise.
It's a typo. So for the last line, I'm a little bit confused, Mr. Young. The last line of that test says, like me, they prefer discretion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you were talking about one sponsor, that would be it. They is plural, isn't it?
Right. I mean, like Bloomberg's a huge company. I know
Okay.
Mike himself is personally involved, the chief security officer. So there's a lot of people that were involved in the sponsor side.
Okay. So it's your testimony under oath for this jury that when you wrote sponsors have come
Are you really telling this jury that? This gets me annoyed.
forward requesting you to sign NDAs, that was a typo. You meant just to say sponsor.
That's right. I was referring to Bloomberg.
So your sentence was supposed to be in the past 24 hours, former sponsor we have helped have come forward.
Yeah, it wasn't precise.
Okay. Now, at this point, you're right. I'm also aware of others who view our success as competition to their own models. Do you see that?
I do.
And so is it fair to say that at this point, you had suspected that either Ms. Kornetsky or Mr. Daniels or Mr. Lerner had spoken to CNN?
I wouldn't word it that way. It seemed like somebody must have given her some kind of false information.
Well, by this point, you knew that you had the situation with Kornetsky, correct?
Yeah.
And by this point, I don't know exactly when the Lerner, actually, you must have already had the conversation with Lerner, correct, too?
I think so.
Right. So by this point, you had some kind of antagonistic interactions on LinkedIn, correct?
Yes.
Right. So you knew there was at least two people out there, and maybe including Daniels, three, who you knew weren't really crazy about what you were doing.
Yes.
All right. Then you go on to say, it's hard to imagine anyone, quote unquote, competing in this environment, but some of these nonprofits organized by total clowns who would otherwise be unemployed. What are you talking about when you're calling people total clowns who would otherwise be unemployed?
Some of these groups were very effective. Others were not. Others, we had a lot of people like Mr. Daniels and others that really wanted to be involved. They wanted help. They just didn't have a background to do it, and they didn't have any real understanding. They'd been watching too many movies and didn't really understand the true nature of doing something like this.
Was Mr. Daniels organizing a nonprofit?
I don't know what he was doing. I know he was
You just, I'm sorry, I cut you off. Yeah.
I don't know a lot about what he was doing, but clearly he didn't have any real background in evacuations.
But you just brought up his name in response to my question about total clowns
Yeah.
organizing nonprofits. who are you talking about, these nonprofits organized by total clowns?
No one specifically, just people like Daniels and others that were really trying to get involved. Their heart was in the right place, but they didn't have a real firm understanding of reality and the background to do anything helpful, to be honest.
You're saying they're organized by total clowns who would otherwise be unemployed. It's pretty critical, right?
Sure.
Right. But it's your opinion, right?
Yeah.
Right. And you're in Austria, but you're still an American. We're free to have opinions, aren't we?
Everybody's free to have an opinion.
Everybody is. That's what's great about this country. And you can't name me the people that you're referring to as total clowns who would otherwise be unemployed, are you?
No, it was a general statement.
Okay. And again, you're saying they have raised millions of dollars in donations to charter insanely expensive aircraft from their friends, and most don't even work out. What are you saying there?
Exactly what it says, that some of these groups raise a lot of money. This is an issue that was very easy to want to get involved in and help, and I understand why. But many of them were completely.
Yeah, and there are a lot of non-profit organizations out there that I agree, they really, really want to help in any situation. For instance, now with the LA fires, a lot of people want to help out. Then all of a sudden, it pops up non-profit organizations who want to help out. And a majority of them have no idea what they are doing because they do not have the connections with the right people on the ground. And then you have the scammers who open up GoFundMe things. We are going to help these and these people. And it is probably, well, a good portion of these who are scams. And on top of that, you have, I saw not that long ago, just a few days ago, somebody saying, we are going to help people on the ground. And then they linked to their own political fundraiser. So yeah, there are people out there who take advantage of a situation. There are people who want to help, but don't have the ability, but they want to. And then you have those that know and can. So it's basically it's a three-part situation here. Oh, wow. Look, oh, Sherry Reed comes in. Holy crap. Hey, thank you so much, Sherry Reed, for $50, sending some lovies and thanks. You're awesome, Nick. Thank you so much. That is so nice of you. Let me get that on the banner. Honorary Viking. Sherry Reed. There. Bum, bum, bum. So Sherry takes the awesome lead in the honorary Viking of this stream with a $50 super chat. That is so nice. Thank you so much. Thank you. So yeah, in these situations, regardless if it's an LA fire, if it is the flooding up north, if it is harsh winter conditions, or withdrawal from Afghanistan, you will get scammers. You will get people who try but can't. Then you have people who try and can, and then you have the professionals. So it's 4 groups, more or less. So we all have to do our research when we donate to things. For instance, you've seen me do my fundraisers here, and I am very specific with the fundraisers I lend myself and my body to, because my fundraisers often includes the Wheel of Regrets. So I kind of need to. So, and there is a few that I really want to lend my credibility and body to, and my crowd, and I can't because it's the right people. They have a fundraiser up, but for instance, they don't want to have public contact. They might not just simply don't have the knowledge. And when I try to help them to get that knowledge, they are not really prepared to accept that knowledge. So yeah, it is very, very hard. But throughout in the past 2 years, I think if I lawyer math here, for the different fundraisers, I've fundraised over $30,000 to different causes. So I'm quite good at it, but I need to know it's legitimate. And not only, even if it is legitimate, I need to know that the people behind it have the knowledge of actually doing what they hope to acclaim. And Sherry became a member as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can become a member of this channel as well. $3 a month over at YouTube. Or if you choose Rumble, it's $5 because I don't know how to change that number to $3. Thank you so much. That means we also have new members. Today, 1. Thank you so much. And that Sherry Reed extends the lead to $53 on this stream. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Rant over. Thank you again. And let's continue with this.
Wasting all this money they'd raised. They were trying to charter these aircraft. They weren't able to land in Afghanistan. They just didn't know enough about it. So they were trying, but not effective at all. That's what I mean.
Okay. And Kabo says, that's part of what I hope to talk about, the price model. Our understanding is you're asking for $75K for a vehicle to Pakistan and around $15K for a single person to the UAE. That was true, right? That's what you were offering.
True.
Right. At this point, right, you have to know Kabo's asking about you, right?
Definitely.
Right, you have to. And this is November 3rd. This is 8 days before publication, correct?
Yes.
Right. She then says, that seems exorbitant for folks who clearly don't have that kind of money, correct?
Yes.
That's what she says. And what she's saying when she says folks who clearly don't have that kind of money, she's talking about Afghans, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
$15,000 for a single person to the UAE is exorbitant for an Afghan who doesn't have that kind of money, isn't it?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And what does the next text say?
Then you then respond. Go on to the next page. I think the full message. Pricing always depends on local resource availability at any given time in a highly unstable environment. No Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs, none would ever be able. So you're agreeing with her, right, that $15K would be way more than any Afghan could ever afford.
Yes.
It would be exorbitant for an Afghan.
Yes.
Okay. Rather, we're focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have resources to support with those Afghans most in need of the the kill list variety. You see that?
I do.
Isn't it true that your pricing actually didn't depend on local resource availability at all?
No, it's not true.
It's not true?
No.
Isn't it true? Let me just read this again. Your pricing actually didn't depend on local resource availability, did it?
Not only that, no.
Your Honor, I'd like to go to 825.
Oh, and then he didn't. This is cherry picking from the defense. I think that last text there, pricing always depends on local resource ability at any given time in a highly unstable environment. Local resource ability. Yeah, local resource ability as in, does this person have a corporation or a company or something behind him? So yeah, of course, it means they have to have somebody there. But not only that, because the corporation doesn't necessarily have to be in Afghanistan. As Bloomberg, who has presence in Afghanistan, but might not have local employees. They have local resources. Yeah, this is a strange defense because for me, it doesn't align with what the defense is trying to say here.
Line 1 through 3.
say line 8?
It's at 825, line 1 through 3.
Sorry. I mean, we're fine with your.
I don't have it, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Young, you remember sitting for a deposition, correct?
Yes,
If you look at line 1, you were asked, but your pricing actually didn't depend on local resource availability, did it? And what was your answer?
no,
And your pricing was actually sending money to Yuri, however much money he told you, correct?
can you rephrase the question?
Right. When you would do individual evacuations, you didn't know how Yuri was spending the money, correct?
That's right, correct.
He would just tell you, send me X amount of dollars, and you would do it, right?
Yes.
Then you write, we're focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have the resources to support with those Afghans most in need, the kill list variety. That wasn't true, was it?
That was true.
Sir, you never aligned any corporate sponsors with anyone on a kill list, correct?
Sure did.
You actually didn't align corporate sponsors with individual Afghans, did you?
I aligned corporations who wanted to evacuate specific Afghans, aligned them for the purposes of my business.
My question is this. You actually didn't align corporate sponsors with individual Afghans, correct?
I'm confused by the question.
Sir, your model,
Do you mean connect them with?
well, this is your words.
Yeah.
You said, we focus on aligning corporate sponsors who have the resources to support with those Afghans most in need, the kill list right. What you were actually doing was corporations would contact you and say, we need to evacuate 3 identified people, correct?
That's right.
You weren't finding anyone on kill list, were you?
No, I wasn't going out and finding them. But
You weren't connecting sponsors with the people most in need, were you?
No.
You never aligned any Afghan in need with a sponsor, did you?
No.
So that statement, your statement about what you were focused on was inaccurate, right? Correct? No?
No.
You did not actually line up or align a sponsor with a single evacuee, did you?
I aligned corporations for my business, and these corporations were wanting to get specific Afghans out. Maybe I worded it poorly.
In each of the evacuations you performed, the clients identified the evacuees, correct?
Yes,
You never identified anyone, correct?
that's right.
Keep going. Oh, then you say, when we can ensure delivery for less, we do. But it always depends on the local environment, which is dynamic and incredibly challenging. Get there. Let's go keep going down. Go to the next page. And so Ms. Lose writes to you, so I'm looking at some text exchanges with a potential evac case who you asked if he has a sponsor to cover the 15K cost. And when he didn't, it looks like you ended the engagement. That's not exactly lining up sponsors. Can you point me to some cases where you've successfully connected a sponsor and an evac case? She writes that to you, correct?
Correct.
You understand what she's asking you, right?
Now I do, yes.
You did that?
I can't. This was a long time ago. I'm interpreting the.
Yeah, you didn't understand her back then when you said, can you point me to some cases where you've successfully connected a sponsor and an evac case?
No, I understood.
Okay,
It's clear.
right. She then says, some other folks engaged in this kind of work we have spoke to have characterized your places as inflated. So I want to understand if this is a for-profit model or if we're not understanding the X and then we can't get the rest. And you never gave her an example of connecting a sponsor with someone in need, correct?
Correct.
Because there was no example, correct?
Correct.
You've never done such an alignment, correct?
Correct.
You then write, we'll leave it with the recent sponsors. Oh, thank you, Jake. We'll leave it with the recent sponsors to whom you've already reached out to decide if they would like to provide comment. Is this another typo, or did you mean to write sponsors here?
No, I didn't know who else they reached out to. I knew they reached out to Bloomberg.
So you were choosing to use sponsors because you just kind of guessed that they'd reach out to other people?
I don't know why they wouldn't.
But you only knew about Bloomberg, right?
I only knew about Bloomberg. That's right.
I hope they do, but I will honor their wishes with or without NDA.
That's correct.
And again, let's just kind of test your sponsor typo. You had only had one sponsor ask you to sign an NDA, correct?
Yes.
But here you say, I hope they do. I will honor their wishes, right? You're talking about multiple sponsors, correct?
That's right.
And then Ms. Lillis says, we're not in any rush. This is November 3rd, correct?
Yes.
The article wasn't published November 11th. Getting it right, or the segment wasn't published until November 11th. Getting it right is why I'm talking to you. And she says, let me rephrase this question. can you explain why it costs $75,000 for a single vehicle to get to Pakistan or $15K to UAE? How does the math work, right?
Yes,
Yeah, she's asking you to explain the math, right?
she is.
Right. And you actually had never gotten anyone to the UAE, correct?
That's correct.
But 5 people in a car for $75K, that was something similar to what you had done, correct?
Yes.
And you know how the math worked, right?
No,
You got $75K and paid about a third of it to Ayuri for doing the work, right?
that's correct.
Right. You could have explained that to Ms. Lewis, correct?
I could have.
Right. And that would have shown that your profit margin was about 66%, correct?
That would have shown the profit margin.
Right. And you didn't want to do that, right?
No, I didn't want to do that.
No.
Why would I?
Right. Why would you want to let a reporter know that you were charging $15K a person to get people out of Afghanistan when they're desperate and keeping 10,000 of that 15? Why would you want to do that?
Totally inaccurate. What company wants to talk to anybody about their profit margins? That's proprietary. It's stupid.
Yeah, CNN. How about this? You tell us what profit margins you had on that hit piece. How much money did you make from the weeks and months of ad revenue from that reporting? How about that? Would you voluntarily say that, CNN? Would you go out and say, hello, you who we are trying to write about? This is our profit margins we expect when we film this. This is the amount of ad revenue we are pulling in on this. Nah, this is stupid.
You respond, it's stupid. No, I can't because I'm not on the ground and I don't understand the challenges. Is that true?
Yes.
You don't understand the challenges?
No, I'm
You sat
not.
through the testimony, I think for the last 2 days.
He's in the middle of answering the question. He said you didn't understand the challenges. Mr. Young began responding, and Mr. Ashford kept going.
Was there more to your answer?
Can we do it again?
Re-ask the question for
Sure.
and if he's in the middle of answering, let him finish answering.
I will, sorry, Ron. The portion where you say, I'm not on the ground, that was certainly true, right?
That was true.
And you say, I don't understand the challenges.
I said that.
Okay, isn't it true over the last 2 days, you've talked extensively about how you were so critical to understanding the challenges on the ground?
Yes, I did understand the challenges on the ground.
Okay. So when you say I don't understand the challenges here, was that another lie to Ms. Lewis?
No, it means that I don't understand pricing from Yuri down. I don't know who he pays and how much he pays them. I don't understand how much Safe House A costs or B costs. I didn't have visibility, so I couldn't break it down. I didn't have the visibility on the ground.
But you understood how much you were paying Yuri, right?
Sure, but that's only one part of it. She wanted a breakdown. My understanding was she wanted me to break it down.
Right, you could have broken it down, right? You could have said,
No,
I get about 15K per person, and I send about 1/3 of it to Yuri.
to me, that's not breaking down the model. That's just exposing my margin. That's a small part of it.
But you didn't understand the rest of it, did you?
No, I mean, in general, I didn't feel like that I had to break down anything to Cable. And I still feel that way.
You then go on to say, go to the next page. Read this, I'm sorry, I think, if you go back up, I'm sorry. So after you sent this message, you sent a bunch of screenshots of different things, correct?
Yes.
And then you respond, keep going down. You say, I do quite a lot, whether they have a sponsor behind them or not. And just to round this out, you had never evacuated anyone that didn't have a sponsor, correct?
That's right.
I'm sure whoever brought me to your attention knows that and has their own motivation for promoting slander. Who are you talking about there?
At this point, no one specifically, but again, this is a very suspect conversation that we're having. I'm already very suspicious, and she had pricing that came from me, so I assumed. Just in reading this back and forth, she'd obviously been talking to somebody, and didn't really understand.
Yeah, didn't really understand. So this is on November 3rd. You obviously know at this point CNN is interested in you, correct?
Oh no, I wouldn't say it that like that.
No?
No,
Looking at this back and forth, your testimony under oath for this jury is you didn't think CNN was interested in you.
not specifically.
What does that mean specifically, Mr. Young?
It means they seemed interested in this small part of the options that were available to direct to corporate. And this is something maybe I thought that she was focusing on. And again, I don't trust her by this point. So I was concerned, she might be doing a piece on the industry, which would have a negative impact on my business if she's doing some inaccurate reporting on the private market for corporate evacuations with information that she's getting piecemeal from various places from people that don't really understand anything about what's going on. So I was concerned that could be what she's doing.
Yeah, so Ms. Lewis asked you.
Are you
specific
traveling back
questions
to the
about
United
your
States
pricing
now, Dave?
And had referenced.
Are you traveling back to the States now? Aw. But I did meet up with Dave when he was here in Sweden. We had dinner with Lena's family. So it was very, very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this attorney. I'm not a fan of this. I mean, he how do I say this? He doesn't have much to work with. So he's doing his best. And for me, yeah.
Specific things that
Not
people had
enough.
said about your communications, correct?
Yes.
You knew that she was asking questions about you, correct?
I knew that she was asking about what I was doing, me being someone, I wasn't the only one doing private evacuations for corporations.
So you certainly knew at this point that CNN may be interested in other people, but they were certainly interested in you.
Yes.
Right. And you say promoting slander. At this point, what in this exchange with Ms. Lillis was slanderous?
Nothing in the exchange itself, but again, it seemed very suspicious to me. It seemed like she was criticizing the private markets, which maybe she felt should be free, even though the world doesn't work that way. So I was concerned that she could be attacking the industry that I was involved in.
But it's okay to criticize in America, right?
Not if it causes damage and it's false.
Okay, but if it's true, and you said that nothing that she had written to you at this point had any falseness, if it's true, there's nothing wrong with criticism, correct?
Not as long as it's true.
Right. We live in a country where just because something is tough doesn't mean that it's defamatory, correct?
You're right.
But you've already testified that you can't point to anything slanderous in this exchange, and you throw out the word slander, promoting slander in this exchange with Ms. Lillis, correct?
Yeah, it's amazing how it's almost like I had a crystal ball. I mean, I hadn't seen the article or the video yet, but that's exactly what she was doing.
Yeah, you haven't seen the article because they don't get published for 8 days, and you can't point to anything in this exchange, but you're all.
This is really, really stupid because exchanges in itself, like here, might not be the slander, but it can lead to slander when they do a hit piece. This is the background to the hit piece. Yeah, but I do agree with Dave here. Always be really careful with how you respond to things.
Already accusing her of being slanderous, right?
Pretty good at reading people.
So this then keep going down, Mr. President, or is that the end of it? Yeah, so now if we can jump over to DX96, which is Ms. Lewis's cracked string. Yeah, oh, thank you, Gary. I'm sorry about that. All right, and so this is an exhibit that Mr. Friedman showed you, correct?
Yes.
And we'll go to the third page, because most of these are already in the other one. And if you could blow that out, Mr. Meza. And this was, that text is something you wrote, correct?
Yes.
Correct. If someone reaches out, we need to understand that they have a sponsor behind them to pay evac costs, which as I noted, are highly volatile and based on environmental realities. You wrote that, correct?
I did.
Why did you write that?
I don't remember at the time. I mean, it's a true statement.
Yeah, what did you mean by that?
If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor, be able to pay the costs and do the other things that were required.
Yeah, what did you mean by that? Like, what message were you trying to send by writing that?
That I don't know what exactly. I'm not a nonprofit. I'm something else. I do corporate evacuations, so I need a sponsor. And I don't know what else I can tell you beyond that.
Yeah, so you write, if someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them. So fair to say, you're telling Ms. Lewis that you only do evacuations with sponsors. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
And you thought that was pretty clear the way you wrote that.
Yeah,
Right. You thought that the way you wrote that,
Yeah.
Ms. Lillis would understand what you were trying to say.
I hope she would.
Right. And you think that's pretty clear as you sit here today, right?
Yeah, it reads pretty clear.
Reads pretty clear, right? Generally, someone who would read this would understand that you only take money from sponsors, correct?
If they had the full context, I think. Yeah.
And this was a quote that was included in CNN's reporting, correct?
Yep, they did.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, for half a second.
Before we leave this,
I would assume that half second in or less in that hit piece were in there because the attorneys for CNN said you need to put in something that keeps us out of liable. And they chose to just boom and then out. They didn't actually read from that quote. They just showed it and then it was gone. So I'm not entirely sure just showing that quick piece makes up for the rest of the reporting.
at the very end, you say, in this case, the focus of your article seems pretty clear at this point. You understood it was about you, right?
No.
No. Okay. You say, as you proceed, I would just appreciate if you would take the time to make sure you have your facts right to avoid libel. And you wrote that because you knew that the article was going to be about you, correct?
No.
So you were saying, avoid libel because there might be some other people out there that are hurt, right?
They could hurt the industry.
Okay. So you're just looking out for the industry when you write this. You're not focused on Zach Young.
That's correct.
That's your testimony under oath for this jury?
It is.
And so after this conversation on November 3rd, you didn't have any further conversations with Ms. Willis, did you?
No.
After this, you never followed up with Ms. Willis or gave her any other information?
Correct. She never reached out to me again either.
So that's November 3rd. And I think you testified that you don't know whether or not Mr. Marquardt tried to call you on November 3rd or 4th, right?
No, I said he never called me.
He never called you? Isn't it true that on November 10th, 2021, Mr. Marquardt texted you?
Yes, he did.
Can you eventually communicate with him?
I did.
All right. And you never spoke to him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So please put up PX 129. It's already in evidence. Do you understand this to be your exchange with Mr. Marquardt?
It is.
Okay. And so Mr. Marquardt texts you on November 10th, correct?
Yes.
And says, hey, Zachary, are you there? This is Alex Marquardt from CNN. I know you've been speaking with a colleague of mine. I tried calling you last week, but you did not pick up. We are going to run a piece in which we detail your interactions with people inquiring about your services and the prices to evacuate people from Afghanistan. I wanted to give you a chance to explain why they are so high. Would you prefer to answer questions by text or on the phone? Thank you. And so this was 2:42. And so that would be
8:42 in Austria.
6 hours ahead? I'm not so sure.
You're right.
I'm not so sure.
Well, you can Google it if you want.
On November 11th, I think it is 5 hours.
Oh, was there a time change?
It's Eastern Daylight Time, so it's only 5 hours ahead, correct?
Yeah.
So you testified yesterday that 8:42, you had already been in bed, right? But now you know it's 7:42. You already been in bed?
Not necessarily. No.
Not necessarily.
Pretty early.
It's pretty early. Mr. Marquardt reaches out to you at 2:42, which we know now is 7:42 Austrian time. And you respond at 11:53, which would be 4:43 p.m. Austrian time, right?
Correct.
So fair to say you waited almost 21 hours to respond?
Yes.
And you write, hi, Alexander, please provide a list of questions as well as facts and assertions about what you intend to publish. I will need some time to review and provide comment. And he responds, thank you for responding. The piece is running this afternoon DC time. That's why I reached out yesterday. I will send you my cues and deadline ASAP. And you respond, that's not a realistic deadline. I will need a few days to provide comment. He says, I'm sorry. I tried to reach out to you last week on LinkedIn. You did not accept my request. Do you still have his request on LinkedIn?
I don't know.
No, you deleted a bunch of stuff on LinkedIn, correct?
Yes, I did.
Well, then you should have the reaching out defense attorney. I really hope you have. Because if it is just a friend's request, then it's nothing. If it's, hey, I'm from CNN, please come back to me, also not reaching out about this article. If they specifically say in that prior week to, hey, I'm reaching back I'm reaching out for you because of this article we are planning. Now we're talking. But yeah, so I really hope they have more than this.
I called you last week and I tried you yesterday, no avail. I will let you know what the deadline is. And then he writes, you provided some answers from my colleagues, which we may use as well. You see that?
Yep.
So we'll go down. And so he writes, I need your answers at the latest by 2 p.m. Eastern time zone, 2 hours. Can you please break down the extremely high prices for evacuations you were asking? I have seen your conversations with others charging $75K for a car to Peshawar, $14.5K for a flight to UAE, another $4K to get to Albania. Others involved in evacuations have said your prices are too high. So the first question he was asking was about your prices, correct?
Yes.
And the numbers that he's citing in this text to you, these were actually the prices you were charging, correct?
Yeah.
And that was actually from your LinkedIn post, correct?
Correct.
This was the same question that Ms. Lillis asked you last week, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And Mr. Merkel asked you to break down the price, correct?
Correct.
And this was a pretty simple question to answer, wasn't it?
The margin part would have been, but the rest of it would have been
It would have
complicated.
been simple. You paid a third, you kept 2/3 yourself, right?
If we're just talking about the margin, then yeah.
Right. You didn't need any time to answer this question, did you?
Not a lot of time, no.
How long would it have taken you to break down your evacuation prices?
Not very long. Could have done it an hour, I don't know.
You could have done it in a few minutes, right?
Probably.
Right. You just didn't want to answer it, right?
I wanted some time before I got back to him about all of his questions that he had. Some of them were a lot more complicated than this one.
Okay. But this one you could have answered in a couple minutes, right?
Yes.
Dave is asking, can I get a quick 10,000 foot overview about this case? Okay, quick overview. Mr. Young ran a company. He was a contractor which specialized in Afghanistan on evacuating people that corporations or sponsors wanted out of there. He charged for it because he is not a non-profit. Because the Afghan withdrawal was chaotic due to political reasons. And CNN then was planning and did a hit piece on it. In that hit piece, a 4-minute segment on CNN, which went out on several of the CNN affiliates. They started with roughly 2 minutes of people who were human trafficked, who was asked specifically individually to pay 10 grand per person. And then after a couple of those, they show Mr. Young. As an inference, this is one of the human traffickers. But he did not reach out to individual Afghans. He solely worked with corporations and sponsors. But the inference in the article and in the hit piece on CNN who went out, you definitely got the inference that they were talking about human trafficking, and this is one of the human traffickers. So then he sued for slander and defamation. So that's the short version.
The next question is, are you making any money off this? If so, how do you justify profiting from Afghans desperate to get out? And this was also a pretty simple question to answer, correct?
Oh, I wouldn't say.
How do you... These are very, very, in my opinion, these are very inflammable questions. They have their story already. And they ask the questions towards him aggressively. You are profiting from desperate Afghans, which is false. He is a contractor who specifically works with corporations and sponsors. So people who reach out to him needs to have a sponsor. Yeah, and as Nosy Rosie said, he should have also said, talk to my attorneys. Yeah, that would have been. And as I said earlier, always be very, very careful when reporters are reaching out to you. More often than not, they are not doing it because they like you. Oh, crap.
Simple. No.
Are you making any money off of this? You could answer that in about a second, right?
That part, yes.
Right. Seems like a yes or no question, right?
Yes, that part.
Right. You didn't want to answer that question, correct?
No, that's not correct.
Ja,
I don't have time.
bättre.
It's not the full question that he asked.
Ah,
I wouldn't
fan,
have
jag
time
skulle
to
ha
explain
ringt
because it's a complicated answer.
The second part of that question is, how do you justify profiting from Afghans desperate to get out? That's just an answer about what you're doing, right?
That's a false statement that he's making, and I would want time to correct him. Reality.
So whether you took money directly from Afghans or not, there can be no doubt that you were profiting from Afghans desperate to get out, correct?
No,
You were being paid by corporations to evacuate people desperate to get out, correct?
that's correct.
You were profiting from people desperate to get out, correct?
No, I wouldn't word it that way.
Didn't the court already say you did nothing illegal? Yeah, that is one of the stipulations in this case, that the court has found that Mr. Young's business was not illegal. And this phrasing from the CNN, how do you justify profiting from Afghan desperate to get out? That is a very inflammable question. And how do you respond to that? So they are already having their story. This is just a polite way, not an impolite way to have him respond to very, very inflammable questions.
So is my question wrong? Just yes or no. If I got it wrong, tell me I got it wrong. You weren't profiting from Afghans desperate to get out.
No, you got it wrong.
Okay. So when corporations were paying you to get desperate people out of Afghanistan, that wasn't profiting you.
I was profiting from it.
You were profiting from it because corporations knew that they needed to pay to get desperate people out of Afghanistan.
I wouldn't word it that way.
Factually, that's true though, right? Whether you would word it the way I would word it, actually it's true, right?
I just think that's not the cause of the demand, the desperation that you seem focused on.
Yeah. Remember here, folks, in this, the hit piece was human trafficking is wrong. That was the focus on the piece in CNN. His attorney seems to claim that you should, everybody who tried to get Afghans out were doing good. So CNN is trying it both ways here. First, it's bad with the human trafficking, but in the case of this lawsuit, it is perfectly okay to be a human trafficker.
Afghans were desperate to get out. We can agree on that, right?
I agree that, yeah.
Right. They were desperate to get out because some were going to get killed, correct?
Some were going to get killed, yeah.
And some were very at risk of death or worse, right?
Correct.
And so the corporations or the NGOs that hired you were taking care of people who were at risk of getting killed or worse, correct?
That's correct.
You were making money, whether you want to admit it or not, because people were afraid of getting killed or having worse things happen to them, correct?
No, I wouldn't word it that way.
But actually, whether you word it the way I word it or the way you word it, it doesn't matter. Actually, it's true. You were being paid because people were desperate to get out, and there were corporations who were willing to pay you to get those people out.
I disagree.
Your Honor,
I disagree.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered 100 times. She's being argumentative.
That's the statement. You've asked the same question. He's responded to it.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
He just didn't want to agree with your question as phrased, so that's his right to do.
Fair enough. The next question was, we intend to show a conversation with Jill Kornetsky in which you tell her to F off after calling her a spiteful bee. Would you like to comment on that? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. In this question, I mean, this is just your opinion on that exchange with Ms. Kornetsky, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure, I'm sure it was a bad question. You knew that you had this exchange with Ms. Kornetsky, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Marquardt is simply asking you whether you want to comment on that exchange, correct?
No, not correct.
He says, would you like to comment on that exchange?
He's focusing on one part of a very long exchange, the fuck off part. It needs to be put in context. We saw the context. He's not referring to that context. He's referring to the nasty part from me.
Did your comments to Ms. Kornetsky, were they reported by CNN in either the TV segment or the article?
No, they weren't.
And then there's two more. What is your relationship with the CIA? You told one person you were a former case officer. You told another you are a current NOC. You see that?
I do.
This would have been a very easy question to answer, correct? The answer is, I think you gave it here. I can't answer it, right?
The answer is that would be I need a long time to even respond to this question.
All right, Mr. Young, what is your relationship with the CIA? I'm asking you now.
Objection, Your Honor. But he's said a million times that he cannot answer this question. Mr. Axelrod, we can object to that. Okay, but I just want to make a record. Sorry, Your Honor.
Well,
Yeah. As a CIA asset, even in a court setting, he cannot answer that question. He really can't. And this is just the CNN saying, hey, he's a CIA agent. They are bad, blah, 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 which they may or may not be. But in this setting, I don't think he's even allowed to ask that question. And he's been trying to do it over and over and over again. And folks, this gets us to, we are on day 3 and sidebar counter 19. There are a lot of sidebars in this, and mainly because CNN's lawyer are mentally unable to not ask questions they know they can't ask. Skip ahead.
we don't need all.
Yeah, this I will count this as the same sidebar.
Mr. Young. So just,
Right. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, just to set the stage, Mr. Young, you were talking about Mr. Marquardt's question, and that the question was, what is your relationship with the CIA? And I think you just gave the answer. I would need a long time to even respond to this question. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if I asked you this question in court today, what is your relationship with the CIA? Would that be the same answer that you gave Mr. Friedman in past testimony in this court?
Yes, it would be.
And that wouldn't have taken very long to give, would it?
I need time to consult with people about a reporter who is telling me he's about to publish something about my affiliation, not only in the CIA, but being a NOC, which is the most clandestine part of the CIA. So I would want some time to talk to people before I respond to this reporter.
The part about your relationship with the CIA, that didn't make it into CNN's reporting, did it?
No.
Was it in the TV segment?
No, it wasn't.
Was it in the article?
Nope.
The last question, I think if we go down. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, G. We intend to use this quote from you. You are welcome to add any context. If someone reaches out, we need to understand that they have a sponsor behind them able to pay evacuation costs, which he says are highly volatile and based on environmental realities. You see that?
I do.
And that was the quote that you had given Ms. Lewis, correct?
That's right.
There was nothing inaccurate about the way Mr. Marquardt had quoted you, was there?
Nothing.
And given that this was a quote that you'd already given Ms. Lewis, it wouldn't have taken any time to respond to that comment, correct?
No, I wasn't concerned with this quote.
We go back to the document and pull up that last line from Mr. Young. And so you say that's definitely not a realistic deadline. In any case, I can tell you for sure some of your facts assertions were not accurate. And if they're published, I will seek legal damages. You never told Mr. Marquardt what facts or assertions were not accurate, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you say, if this is published, if they are published, I will seek legal damages, correct?
Correct.
And so this is before anything is published, before CNN does anything, before you have any idea whether you will be.
So this goes back to what happens in a defamation case, in a defamation trial. In order to get to the point of defamation, you need to show that the counterpart did something knowingly or with a disregard to the truth. This line here, which was before the publication, is that one fact that I can tell you for sure some of your facts assertions are not accurate, and if they publish, I will seek legal damages. That is the forewarning to CNN that was needed to even get this to trial, in my opinion.
Harm at all, right?
No, not right.
Not right?
Not right.
So,
All this stuff would be harmful for me, with the exception of a few quotes that they cherry picked.
right. And so before anything's published, you're telling Mr. Marquardt you're going to seek legal damages, right?
I was advising him to be careful and he should make sure he gets his facts right before he rushes to publish.
So before anything happens, you said if this is published like this, I'm going to seek legal damages, right?
That's right.
And
Yep, Danny, proof one prong
it's
of
true that at the
defamation.
moment that you're having this back and forth with Mr. Marquardt, you anticipated you might sue CNN.
I was really just warning him that all this information that he had wasn't accurate. The implication that it paints is definitely false. Even if he had a few of his facts right, the implication was still false and would have been defamatory. So I was urging him to pump the brakes. There's nothing urgent about it. That's what Katie Bo told me. And I wanted some time to consult with people, probably a lawyer, probably some people from the national security apparatus.
I agree
to tell
here
them
with SDUB. I also don't like Mr. Young. I don't find his testimony completely believable. I agree. I actually agree. He is very evasive in some of his answering, and some of it he walks right into traps. And yeah, he should know better.
But this lawyer just told, or what this journalist just told me was about to publish, and I needed some time to go through that. Not more than 2 hours.
But at this moment, you anticipated you might sue CNN, correct? That's my question.
Yes.
Okay. Go back to the document, Mr. Canezzo. Go to the next page. And Mr. Mark, what you see in the blue says, can you clarify which ones? Here are the figures as presented by you. And so this is after you said some of your facts assertions are not accurate. And so he's giving you the information that he has. And he's saying, tell me which facts and assertions are incorrect, right?
Yes.
And you don't give him any information about which facts were wrong, correct?
No, I didn't.
No, he doesn't have to.
I think this is a good stopping point.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, those very cherry picked, and the inferences in this, it's not just his quotes that they are, it is how they are planning to use those quotes. And in that so-called this is what we're trying, how can you excuse profiting from desperate Afghans? Already there, you know, the theme of what they are writing. So in that context, depending on how you use those quotes, yes, some of them will be false assertions. And that is what he is warning about. So again, a prong of defamation is publishing something that is false, or they are in disregard of the truth. And yeah.
All right. Lunch is here, so we'll take our lunch break. Just take your notepads and put them in your phone. 30. Go out. Do it this trial, except speak for back in.
All right. So this is day 3 lunch, and we can skip ahead.
Mr. Before we start, Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Before we start, Mr. Bailey told me that your timing was right. It was 8:42, not 7:42. So 6-hour time difference between Washington and Indiana. Okay. Sorry about that. Mr. Demez, if we could put up.
Oh, so his time difference was correct all along. So the attorney for CMM got it wrong. Yeah.
PX 170, which is the video and it's in evidence. Yes, please. Thank you, Jerry. Just stop it as soon as it just comes on. Yeah, start it and stop it. Right. So, Mr. Young, you're familiar with the video, right? I think, is it your testimony you saw it shortly after it aired?
Yes,
Okay. You've seen it a couple times, I assume?
more than a couple.
More than a couple, okay. Do me a favor, and we're gonna watch the video, and you tell me the first time your name's mentioned, and I'll stop the video, okay?
Okay.
In our world lead today, the U.S. government, the Biden administration, says that as of last week, it had assisted in the departure of at least 377 U.S. citizens and 279 lawful permanent residents of the U.S. from Afghanistan since August 31st. Still, many Afghans who desperately want to flee Taliban rule, and Afghans who say their lives are at stake, they remain behind. As CNN's Alex Marquardt has discovered, Afghans trying to get out of the country face a black market full of promises, demands of exorbitant fees, and no guarantee of safety or success.
These are the heavy steps of a young man trying to save his family. He's just 26 years old and lives in California. We can't show his face for the safety of his family in Afghanistan.
I'm desperate.
Yeah, I'm very happy that the defense chooses to show this clip again. Here you have the inference again with the people who were subjects of human trafficking.
The danger is imminent.
Since the chaotic international withdrawal from Afghanistan, his parents, siblings, and wife have been in hiding from the Taliban, who in the past, the young man says, have violently beaten his father, a doctor, and been angry with his mother, a women's rights activist who worked for the U.S.
Taliban left announcement to my parents that anybody who helped them find my parents or my family that ends up with their execution will gain a prize.
They put a bounty on your family's head.
Exactly. This is really serious. They ran to our house. They destroyed every single thing.
Desperate, he turned to Facebook, finding people offering ways to get Afghans out of the country for a price.
That person came up to me and told me, hey, you know what? You got to pay $10,000 per person in order to be evacuated then.
Per person.
9-10 people, it will be like $100,000, and I cannot provide $100,000 in cash. In a way, like even if I provide that money, there is no guarantee that they will be evacuated.
According to Afghans and activists we've spoken with, desperate Afghans are now being exploited, like that young man, told that they can get them or their families out if they pay exorbitant, often impossible amounts.
For only one family, $50,000.
And
we Skyped with a father of 3 in Kabul who had just met with a man offering to get them.
This is the start of that hit piece. And after this person, they are showing Mr. Young. What inference do you get from this? If they start out with people who are victims of human trafficking, and then all of a sudden, Mr. Young's face is there.
On an evacuation flight list.
You want to leave the country? If you say yes, they're going to say, okay, pay first. I said, how we can pay that much money right now? It's only business matters. People are making $100,000 per day.
This man, whose identity we also need to hide, worked as a contractor for USAID. He's a special interest visa applicant for the U.S. The kind of Afghan citizen the Biden administration says they're working to evacuate. What is the U.S. doing that you know of to try to get you and your family out?
Unfortunately, they are not doing now anything. Up to 31st, they said everything is closed and it's finished. We did not receive anything back from the U.S. Embassy or from any other organization.
So he went online where he found a man named Zachary Young, who is one.
So you see the timer down on the counter. What's the time set?
3 minutes, 7 seconds.
So you would agree that this segment does not mention the name Zachary Young until 3 minutes and 7 seconds into it, correct?
Yep.
That's the defense. Oh, we showed 3 minutes that wasn't about you. And yeah, but those 3 minutes and then showing Mr. Zachary Young, that is, in my opinion, clearly they are trying to show Mr. Young as a human trafficker.
Okay, let's go for it. Jennings will take stop at various places.
One of many advertising evacuations from Afghanistan, posting just this weekend.
Mr. Young, you would agree that this is...
Yeah. Listen to what the reporter said. They highlight we can deliver. They do not highlight if you're a sponsor with funding, making it really, really easy to miss.
This is one of your posts on LinkedIn.
Yes.
And I think this is one that we talked about. And I think your testimony was, but correct me if I got it wrong, that you're saying with this that you only take money from sponsors, you only do evacuations from sponsors with funding.
You got it, correct.
Okay, go to the next one.
Deliver. One LinkedIn user posted message.
And you would agree with me that this was another one of your communications on LinkedIn?
Yes.
Messages with Young, where Young said it would be $75,000 for a card of Pakistan. He told another it would be.
Stop it right there. This is another.
Again, they are actively avoiding highlighting that there need to be sponsors. The reporter doesn't talk about this man is only working towards sponsors.
Another one of your communications on LinkedIn?
Yes.
Okay. CNN change any words in this thing?
No, that's literally for me.
That's literally from you, correct? Okay, go.
14,500 per person to get to the United Arab Emirates or Albania for another 4,000. Price.
See what they are highlighting? They are actively trying to make people not read what's actually there, only what they want to highlight, which is in reference to the human trafficking part, the 3 minutes and 7 seconds before. I don't think this is a good defense.
Is well beyond the reach of most Afghans. We got Young's number and called, but he didn't pick up. In a text message, he told CNN that
Mr. Young, do you have any reason to doubt that Mr. Marquardt called you?
Yes.
Your Honor, 865, 5 through 17.
Yeah, and this is not, I mean, this, they have been going over this time and time and time again.
Actually, it shouldn't be 5 through 17. It should be, sorry, 864, 24 through 865. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's exactly what they said. CNN just say that the guy whose face they couldn't show found Zachary Young on Facebook and called him.
Yep.
Objection. So, Mr. Young, again, do you remember being deposed under oath?
Yes.
You swore to tell the truth?
Yes.
Do you see on this it says, on page 864, line 24, the question is, do you have any reason to doubt that Mr. Marquardt called you? You see that?
Yes.
What was your answer?
No.
Mr. Meza, if you can start it up again.
Afghans trying to leave are expected to have sponsors pay for them. If someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs, which Young says are highly volatile and based on environmental reality.
And again, Mr. Young, these were your own words again?
They are.
Nothing inaccurately reported about your own words?
No.
Again, these 3 dots here means they are taking something away from the quote.
Okay. Go, Mr. Meza.
Please. Young repeatedly declined to break down the cost or say if he's making money.
Stop all.
Back.
That statement there that you reportedly declined to break down your costs, that's true, correct?
True.
And you also declined to say whether you were making money. That's also true, correct?
True.
Okay.
In California, the young Afghan American tells us even though he can't pay, he's still pleading to.
And there you have it again, the reference to human trafficking. So they start the segment, human trafficking. They show Mr. Young, and then they finish off with human trafficking. How do you not get the reference that CNN tries to portray Mr. Zachary Young as a human trafficker?
Get his family out.
I have sent tons of texts asking these people, begging them to evacuate my family. If I don't be able to evacuate them within the next 2 weeks, I think I will lose them all. I think I will lose them all, my family.
And just moments ago, that young man told me that the Taliban has now issued summons for his family in hiding, indicating his father believes that the Taliban really is after them. Now, the Biden administration continues to work on evacuating people, but as you can see there are just so many more Afghans who want to get out of the country, and that just drives prices higher and higher. In another message, that person offering those evacuations, Zachary Young, he wrote, availability is extremely limited and demand is high. Jake, he goes on to say, that's how economics works, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. And so that last piece, Mr. Young, where Mr. Marquardt read that quote about that's how economics work. That was a quote from you, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you recorded accurately, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You take that down. Now, if we put up PX 223, which is the article, it's also in evidence. And what I'm going to do, Mr. Young, is Mr. DeMez is going to kind of page through it, and you tell me the first portion of this article where your name's mentioned, okay?
Yep.
Tell them when to move to the next page.
You can move. Yeah, this is where it starts.
And where is that?
It's just above. That's how economics works. That's
So,
it.
so kind of towards the bottom third of the third page of the article?
That's right.
What?
And go to the next paragraph.
Are they trying to influence? Oh, it was a bit back in. Yeah, this is.
In this, it says, when asked about his prices, Young responded to several.
Yeah, again, this is. They are showing person, human, victim of human trafficking, and then they reference Mr. Young and his business.
People on the site that a car from Kabul into Pakistan would be $75,000 or $14,500 per person to get to the UAE. That was your words, correct?
Yes.
To get to Albania with refugee status, Young said it would be $4,000 more. That's also your words, correct?
Yes.
Then it says, per person is expensive because availability is extremely limited and demand is high. Those are your words?
Yes.
That's how economics work, unfortunately. That's your words?
Yes.
Okay, go to the next one. Next page. Hold that one up. Young declined to speak on the phone, but said in a text message that he asked Afghans who want to leave to have sponsors cover them. Is that true?
No, I offered to Katie Bowe to speak on the phone, but there was a condition. I didn't want to be named in any article.
Right. So you declined to speak on the phone, right?
No, I offered to speak on the phone.
But only if she would agree not to have your name mentioned, correct?
Correct.
You said in a text message that you asked Afghans who want to leave.
Yeah, so CNN is lying in this quote. Young declined to speak on the phone. He didn't. He said, I can talk on the phone if you can provide me this.
That sponsors cover them. Is that true?
That's true, yes.
And then it says, if someone reaches out, we need to understand if they have a sponsor behind them to be able to pay evacuation costs, which Young said are highly volatile and based on environmental realities. You see that?
Yep.
And that was what you said?
Yes, it was.
And that was a direct quote, right?
Yes.
Okay. Go to the next one. Thank you. CNN has not confirmed whether these operators charging the high fees have successfully evacuated anyone who paid that to the country, as Young claims. And that's not your words. And then we go to the next paragraph. It's not about you, right?
What's that?
The next paragraph. The sun in California, you're not named in that paragraph.
I'm not named in the paragraph, no.
The next paragraph, you're not named.
Again, so this is the same as the segment. They have this part of the article talking about human trafficking. Boom, here is Mr. Young. Boom, continue with human trafficking. So.
Are you?
No.
And the final paragraph, you're not named in, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, can you take that down? So at some point after CNN makes these publications, and the TV segment airs on November 11th, correct?
Yes.
And the article is published on November 13th, correct?
Yes.
2 days later. At some point, your testimony is that you are affected by these, correct?
Absolutely.
Now, isn't it true, so these happened in November 11th, November 13th. Isn't it true that you started talking to attorneys about filing a lawsuit in December of 2021?
Yes.
And you also talked to Mr. Friedman in December of 2021, correct?
I think so. Yes.
Isn't it true that you didn't go actually talk to a doctor until February of 2022?
Right. That's the earliest. I mean, Austria has a socialized healthcare system, so that's fast.
Okay, so you started, the first time you met with a doctor about this was December.
Yes, that is correct. Not in this, what he calls socialized healthcare or universal healthcare, you're being put in a queue. And depending on which kind of help you need, the queue is long. I will give you an example. I have arthritis, and I am in a queue for getting a knee replacement. That queue is 5 years. So yeah, there are extreme benefits with social with universal healthcare, if you have something acute, life-threatening, you will get ahead because it is based on necessity. But in my case, I would rather be in the United States because then I could pay out of pocket with health insurance to get my knee replacement now. And if I had the opportunity, I would.
December, January, February, 2 months or so after you started talking to Mr. Friedman.
That's right.
Now, I think it's your claim, in addition to the emotional harm, is that you claim that your reputation has been damaged, correct?
Correct.
And it's your claim that your professional network has distanced itself from you?
Correct.
But as of the time you were deposed in 2023, isn't it true that you couldn't actually name anyone who had actually distanced themselves from you?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Isn't it true that as of when you were deposed in 2023, you couldn't name one person who told you that they thought less of you because of CNN's reporting?
As of that position, that's true. But it's then.
Isn't it true that as of your deposition in 2023, you couldn't name one professional contact who told you they thought less of you because of CNN?
That's correct. They couldn't tell me directly. They just wouldn't talk to me.
And my question really is this.
Oh, that's a good answer. Nobody told you they thought lesser. No, because nobody talked to him. They just ghosted him. It was blacklisted. Nobody would talk to him. So of course, no, he couldn't name people who actively said to him.
As of your deposition in 2023, you couldn't name one professional contact who told you that they thought less of you because of CNN.
That's correct.
Now, I think that you've named a couple of people that you worked with when you testified today. And I think, what you named a guy named Mark Sullivan at times, another guy named Matt
Gunning.
Yuri Lavrenu.
Yuri.
Isn't it true that you destroyed the contact information for all these people? You deleted it off your phone?
No, not entirely.
No, that's not true?
Well, I deleted, so when I use, if you use Signal, when you clear like the conversation change, that's also the call log. So yes, it is true that those were deleted, but not separately.
Okay. But you also deleted the contact information, the actual information to
yes.
contact these people, correct?
Yes, correct.
Correct. So John Keeley is someone who you believe has distanced himself from you, correct?
Yes.
You deleted Mr. Keeley's contact information?
I did.
Mr. Keeley, as of your deposition in 2023, he never told you that he didn't want to associate with you because of the CNN publications, did he?
No, he didn't.
I think Henry Clark is someone you've mentioned in this case, correct?
That's right.
And you deleted Henry Clark's contact information?
Yes, I did.
It's true you don't even know, as of your deposition in 2023, where Mr. Clark lived, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea how to find him or contact him now, correct?
No, I don't.
And Mr. Clark, as of your deposition in 2023, he never told you that he didn't want to associate with you because of CNN publications, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Gunning.
This is lawyer questions. He's always asking the question directly communicated with you. But if you get blacklisted in your industry, nobody talks to you.
Was someone that you've talked about, correct?
Yes.
You deleted Mr. Gunning's contact information, correct?
I did.
And you deleted all of your communications with Mr. Gunning?
Yes, I did.
As of your deposition in 2023, Mr. Gunning didn't tell you that he did not want to associate with you as a result of the CNN reports, correct?
Not as of my deposition, but he has since.
Objection, move to strike. It's non-responsive.
He answered the first part of it.
He did. The add-on is non-responsive. I move to strike.
Strike the second part, and the jury's not to consider the second part of Mr. Young's answer.
Bill Purdy, I think, is someone you also have talked about in this testimony, correct?
Correct.
And I think it was your testimony that you worked with Bill Purdy on the Saudi Arabia project back when you worked for Momentum.
That's right. He was the project manager.
Isn't it true that as of your deposition back in 2023, you hadn't even attempted to reach out to Bill Purdy after the CNN publications?
Yes, I believe so.
And I think I asked you this, but as of your deposition in 2023, you hadn't reached out to anyone that did corporate Momentum about employment, correct?
No, that would have been totally inappropriate.
You made, after the CNN reports, you made no efforts to obtain employment through DynCorp, correct?
No, not entirely. I wouldn't word it like that. Wouldn't say that.
As of your deposition in 2023, had you made any efforts since the CNN reports to obtain employment through DynCorp?
I did. I reached out to the people that introduced me, but I didn't attempt to contact DynCorp or seek employment directly to them.
It's 222, 14 through 16. Hold on a second, Your Honor. I think I might have a problem. No, it's actually 223, 14 through 16.
Yes, unhyphenated says, taking CNN's logic, in this case, one could argue they believe that every soldier in the battlefield shouldn't be paid and should do so for free. Yeah, it seems like their argument is that everybody should do this for free, putting their lives and people on the ground, their lives in danger because for the good of it. Nobody could get anybody out of Afghanistan for free. Not one. There always had to be money involved. Now, so the difference here is the non-profits who may or may not be able to because they didn't have the connections. You have the complete scammers, you have the human traffickers, and then you had professionals who knew the law, how to avoid the law regarding human trafficking, by getting towards focusing on corporations trying to get personnel or their people of interest out. And even non-profit organizations not doing it for free. What they are doing is they salary people. Check any non-profit organization. What are their list of salaried personnel? Boom. There you have people who doesn't do it for free. Check every chairman or chairwoman or head of a non-profit. Check what their salary is. Did you know that the Red Cross, and I do believe Red Cross does an amazing job, the different organizations, the head of that organization makes a lot of money. Nobody does anything for free. Let me rephrase, very few people does anything for free because people need to pay rent somehow.
Mr. Young, you remember being in 2023?
Yes.
That was under oath?
Yes.
If you look at page 223 of your deposition, on line 14, the question was, have you made efforts since the CNN reports to obtain employment for DynCorp? You see that?
Yes.
And what was your answer?
No.
And you put that to the side. And as of your deposition in 2023, no one from DynCorp told you that they wouldn't work with you because of the CNN report, correct?
Correct.
Now, you deleted Bill Purdy's contact information?
Yes.
And as of your deposition in 2023, Mr. Purdy hadn't told you that he didn't want to associate with you because of the CNN publications, correct?
Correct.
Mark Sullivan was someone else you talked about, correct?
Yes.
And I think your testimony was that you worked with Mr. Sullivan for a short time in 2015.
Yes.
You deleted Mr. Sullivan's contact information, correct?
Yes.
And you deleted it after you filed this lawsuit?
Yes.
As of your deposition in 2023, Mr. Sullivan hadn't told you that he did not wish to associate with you because of the CNN reports, correct?
Correct.
In fact, isn't it true that as of your deposition in 2023, no business contact had called you and said that they had done due diligence on you and they wouldn't work with you because of the CNN reporting, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that as of your deposition in 2023, you hadn't made a single phone call to obtain work since CNN's publication?
I wouldn't put it that way.
Why don't we look at page 154 of your deposition? Lines 3 through 5.
Okay.
Or not what?
No, there's your.
Lines 3 through 5 on 154, Your Honor. So, Mr. Young, are you at page 154?
Yes, I am.
This is your deposition on the road?
Yes, it is.
And the question of line 3 is, have you made any phone calls to try to obtain work since CNN's reports? Did I read that correctly?
You did.
What was your answer?
No.
Did you put that down?
Okay. Let's check this one out. We were talking about this is for International Committee of the Red Cross. Job title: advisor. Earns $79,000 to $144,000 a year. A delegate, $50,000 to $91,000. Assistant, $45,000 to $78,000. So yeah. Director, management, admin, technical advisors, legal associate. Dun dun dun. Oh. So yeah. Everybody gets paid. Unless you are a volunteer. That's the one thing. And then as a volunteer, sometimes you get reimbursed for costs. And that is just an example. I do believe that the Red Cross is a good organization. I'm just showing it to show that even non-profit organizations make money. The board members and everybody.
I just want to make sure I have this established. I think the last time you did an evacuation in Afghanistan was, I think you testified it was like early October of 2021, is that correct?
That's right.
So I think you testified in response to questions from Mr. Friedman yesterday or the day before that at some point you had a security clearance, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first get a security clearance?
When I was in the Navy. I don't remember exactly when.
You had a security clearance in before the CNN publications?
Yes, I did.
And isn't it true that you renewed your security clearance in November of 2021?
Yes.
You had no problem doing that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that you actually renewed your security clearance again in 2022, correct?
I think so. Sounds right.
Okay. Because as of the fall of 2023, you still maintain that security clearance, correct?
Yeah, I still have it now.
You saw that. And when you went to renew it in 2022, you had no problem renewing it, correct?
That's correct.
So you would agree that the CNN reporting did not impact your ability to keep your security clearance at all, correct?
Not yet.
And how many times have you renewed it since 2021?
I haven't yet.
You renewed it in 2022,
Sorry,
correct?
2022. One time.
But nobody's come to you and said, strike that. Now, getting your security clearance renewed, is that a significant process?
The redirect here will be interesting because the defense are leaving so much openings to absolutely annihilate this cross-examination.
It really depends on the situation. It can be quick or it can be not quick.
Okay. But you didn't have any issue getting yours renewed, correct?
No.
One thing I didn't ask you about is if you could put up Defense Exhibit 77 from Mr. Young. Just for the witness, I know that the documents and evidence, but I can write down what Defense Exhibit is. Mr. Young, you recognize Defense Exhibit 77 as your exchange with Mr. Lerner, is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 77.
Is this the entirety of it?
I think so. No, I mean, I think there's just one page. There's just one page. Just one page? Yeah, just one page.
No objection. All right, 1077 is admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
May.
Okay, thank you. And I think you testified this before, but David Lerner was just someone who, I guess maybe he connected with you or you connected with him or something, some way you connected on LinkedIn, correct?
Correct.
You don't know this man, right?
No, I don't.
And in this exchange, Mr. Lerner asked you, what are you charging? Where does this get him, right? Get her.
Yes.
What do you understand him to be asking?
Exactly what he said. What are you charging and where does this get her?
Okay. And you respond, $75K for one vehicle, 5 to 6 passengers, Kabul, Peshawar. Can also facilitate passports and visas and transits to Dushanbe, but again, it costs money. And then you say, can provide recent corporate sponsors who have used us, including Audible, Inc., and Bloomberg for reference. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Going down on that chain, Mr. Lerner says, I'm not corporate. What is this fee for? Just transportation. When you say just transportation, well, let me stop right there. Do you know why it changed? Go back to the full document, Mr. See how it's Zachary Y and then it becomes LinkedIn member? Do you know why that's the case?
I don't, but I might be able to explain it.
Okay.
I think because, no, I can't explain it. Usually if you block someone, they show up as a LinkedIn member. So I don't understand why that is, why it changed. I didn't change my name to LinkedIn member.
Understood. So yeah, if you can blow that back up, Mr. DeMezza. Anyway, Mr. Lerner asked you that question at 104. You responded 105. Just transportation. You can't be serious. Good luck, David. Have them run for the border themselves and see how far they get. And that's something you wrote, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this time, the situation in Afghanistan was pretty serious, right?
Yes.
I mean, people were dying, right?
Yes, people were dying.
Yeah. So responding, have them run for the border themselves and see how far they get. It's a pretty callous thing to say, correct?
It is. I regret saying it.
Well, he is correct. If you are there and, oh, we only need transportation. Well, if that is yours, for this, what was his name? David Z. Lerner. If that is all you provide, David Z. Lerner, you are getting people killed. If that is all you do. Oh, I only need the transportation. You know, I only want them from point A to point B. If you had that done, you probably had people killed. David Z. Lerner.
Themselves and see how far they get. It's a pretty callous thing to say, correct?
It is. I regret saying it. I thought that he was playing games with me. He wasn't being serious, and I made a off-color, flippant response that I regret.
I mean, it's not just off color, right? I mean, you're talking about people's lives. Have them run for the border and see how far they get. If they ran for the border, things wouldn't work out for them well, right? Correct?
It depends on the situation.
Okay. Do you think it depended on the situation? Were you saying that it was a good thing to say run for the border?
No, it was a bad thing to say it, and I wasn't serious. He wasn't serious either.
Sometimes, though, people write things in the spur of the moment that they don't mean, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you were doing here, correct?
Yes.
It wasn't a very professional thing to do, right?
No.
But you understand why people could look at this and find it offensive, right?
Yes.
And you ended up.
Yeah, but here's the difference, Mr. CNN attorney. None of that was public. That was in personal replies to a jackass. The difference is CNN's employees and reporters were planning to take Mr. Young and everything he said public, not the other way around.
Leading this exchange with Mr. Lerner, correct?
Yes.
Now, you can take that down, Mr. Mezza. Now, I understand that, I think I understand that, you tell me if I got it wrong, that you thought after the CNN publications that you felt the damage was almost immediate. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Isn't it true that so the CNN publications were November 11th, November 13th of 2021. Isn't it true that you waited until mid-March to send a letter to CNN asking for a retraction?
Yes,
Okay. So that was November to December, November to December, December to January, January to February, February to March. That's 4+ months, right?
yes,
And you had Katie Bo-Wills and Alex Marquardt's information, correct?
yes.
You could have reached out to them anytime between November 11th and middle of March when you did and said, hey, you got it wrong, correct this. But you didn't do that, did you?
I told them before they even went to air that they were wrong.
Yeah. But after it was published, you waited 4 months until the middle of March to say, hey, you got it wrong, right?
That's right. I was having a nervous breakdown. It lasted quite a while.
You started talking to lawyers in December, correct?
I did.
Right. And you waited until March, correct?
I did.
And isn't it true, Mr. Young, I think yesterday, Mr. Friedman showed those Jake Tapper teasers for you. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Where they talk about preying on Afghans. Do you recall that?
yes.
Okay, when was the first time you saw that teaser?
It was recently.
Right.
Yeah.
It was recently, right?
Yes,
Right. When you wrote that letter to CNN back in March of 2022, you didn't complain about the language about preying on Afghans, correct?
I don't remember exactly what was in the letter, but maybe.
You think maybe?
I don't know what was in the letter. I don't remember.
Sure. You just said that you hadn't seen those teasers until recently.
Yes.
So it would have been impossible for you to have written a letter back in March of 2022 complaining about the word preying, correct?
In reference to the teaser, yes, but I think even without the teaser, anyone watching that video clip sees that it's about people preying on Afghans.
Sir, I'm simply asking you, at the time you wrote that letter, you had never seen those teasers, correct?
That's correct.
Right. So you couldn't have complained about them because you didn't even know they existed, correct?
Yes,
All right. And when you filed your lawsuit in April of 2022, you also hadn't seen the teasers, correct?
correct.
So you couldn't have complained about them because you didn't know they existed, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Judge Young, may we approach for a minute?
Yeah, as Gwendolyn says, he didn't go beyond the statute of limitations. Exactly. He had years to file this. Years. I believe in Florida, for defamation, you need to file it within 2 years. And he just waited a few months. So, so that is a stupid argument. I think that is also an argument of law. And I'm not entirely sure why they didn't object to this, because the jury is not the interpreter of law. They are interpreters of facts. The judge is the interpreter of law. And now we have another sidebar. 2.5 days in. Sidebar counter 20! Oh, there's a lot of sidebars here. Skipping. Oh, it's a long one.
That's right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Young, I want to focus on your alleged economic damages, okay? So I'm trying to understand your argument about economic damages. So I think you testified yesterday, tell me if I got it wrong, that since the CNN broadcast, you've had no work. Is that right?
Correct.
And would it be your contention that since the CNN broadcast, no one will deal with you?
Yes,
Fair to say that your testimony is that you're a pariah,
yes,
and you allege that that's because of CNN?
yes.
And so just to make sure I understand it clearly, your assertion is that since the CNN publication on November 11th, no one will work with you.
That's correct.
Sir, is it true that in December of 2021, you signed a consulting agreement with a government contractor called Helios Global?
Yes,
And what I'd like to do, I'm handing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 589. Is there a message you show us?
It seems like most of the defense here is against the damages, not against the actual defamation. And with $1 billion defamation claim against you, yeah, that's a good focus. But if you can show that you didn't defame him with more than the garbage you put forward so far, this could go anyway. With the, well, in my opinion, because this is not beyond reasonable doubt. Remember that, folks. Mr. Zachary was not a public person, so it doesn't have this even at the heightened the level of evidence or whatever's. So this is, to my knowledge, it is more likely than not that they defamed him, which is the 50-50 plus a feather. And I do believe so far CNN is doing a poor job of that. So yeah, but that's the facts that they have to work with. So yeah, I would assume that damages, that's the thing they have to work with. And I do believe that $1 billion is a very, very high ask, because that insinuates that he would make or lost $1 billion, somewhere in the region of $250 million, and then with general damages 3 times that amount, with a combined $1 billion. So a $250 million. His highest taxable income year was, I believe, $550,000. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Do you want me to approach?
Thank you.
May we approach for you?
Your Honor, pending questions. I would like
Auto Doctor, how many years of lost income are they figuring for? Well, they are going for, he is completely banned, blacklisted from the area he worked in. Completely banned. Because his face is out there, his name is out there, and it's connected to human trafficking. So they are probably going for the rest of his life, or rest of his, as an adult, the projected number of years he was supposed to work within this field. That is what I assume. So that could be, I don't know, I believe Mr. Young is in his 40s, so say 20 years, another 20 years, plus emotional damage and other things, but 20 years, and if they count by that his highest taxable income, so that is 550 times 20, 10, is it? $10 million?
to ask them. I don't think there's a question that's pending. I don't think that there's a reason for an objection. I'll ask a question.
Talk with Omni exhibit.
It's for impeachment.
What do you mean for impeachment? There's nothing to impeach.
And they are doing that in front of the jury. I don't like that. But it's another sidebar. Sidebar counter 21. Oh, there's a lot of sidebars here. Skipping. Jesus Christ, that was a long one. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I apologize. It's a little early for an afternoon break, but there's a matter I need to talk with the attorneys a little bit more extensively than just doing it in sidebar. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break for the next 20 minutes. Obviously, y'all can go out the restroom if you need to use your phone or what have you. I just ask that you be back in the jury lounge room outside there to gather back up at 10 minutes to 2. So it's 20 minutes from now. All right. hopefully we can get this resolved before then. If we're still talking, it may take a little bit longer, but if you could be back there at 10 minutes to 2, we'll try to get you back in here. Go ahead and take your notepads, put them in the folders that are there, leave them on your chairs, and I'll read the instruction to you again. We're going to take a recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom, such as at recess.
Please say that they are doing
Remember the
this
basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or
I want to
coworkers,
know.
about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to
I want to know.
I guess to frame the issue that we have at the moment is we have a just discovered document that defense wants to use as an exhibit.
Oh, just discovered?
Which I would like to say would be the only time we've had this issue come up in this case, but unfortunately it's not been the case thus far. We had some accusations or aspersions made as to why it hadn't been produced during the course of discovery in the case. And we have objections being lodged by the plaintiff as to the use of this at the last minute. And I guess since the defense is offering it at this point in time, let me throw it to the plaintiff side of this as to the objection to use of this for substantive or impeachment or any other purpose in this trial.
Yeah, Your Honor, we've never seen this document before, as I explained to you. Helios Global came up in the middle of discovery, as I didn't think it did, but Mr. Axelrod was kind enough to correct me. There were questions about Helios Global and one of the signatories, well, it's unsigned by Helios, but the person who's supposed to sign it from Helios, Ian Conway, is listed on the document, was talked about at the deposition. CNN chose not to send a subpoena to Helios Global for any documents. They made that discovery decision in the midst of discovery in the case. We did not have this document or would have been produced. And that does not mean Mr. Young violated his discovery obligations. If he signed this and returned it to Helios and did not keep a copy of it, this was in December of 2021, he was not in his care, custody, and control to produce it. So again, I've never seen it, so I haven't talked to him about it or what it is and why it exists. But the defense chose not, like I said, chose not to pursue it. And now they found out about it yesterday. Instead of doing what we did when we found out about newly discovered evidence, which was bringing it to your attention and asking about it and providing it to us as notice, they used it as a surprise document. They tried to forge a dramatic effect, which is wholly improper because we're not supposed to have trial by ambush in this state. And had this been properly, had I received this document, Judge, I'll tell you what I would have done. I would have handed it over to the other side. I probably would have went to you about it and then tried to figure out how I could do it. And I've demonstrated that I've done that time and time again. This is wholly inappropriate, and CNN should not be permitted to use this document. They should have provided it to us first, given us an opportunity to look at it, address it, talk to you about it. And the idea that they could never produce it to us, not give it to us, but hold it back and then try to use it as an impeachment exhibit when, by the way, it's not even proper impeachment because he answered the question yes. So there's no impeachment to be made. It's inappropriate. It's trial by ambush. It's being done inappropriately because they're desperate for something out of this case. And Your Honor, I just ask that you not let them use this document.
Your Honor, let's.
I've said to you all a number of times, let's not personal attacks or insults or laugh during other individuals' arguments in the case. So, Mr. Axelrod, go ahead.
Your Honor, this is a completely different situation. The plaintiff's entire case, sitting right there, is that after the CNN publications, he couldn't get any work. If you look at his complaint, Second Amendment complaint, paragraph 103, no one in Young's community will touch him. The CNN has turned him into an international pariah. Mr. Young knew when he filed this lawsuit that he had entered into a new consulting agreement with a government contractor 1 month after CNN's publication. This entire lawsuit was a fraud on this court. It was a fraud on CNN. This man knew it. I don't know what they know. But when this came up in discovery, CNN's counsel asked Mr. Young about the Helios connection, and he completely lied in his deposition. Over and over again, he made up some incredible ruse that Helios just had his security clearance because it was a company that held security clearances. It makes no sense. He knew at that time that he had a consulting agreement with Helios Global, and he didn't disclose it. It was not right lie. This document should have been produced. I can go through the discovery requests that were sent that called for the production of this document. You can see that it's a DocuSign. You can see that it has his signature. You can see that it has his address.
That may all be true. But you found out yesterday, and you didn't provide it to court or opposing counsel. You used it as a surprise. And you can't use it for impeachment because in this, when you directly asked him, he said yes.
Same address for emails for their bank account. I have no doubt that there are other emails that he has or has destroyed. Mr. Young perpetrated a fraud on this court by lying in a lawsuit where he claimed his reputation in his business was destroyed by CNN when he knew fundamentally that was a false allegation. And the idea for Mr. Friedman that it's somehow CNN's fault, that they didn't get a document that this is from December, and the record has already established that in December he was meeting with lawyers. If he had a duty to provide, I'm sorry I'm getting upset, but in this case, Mr. Friedman's been talking to the press for years about what a terrible company CNN is. And I'm sorry I'm exercised by it. But the fact is, this lawsuit was a fraud from day one. Mr. Young should have provided this back in 2022. He didn't, and he's let this go on for years of money that's been incurred defending this lawsuit when there was a fundamental problem with it from the beginning, and they hid it. I won't say, hey, I don't know what he knows, but he certainly knew about it. And it was his obligation to keep this, it was his obligation to produce it, and if it had been produced to CNN in 2022, I don't know if we'd be here right now. Things would certainly look different. And the only reason we got this is we happened to get it from Helios yesterday. It should have been produced over 2 years ago. And so the idea that, hey, first of all, we should have showed it to Mr. Friedman first, so his client could have come up with some other story about why it wasn't produced is ridiculous. And now he's benefiting from this, so I'm sure that there's some ruse that he's going to come up with next. The idea that we can't use this now because they failed their basic obligation as a litigant in a civil lawsuit. But somehow now we should be prevented from using the single most important document in this case. And I know that that's been thrown around by opposing counsel.
Again, well, maybe he should, maybe he shouldn't, but you didn't go down that avenue. Then when you found out yesterday, you didn't provide it to the court. You didn't provide it. Hey, we found this. And so tell the judge, we have a motion of dismiss here because we recently found out that the basis of this lawsuit is that is the correct way. Should have been the moment you got this document, you should have filed a notice with the court. Judge, we need to check something out here. We need to file a motion to dismiss because of something we believe the defense didn't produce. That is the correct way of doing it. And you didn't.
In this instance, it's true, because it decimates Mr. Young's claims. We heard him stand on the stand and testify. I got no work. Emotionally, I'm crippled because of what this has done to me. I don't know what the future holds because I have no work. But he knew it was all a lie. So I'll calm down for a second, and I'll say, Your Honor, that later on today, after I confer with counsel, we will be filing a motion about fraud on the court and gross discovery allegation abuses. But for now, the idea that I can't use this to impeach the fundamental concept of their case, which is that.
Well, now is a bit too late, in my opinion. Now is a bit too late. You should have done that before mentioning it in trial, as a surprise to the judge and the defense.
Mr. Young's a livelihood was destroyed by CNN. With the single most crucial document in this case, it would be a travesty of justice because they didn't produce it.
Let me get back to it. You asked him a question about Helios. And I think you asked him a question, did he sign a consulting agreement with them before you approached to say, let me hand you a copy of this? What was his answer to that question?
He said yes.
Okay.
The question was, I said, your assertion since the publications on November 11th is that no one will work with you. That's correct. Sir, isn't it true that in December of 2021, you signed a consulting agreement with a government contractor called Helios Global? Yes.
I like how this judge takes his time and thinks about his answers.
And I guess, Mr. Axelrod, to the extent that he answered your question, yes. How does the document impeach him?
The document does not impeach that specific question. You are correct, Your Honor. The document impeaches the entire theory of which Mr. Young has been promoting since April of 2022.
Yeah, but you still didn't tell the court.
You don't want to use it for impeachment. You want to use it substantively.
I do want to use it substantively. That is correct.
All right. Mr. Freeman.
Yeah, Your Honor, I mean, Mr. Axelrod made a lot of very heated accusations, none of which seem to hold water.
Everybody's made a lot of heated accusations during the course of this case. So
That's true, Judge.
But anyway, on this latest example, the ones that you want to respond to, go ahead.
That's right. The question I'm looking at in the deposition from Mr. Young is, have you done work for Helium Global? Answer, no, I hadn't. I never done any work for them per se, meaning I've never been paid by them. Ian is the owner of the company, Ian Conley. He's on an email and copy. And a mutual friend of mine from a long time ago introduced Ian to me. I've never met him in person. We've had several discussions years ago about projects that he was involved in that he would like to be on to leverage my specific expertise to consult on. That's how this started. So Mr. Young never said he did not sign an agreement with Helios Global. In fact, I think in another place in his deposition, he says that he has a security clearance through them. For all I know, this document is what's necessary to maintain a security clearance, and Mr. Young's testimony will be that he did no work and was paid no work by Helium Global. I don't know, Judge, because I didn't have it. And Mr. Axelrod chose to try to use it by ambush instead of following the rules of discovery established to ensure due process. And what he's done is taken a document, he's hid it from me, he's created an entire cross-examination. He's got a folder ready to go on how to try to blow up Mr. Young on the stand by ambush, which is completely contrary to due process. Mr. Young has a right to counsel. He has a right to confer with his counsel about documents that are produced in the case, and allowing CNN to use this document now that they chose to hide from us after they got it yesterday. They could have produced it to us and filed this motion for fraud on the court, which I don't even understand how it's fraud on the court, Judge, because I don't know what the rest of Mr. Young's testimony is going to be. But, they could have filed that motion. They could have produced this document and filed that motion. They chose not to do that. It's obvious in order to try to create a trial by ambush. And it violates Mr. Young's due process rights to be put on the stand and be questioned about a document that was never turned over to his lawyers. That's my argument, Judge. CNN should not be permitted to use it.
I agree with the plaintiff.
I ask one other question, Mr. Axelrod. I mean, obviously, decisions to do discovery, not to do discovery, how you do discovery, I mean, those are obviously within the ambit of an attorney's mental impressions, work product, decision-making, or what have you. Without getting into the context of that, and I'm certainly not asking you or on behalf of your team to disclose any of those mental impressions.
This is an
Why
absolute
wasn't
crap
this
show.
document or obtaining things from Helios, because it did come up during the course of his October 2023 deposition. So I mean, a year and 3 months ago. Why was this, what'd you say, last night?
About 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Yesterday afternoon. Why didn't this get obtained until 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon on the third day of trial?
Yeah, you got the document. While in court, somebody on the defense got a hold of this document, which means that for a full 24 hours, they had this document and they chose to not disclose it to the court. Yeah. This is bad for the defense.
I'll give you 2 reasons. The first is,
And I know you're going to say because they didn't produce it.
that's the first one.
Separate apart from that, because the thing is, if something comes up in a deposition, obviously you have the right to test those things. We can do various and sundry investigative means to do it. But, we had disclosure requirements. A deposition's October of 2023. This case wasn't set for trial until several months later. What we knew, trial was this day, discovery cutoff was this day, exhibit list disclosure was this day. Why wasn't this obtained until 2 o'clock on the third day of trial?
Because Mr. Young lied in his deposition. And I'll show you exactly where. I'm on page 495, and counsel asked, I'm still struggling to understand. Maybe it's just because I'm a layperson. Why, if you want to know the current status of your security clearance, would you reach out to these people rather than the Department of Defense? Mr. Young says, this is just industry norm. By this point, Your Honor, Mr. Young had renewed his security clearance with Helios both in November of 2021 and October of 2022. I also have those security clearances now. The process that Mr. Young went through, they were also not produced in this case. So he lied there, and he said, and then he says a number to call, you had pre-existing knowledge that if you wanted to know your security clearance, you should reach out to Helios Global, and he says, common knowledge. It was a flat-out lie. The reason why Mr. Young, shaking his head here after he's lied to this jury for the last 4 hours, is saying this, is because he had a consulting agreement with Helios Global, and he'd gone through the security clearance process twice with them already. If he had given a truthful answer to that, you better dang believe that CNN...
Still missing the mark here, Mr. Defense Attorney. Still missing the mark. You have had that document for a full 24 hours and chose to not disclose it to the court or the defense or the plaintiff's attorneys. That is the big mark here. Because if you had disclosed it, then you would have made the motion. Then they would have paused today to have a hearing about it. But you didn't. You chose to do it in cross-examination. That is, no matter how you believe Mr. Young lied or didn't lie, there still have to be due process rules. If you get knowledge, even during trial, Your Honor, we just got a hold of this document that, according to us, is telling us that Mr. Young is lying. And so, yeah, this is, in my opinion, part the defense didn't ask the right questions. Part is they didn't ask the correct questions, which allowed Mr. Young to avoid answering in full context. Then they waited for a full year, up until yesterday, when all of a sudden this document was produced to them through a subpoena. They chose to withhold it for a full 24 hours instead of immediately. If they had it 2 p.m. the day before, then the judge clearly asked at the end of court yesterday, is there anything else? And the defense said no. So if the plaintiffs, now I'm a day behind here, if the plaintiffs, they can actually use that against the defense. Judge, you asked them yesterday at the end of court, is there anything else? Is there something you want to talk about? They said no. And I don't know, this is as fresh to me as it is to you guys.
And what is subpoenaed Helios Global? Common knowledge. A random company had a security clearance? Give me a break.
Anything else, Mr. Axelrod?
Not at this point, Your Honor, but there will be more.
All right, anything else, Mr. Freeman?
Your Honor, just I haven't had a chance to look at the deposition. I don't see the lies that Mr. Axelrod's talking about, but I guess part of his argument just reinforces the point the court made earlier. If the answer was so absurd that it made no sense whatsoever, why didn't they pursue it then? It wasn't absurd then. It may not be absurd now. I don't know, Judge, because I've been instructed not to talk to him about it. But they clearly were on notice that Helios Global existed. They clearly were on notice for Mr. Axelrod that this made no sense. They chose not to pursue it. Your Honor, many times in this litigation, I've been held to my strategic choices, despite the fact that, for example, I didn't know certain teaser videos existed with Jay Tapper. Had I known those teasers exist, I may have made different discovery decisions. This is the classic goose gander argument, Your Honor, but I'll stop.
The false equivalency between a teaser and this document.
We're not going to throw my back and forth again and again and again over the same stuff that's been going on. Y'all both are guilty of it. I'm not going to rule one way or the other just based on who can make each other out to be the worst person in this case. I mean, we got teasers that are showing up last week. We got taking pictures of dictionaries and trying to claw back exhibits you put into evidence after you don't like something else because you didn't look at the rest of it because you didn't give it to each other 45 days ago. We got lots of problems going on here. We're going to take a break. I'll be back with you.
Yeah, this is really,
yeah, just for the record, do not talk to Mr. Young about Helios, about this document, about anything to do with this whatsoever. And again, I think the document was sitting in front of Mr. Young, but you're not having any communications about that until I get back. All right?
Thank you.
Yeah, this is really, really, really interesting. This is really, really, really interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure how the judge will respond to this. But yeah, for me, the CNN is regardless on how we believe Mr. Young answered correctly or incorrectly, that they had it for a full 24 hours. And they chose to use it as a surprise evidence instead of bringing it to the court's attention and handing it over to the defense. And as Jean Lee says here, that doesn't really change what the CNN done to him. It might lessen the blow of the cost for CNN. But yeah. So let's skip ahead to he comes back and listen to what he has to say.
All right. You ready? All right, we'll go back on the record. I guess the first good announcement is we only have about another week and a day to do discovery in this case. So after, I guess, 8 days from now, nobody else will be springing up new documents for purposes of trial. We talked about this the other day in the context of late disclosed exhibits. And I pointed to the Supreme Court case of Binger versus King Pest Control at 401 Southern 2nd, 1310, which dealt with late disclosed witnesses being added. And I guess the initial argument being made by CNN in this case as to defendant's exhibit 589 had to do with it being an impeachment document, but obviously it's not just for impeachment purposes. But the issue in Binger had to do with some generic labeling of impeachment witnesses. And it dealt with the exclusion of a late disclosed or non-specifically disclosed witness in that case. And as I read the other day, the court said that as it related to a witness, but I'm treating it the same for purposes of a non-disclosed or a late impeachment / substantive exhibit in this case. But the court said in Binger, the discretion to either exclude or not exclude must not be exercised blindly, however, and should be guided largely by determination as to whether use of the undisclosed, in that case witness, will prejudice the objecting party, which in this case is the plaintiff. Prejudice in this sense refers to the surprise in fact of the objecting party and is not dependent on the adverse nature of the testimony. And it talks about other factors that can enter into the court's exercise of discretion, include the objecting party's ability to cure the prejudice or similarly his independent knowledge of the existence of the witness in that case, the calling party's possible intentional or bad faith noncompliance with the pretrial order, and the possible disruption of the orderly and efficient trial of the case. If after considering these factors and any others that are relevant, the trial court concludes that use of the undisclosed witness will not substantially endanger the fairness of the proceedings, the pretrial order mandating disclosure should be modified and the witness should be allowed to testify. All right. I think before we took that break, I had raised some issues as to, why during the course of discovery, Helios had come up and why this wasn't obtained prior to 2 o'clock on the afternoon of the third day of trial. That's, I guess, to some extent, a tactical decision or what have you that was made, which obviously the tactical decision to wait and not send out a subpoena to Helios could backfire and blow up in the defendant's face by me saying you can't use this exhibit because you didn't find it in a timely manner during the timely part of discovery in this case. The other aspect of it is there were some questions that came up in the deposition, and I don't know, looking through, and I looked before and after the pages that we all talked about at sidebar and that you pointed out, Mr. Axelrod. I don't know that there were specific questions that necessarily pointed to something in terms of Mr. Young's discussion of Helios or the questions that were posed to him. The biggest aspect of this, though, and you know, you make aspersions that Mr. Young didn't produce this during the course of discovery, despite you making pointed discovery requests. And obviously, he needs to produce whatever in his possession, custody, or control. I don't know how many times I said that during the course of this case on all the discovery motions that we had in this case. And he may or may not have had access to it. You know, obviously, we dealt with a bunch of other issues that he didn't have access to. You know, it looks like here his signature is on here, December 8th, 2021. You know, if we got into the questioning, we may find out it's just something he went on and DocuSigned online or what have you. But anyway, I'm not here at this point in time in a position to make a call as to whether I believe sanctions are warranted or whether Mr. Young had this within his possession, custody, or control at the time of the discovery requests that were pertinent and made in this case that would have covered this. But the biggest aspect of this, in my opinion, in looking at it is whether the document was within Mr. Young's possession, custody, or control at the time of a discovery request that was served upon him in this case. The fact that he sat there on December 8th, 2021 and signed the document, the knowledge of that clearly was within the possession, custody, or control of his brain. So the fact that he may have signed something with Helios Global on December 8th, 2021, he knew about it. It's not a surprise to him that the document that whether he signed it in person, whether he signed it electronically or otherwise, whether he kept a copy of it or not, is kind of irrelevant. So the document and the knowledge of the document, the fact that he signed it, he would have known about 3+ years ago at this point in time. So other than the fact that the document wasn't timely disclosed and defense or plaintiff's counsel may not have been aware of the document or seen the document before today, it's not necessarily prejudice to counsel. It's prejudice to the party. And the fact that he signed it and would know that he signed this thing 3+ years ago, there's no prejudice to sticking it in front of him for purposes of this trial. So I'll allow the use of the document. Again, you only have 8 more days, guys, to do discovery so that we have a whole bunch of other documents show up. I mean, we're on defense 589. I don't know what the highest number of the plaintiffs are, but why not get a few more? See what else y'all can uncover and find out about next week, and we can keep having this argument. I say that sarcastically, and I know the record in this case doesn't show my sarcasm. But I'm going to be pissed off if we continue to do this on a daily basis, because it seems like in 4 days of trial, maybe it didn't happen during jury selection, but otherwise, we haven't got through one witness and cross-examination of that witness, and I don't know how many documents here y'all haven't come up with and produced and exchanged with each other at this point in time. I don't expect this to happen again. I think I said that the last time. If there's other things that y'all have that you haven't put on an exhibit list, I don't want to see this showing up in the first time in my courtroom. Y'all need to resolve that issue. Otherwise, we're going to have some problems.
Okay. I see how the judge came to this conclusion is that this was a signed document that was signed by Mr. Young. But I'm not so sure he answered the questions falsely in the deposition. The main thing here for me is not whether or not he knew about this particular document. It is the intention from the defense to do it as a surprise for the entire party. Now he does. The judge says it shouldn't be a surprise for Mr. Young on the stand. It's the context of it and the fact that they hid it from the court. But apparently they have an extended discovery from this judge. Yeah, if it was me, no. But according to this judge, it seems like it's coming in.
All right.
Yes, I have one follow-up question. Not an argument, a question.
I'll judge whether it's an argument or a question.
My question is, had it been produced, we would have had an opportunity to confer with our client. As I said before, I think he may not be prejudicial to him of his existence, but his inability to be able to confer to his lawyers is prejudicial. He has a right to do that. So my question is, may we take 5 minutes to speak with our client about this surprise document? I will represent to you, Judge, as an officer of the court. I have never seen this document before.
Mr. Oxrod, you stood like you wanted to say something.
I'm an easy tell. I think it's inappropriate. There's questions pending. Your Honor has now gone through the analysis and has decided that we can question him about the document. Mr. Young should not benefit from the opportunity to come up with a story now to justify why. Okay.
Whoever makes a personal insult to the other side is going to start paying a $100 fine each time it happens. That's going to go to legal services here. You can make an argument without casting aspersions on the other side. All right, I'm making that rule now. If I find a personal insult to the other side, it's $100. It's going to North Florida Legal Services. All right. Make the rest of your comment without insulting or trying to insult opposing counsel.
I will make a voluntary donation.
I'm not ordering you to do it this time. I'm saying on a go-forward basis.
I'm going to make a good faith voluntary donation. I'll just say, I think there's a question pending, so I would like to just move forward with my question.
Yeah, Judge is getting
Friedman,
pissed.
prior to redirect, I will allow you to talk to your client. In terms of now, we're not going to take a break and have a consultation regarding this document. All right. We wouldn't normally take a break during cross-examination, so I'm not doing it. All right.
I understand your ruling, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else? If you're filing any other motions, raise the number of other issues you want to raise, file a motion, or deal with it later on. But in terms, the only thing I need to deal with right now is this document. That's what I'm doing.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Young, come back up to the witness stand. Anything else before we get to jurors?
No, thank you.
No, you're right.
I need to get a cash register sound machine up here. If I think to do something, you're just going to hear it ching.
What you actually need is a Venmo, given that nobody carries cash.
Yeah, I'm going to search for an app while I'm sitting up here with a noise thing where I can just hit the button. I don't know, remember that Bazoola thing from the World Cup years ago? And everybody had that where you could shake your phone? Yeah. God, it's an annoying sound. Was it called Bazoola? Something like that.
Google is able.
Yeah. See, I'm trying to block it out. All right, y'all fan. All right, y'all can be seated when you get back to your chairs.
Yeah, I like this judge. I like him a lot. I'm not agreeing with him on this decision, but I
I
like him a
apologize.
lot.
I definitely underestimated when I said 20 minutes. I'll let you get settled in and get your notepads back out. Y'all ready? Okay. All right, Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Chair, I think the last question I asked you was, sir, isn't it true that in December of 2021, you signed a consulting agreement with a government contractor called Helios Global? Your answer was yes, correct?
Yes,
Do you have Defense Exhibit 589 in front of you?
I do.
And that is your signed consulting agreement with Helios Global, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of DX 589.
Your Honor, based on our discussions earlier, you know my position on this, we object, but
All right.
I understand the court's order.
Over your objection, I'll admit Defense 589.
Okay, Mr. Defense, can you publish? So, first of all, let's go down to the keyboard at the bottom. So, Mr. Young, on the right, that's Helios Global, Ian Conway, correct?
Correct.
And Helios Global is a government contractor?
They are.
On the right, on the left, consultant signature, that's your signature, correct?
Yes, it is.
And that's the address, Nemix's address. I think that was your mother's
My mom's home address.
home address. And you signed this electronically on 8th of December, 2021, correct?
No, I think this was printed and signed. I mean, it's my wet signature.
Okay. The date of this contract is December 8th of 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree that December 8th of 2021 is about a month after the CNN publications, correct?
Yes.
So if you look at the top, if you can go back to the top. This says consultant security agreement. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In accordance with paragraph 2-212 of the National Industrial Security Program Operating Manual, DoD 5220.2-M, we certify that Helios Global Inc. has entered into an agreement whereby Zachary Young will provide security services requiring access to information classified up to the top secret level. Do you see that?
I do.
And then the following guidelines apply, and list those guidelines, correct?
Yes.
So just to go back to my first question, isn't it true that in December of 2021, you signed a consulting agreement with this government contractor, Helios Global?
Yes.
And this was 1 month after the CNN publications?
Yes.
And after this, so this was, is it true, Mr. Young, that on November 13th of 2021, you renewed your security clearance through Helios Global?
No, that's not true.
That's not true?
It's not how it works.
Okay. It's not true that Helios Global had you sign or had you go through a company security briefing, and then you executed an agreement. I, Zachary Young, have read the PowerPoint presentation furnished to me by the FSO. I understand my responsibilities in safeguarding, destroying, and transmitting national security information. And you signed that on 13th of November 2021. That's not true?
I signed that, but that's not renewing your clearance.
May we approach for 1 minute? We don't have copies of everything that we've discussed. We only have a single page.
Oh, so the defense again had more documents than this one. Oh, Jesus Christ. The judge just told you if you have anything, hand it over, and you didn't. And with this, sidebar counter 22. This is after lunch, day 3, 22 sidebars. Welcome to defamation trials. All right, let's skip ahead. And now they handed it over.
Young, yeah, so on November 13th of 2021, which would be right after the CNN publication, you went through this. You went through a Helios security briefing and executed that agreement, correct?
That's correct.
And then a year later, in 2022, you went through another Helios security briefing and executed that agreement, correct?
I think so. I don't remember. They should do it every year.
You should do that every year. And you did it with Helios in 21 and 22, correct?
I don't recall 2022, but I see what you have for 2021 there.
Okay. You would agree that this all happened after the CNN publications, correct?
Yes.
All right, you can take that now. Mr. Nez, if you could put up DX92 just for Mr. Young. And Mr. Young, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 92. Do you recognize it as another one of your LinkedIn posts?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit DX92.
Any objection?
Sorry, Honor, I'm just trying to look. Is this the only page?
How many pages is this? One page.
I think this is our, but no objection.
All right, defense number 92 submitted.
I may publish.
You may.
And if you could blow up that post for Mr. Young. And here in this post, you say still conducting emergency evac flights from Afghanistan, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you had never conducted any emergency evac flights from Afghanistan, correct?
Correct.
As you take that down, as you were watching the situation unfold in Afghanistan, in August of 2021, you knew it was a pretty horrible situation for the people who lived there, correct?
Yes,
People were desperate to get out, correct?
definitely.
Oh, we're
Fair to
going
say
through that again.
In August, September, and then the very beginning of October, you made about $300,000 doing evacuations, correct?
Yes,
And you made that money evacuating people from that desperate situation, correct?
I made that money evacuating people for corporations, yes.
Right. You made that money from corporations evacuating people from that desperate situation, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, he answered, but I just asked the answer of it. It was just, how many times the same question?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, how many times?
If it's asked and answered, I'll sustain.
Thank you, Judge.
Now, we've seen a good number of posts on LinkedIn from you advertising your services, correct?
Yes,
And where you talk about your proficiency of evacuating people, correct?
correct.
And some of those posts mention sponsors, correct?
Yes.
Some of those posts didn't mention sponsors, did they?
No, they didn't.
And two U.S. corporations reached out to you, correct?
Say again, sorry.
Two U.S. corporations reached out and hired you, correct?
Correct.
One U.S. nonprofit reached out to you, correct?
Correct.
And then the German company Civil Fleet, the German company Civil, I guess NGO Civil Fleet, correct?
Correct.
And then a lot of Afghans reached out to you, correct?
Yes, Afghans reached out as well.
And you advertised to those Afghans, didn't you?
I did, in the sense that my advertisements reached Afghans.
And you never helped any of those Afghans who reached out to you evacuate from Afghanistan, did you?
I never conducted any evacuations for them, but I helped.
My question is, you never helped evacuate any of those Afghans who reached out to you on LinkedIn, did you?
Correct.
1 second,
Yeah, because they didn't have sponsor. That's the whole deal here.
Your Honor, I'm done this one. The tender witness.
Hey, now redirect.
Take 5.
I think that would make sense, Your Honor. I can get questions in order and try to use our time more efficiently.
Yeah, I'll do this.
Yeah, Fondien.
All right, what we're gonna do, we just took,
Yeah, Fondien, is it just me, or are this your lawyer just asking the same thing multiple ways? Seems like he's running in circles. I completely agree. I mean, this cross-examination, which more or less took a combined full day, was more or less repeating the same questions at least 3/4 of the time, which is stupid.
taking a longer break, and obviously I don't want to take another break. So I'll have you go back to the jury deliberation room and just hang out there we'll take 5 minutes real quick before we flip back to Mr. Friedman doing redirect questioning of his client.
And we're back.
All right. On the record, anything we need to do before we bring it back?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Jurors entering.
Y'all have a seat. All right, y'all ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Friedman.
Good afternoon, Zach.
Good afternoon.
Do you recall yesterday, Mr. Axelrod asked you a bunch of questions about your tax returns?
Yes.
Do you prepare your own tax returns?
No,
You have a professional help you with them?
I do. I have a CPA.
Okay, I want to take a quick look at what Mr. Axelrod showed you. Corey, can we put up PX21?
This will be interesting. I love a good
And it's an evidence.
redirect.
So can we, there we go. Okay. This is one of your tax returns, right, Zach?
It is.
When Mr. Axelrod put this up, did he show the front page?
No, it didn't.
Okay, what is that front page? Corey, can you bring it up for us?
Oh,
Who is this, David Rubel?
He's a CPA in Miami, Florida, who I've been with for many years.
Okay, and he says, "Dear Zach, we have prepared your 2017 federal tax returns."
That's right.
I don't want to go through all of them, but Corey, can we put that one down? Let's just bring up two others, PX27 and PX52. Let's put them side by side. Did Mr. Oxrod show the jury that your CPA prepared your tax returns when he showed them to him?
No, he didn't.
And do all of your tax returns have this CPA letter attaching to it?
They do.
And do you sit down with your CPA to review your returns before they were filed?
Yes, I review them.
And does your accountant actually file your returns for you?
Yes, he does.
Can you bring us to PX52, page 4, please, Corey? And can you bring up the signature line over there? See where it says preparer's name, David Rubel, CPA, preparer's signature, David Rubel, CPA?
I see that.
Has Mr. Rubel ever hesitated signing one of your tax returns?
No, he hasn't.
Is he still a licensed CPA?
He is.
Has you ever been audited by the IRS?
No.
Zach, your tax?
Foundation.
Let me, I think I just, my question,
Ask the question to acknowledge.
to your knowledge, have you ever been audited by the IRS?
No, not to my knowledge.
And Zach, your tax returns have now been aired very publicly in this very public lawsuit.
They've been live streamed all over or whoever's watching.
Objection.
What's
Relevance prejudice? You're out catching a sidebar?
He's correct. We all saw it. Hello, Mr. Young. So far, I'm on your side. And another sidebar. Sidebar counter 23. Yeah, if this goes on in this trial, I don't think we will reach the 350 something in the YSL trial, but average today, oh, we are way ahead. Oh, wow. All right. Skip.
Sustain the. You're right. All right. I'm sustaining the objection to the last question. The jury's to disregard the last question. Obviously, it's not the question's not evidence in the case or testimony in the case, so there's nothing to consider. But the fact the question was asked, you're asked to disregard. All right, Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Young, do you understand that as part of this lawsuit, your tax returns will be publicly filed?
Yes, of course.
And does that cause you any concern?
Not at all. They're completely normal.
Do you remember when Mr. Oxrod took a long time yesterday going through a bunch of NEMEX returns that showed various amounts of income?
Yes, I do.
Who owns NEMEX?
I do.
Anyone else?
No.
To whom does all of NEMEX's income flow?
Me.
Did you produce your personal tax returns in this case?
I think I did
So
years back.
So at the end of the day, did we really need to look at NEMEX's tax returns to understand your income over the past several years?
Objection.
What's the objection in a couple words?
Unix was a party to this case, sir.
Your Honor.
No, I asked for the basis of the objection.
I'm sorry, I thought you said in a couple words.
Yeah, I said a basis in a couple words. That'd be foundation, hearsay, speculation, whatever.
Yeah, so what's the objection? Defense.
I don't think there was, I'll overrule the objection as to the question as asked and as phrased.
Thank you. Can you repeat it for me?
Yeah, the question was, at the end of the day, did we need to look at NEMEX's tax returns to understand your income over the past several years?
No.
And now that Mr. Oxrod has raised it, a while ago, your company NEMEX was a party to this case, right?
Correct.
And so do you understand why Mr. Oxrod has NEMEX's tax returns, right?
Because NEMEX was a party to the case.
But is it a party today?
No, it's not.
So did we need to go through those returns?
No,
Okay. And we talked about an operating loss carryover. Do you remember that?
we did.
And can we, do you remember when Mr. Oxrod showed you your tax returns from 2018?
I do.
And do you recall testifying at deposition that you couldn't be sure when the loss came from, but at trial you testified that it was a classified business activity?
That's right.
And how long ago was your deposition?
A year? A while.
Represent to us 15 months.
I'll accept your representation.
Is there a reason why your testimony, you became sure between your deposition 15 months ago and today in trial?
Yeah, I wasn't really sure. You know, I wanted to go and make sure, so I had reviewed since the deposition.
And you did what? Did you review it?
I did.
And is that why you were sure?
Yes.
Zach, do you recall that we talked about your losses that we were carrying forward for many years?
Yes.
And when did you incur that loss?
Many years ago, many years ago. And I think I'm not an accountant. I'm not a CPA. That's why I have one do my taxes. But I think you have 20 years to carry your losses forward.
So when your tax return shows a zero income from a tax perspective, to you, does that mean that you didn't make any money that year?
No, it doesn't mean that.
So when Mr. Axelrod asked you about these losses, you told him it was classified. You remember that?
That's right.
And was the source of your income classified or the source of the operating loss classified?
The source of the income was classified and the details of the operating loss, but the operating loss itself was not classified, which is why you see it on my unclassified tax returns.
And is it true you told CNN's lawyers in deposition that the loss is related to income from a class?
Objection, improper. So you're saying.
Okay. The loss is related to income from a classified project?
Yes,
Objection, you're saying.
How's that?
I overrule that.
And has you told anyone that before?
I think I brought it up.
Sustain the objection to that.
Thank you.
All right. Were you deposed in this case?
Yes,
And were you asked questions about this classified loss?
yes, it was.
Did you answer those questions honestly and truthfully?
I did.
And completely?
I did.
Was CNN the people that deposed you in that case?
They were
That classified project, how many years ago? Can you give us a ballpark?
more than 10.
So I think you testified that you stopped working for the government. Like, when was it?
I didn't say.
Okay, so but by 2014 you're out of the government, right?
Correct.
So 20 years. Can you do the math for me? I became a lawyer because I don't do math.
I'm not tracking.
How long would you have if 20 years from about 2014? How long would you have to take that operating loss into the IRS guidelines?
Like in the 90s, late 90s.
Okay. Do you recall on cross-examination that you were asked about deleting your call logs?
I do.
And Mr. Axelrod asked, well, you know what? Let me back up a second. Do you recall today Mr. Axelrod made a big deal out of the time to go to bed?
Yes,
And you know, cross-examinations are tough, right?
they are.
And you actually agreed with him about the time that it was 7:42 instead of 8:42. Do you remember that?
Yep.
But you were actually right originally, right?
I was right the first time, yeah.
And, you know, so I want to make sure you didn't make any other mistakes, okay? Because Mr. Axelrod in cross, he asked you a bit of a compound question. He said, isn't it true that you deleted these signal messages so that this jury cannot determine if you made those calls? Do you remember that question?
Yes, I do.
I want to make sure the record is clear down, so I'm going to break that question down, okay? Did you delete signal records?
Yes,
And is it true that the jury can therefore no longer review those records to determine if you made those calls?
yes.
But so there's no ambiguity. Why did you delete the call logs?
That happens automatically if I delete a contact on Signal, the history with that contact, it's the calls, the call logs, messages.
And did you delete those messages for the purpose of depriving it from the jury's review?
Of course not.
Okay. Corey, can you put up DX8 for me? Yes, Your Honor. It was been admitted to evidence. Okay. Do you recall looking at this document yesterday?
Yes.
And would you consider this document your resume?
No, I wouldn't,
Why not?
because people like me can't put accurate details about their background on a resume.
So why does this document exist?
I made this for the purpose of the Saudi program because I still had to go through their onboarding process with an HR department. And like everyone else on the team, had to have something to give them to check the box that there was a resume. They reviewed it. I met all the qualifications, but that was it. It wasn't a real resume.
Did you sit for a deposition 15 months ago?
Yes,
Were you asked questions about this resume?
I was.
Did you answer them truthfully,
I did.
consistently with today?
Yes.
Do you remember Ms. Axelrod asked you questions about a statement that you made to Amentum folks about, you know what, actually, this might be easier. Can we just pull up PX55? And can we scroll down a little bit?
Bridget says, the deletions are suspicious. Why delete it if you have nothing to hide? I agree here that the deletions are a big problem for Mr. Young. Now, he explains it with a nervous breakdown. He just wanted to go away, hide away, and everything. And he chose to do it by deleting a lot of stuff. That now comes back to bite him. I don't know how the jury will do it, or how they will interpret it. But yes, it is a huge problem for Mr. Young's civil case that he actively deleted this much information.
little bit more. Okay. And then here, you've got, I understand neither is of interest to Amenta at this time, right here.
Yes,
And he also asked you about a statement you made about work drying up. Do you remember?
I do.
And then you offered to explain.
I did.
Did Mr. Oxrod let you explain?
He didn't.
Okay. Why did you say I understand neither is of interest to Amentum at this time?
It was a negotiating tactic, and it worked. Actually, I was trying to send the message, hey, I'm going to go away. I can go somewhere else. Let's get this moving forward.
Thank you, Court. You can take it down. Do you remember a line of questioning from Mr. Oxrod about whether your contacts, Matt Gunning and others, are still at Amentum?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And he asked you, could you get hired by Amentum now that your colleagues are no longer there?
No, I couldn't.
And where are many of those people today?
They started a company called Five Eyes.
Are you working for Five Eyes?
No, I'm not.
Why not?
Objection.
What's basically the objection?
Foundation. Thank you.
I'll overrule it to the extent if he's got knowledge, but he can't comment on what other people's impressions are. So
Let me ask.
he can answer it. Sorry.
I'll ask it a slightly.
All right, rephrase it.
Let me rephrase that. So, do you recall Mr. Axelrod a few months ago was asking you questions about had you spoke to Matt Gunning before your deposition 15 months ago?
Yes, I do.
He was very careful to limit it to the deposition.
He was.
Have you spoken to Matt Gunning since?
I have.
And don't tell me what Matt Gunning said, but did you leave that with an impression?
Yes, I did.
And what was your impression?
My impression was my assumptions about why I'd been exiled were absolutely correct. And my impression was that what I had built, my material, my program, moved on without me through Five Eyes and is being used without me. This is my impression.
Corey, can we put up DX 86, last page only?
Last page.
Yeah, sorry.
Last page in.
I believe, let's just make a limited production so that I think you, yeah. Yeah, so last page only. You don't have that one? You only have it as one page? Is it a page that says we've been moving people over land to safety? No? We'll come back to it.
Would you like us to do it?
Yeah, you have it, that'd be awesome.
Appreciate that.
See, we can get along, Judge.
Yeah.
It's only the last message I think is in. Yeah. Let's just focus on that last Mr. Dementa. Thank you. Thank you so much. Didn't know you'd be working for me today, huh? Thank you. All right, can we publish that, please? Can we publish the All right. Do you recall being shown this message by Mr. Axelrod yesterday?
Yes,
And I think he asked you a question about the limitation of language. Do you recall that?
I do.
And he said, it doesn't say in here anything about Afghans being limited to corporations, right?
It doesn't.
Who are you connected with on LinkedIn primarily?
Primarily corporate connections, chief security officers, chief executive officers, chief operating officers, mostly, almost the vast majority corporate, and the vast majority of those security oriented.
Who did you understand LinkedIn would push this to when you publish it?
Objection. Your order, Your Honor.
I believe, regardless of what the order is, the defense brought it forward that, well, you did this to Afghans. They highly pushed that forward. So with that, they opened the door to this kind of redirect. And I really like the judge thinking about his answers.
In terms of the question, I'll overrule the objection on the question. I mean, I think
and when he reasons, he
Hey, come
protects
over
it.
real quick.
Yeah, good choice, Judge. Good choice. He's really, really mindful about how he answers, because everything he says will be appealed on by either party, depending on the result of this defamation suit. So yeah, I really like this judge. I might not agree with some of his rulings, but he does his utmost to explain why he does what he does. And sidebar. Sidebar counter 24. Oh, we're closing in on 10 sidebars per trial day here. And let's skip ahead.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Right. All right. So just for the record, I was overruling the objection. That's the last question. Do you want to read back the last question? Y'all have it.
Who did you understand LinkedIn would push this to when you published it?
My network.
Did you view it as necessary to always write that a sponsor was required?
No, I didn't,
Why?
because it was my target audience was corporate, and specifically corporate security. That was what I was targeting.
Objection, Your Honor. For the standards response to
Yeah, I'll overrule it.
I was targeting mine. I just described it. I don't know how many times I can say it differently.
Corey, can you put up 298, please? And you testified on direct that these posts caused you mental distress. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And on cross-examination, Mr. Asrod asked you about whether this post was made before or after the CNN post was aired, right?
correct.
And he didn't ask you when you saw the post, right?
He didn't.
When did you see the post?
After the broadcast was aired.
And did it cause you mental distress?
Severe.
Can you take that down, please? On cross-examination, Mr. Axelrod pointed to a period about a year and a half between 2017 and 2018 where you didn't make any money. Do you recall that?
I do.
Was there a reason you didn't make any money during that time period?
Yeah, there's a good reason.
What's that?
That's when I was building the Saudi program. It doesn't happen in a couple weeks or a couple months. You have to invest your time. I think I went over that process, making sure the client understands what they want, what's realistic, we walked through the statement of work, or part of it at least. That all had to be built. So there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of client engagement. It took 2 years, but it was 2 years that was a good investment for me. This was a point where I think just geopolitically, the world was at a place where this was becoming privatized, and I was at the very front of that process. So I was willing to invest 2 years of my life working to develop this concept and build this plan that was successful. It did reach the contract stage. It was funded. We did actually execute and go into Saudi Arabia. And my plan was, this is the end. This is the end game. The Saudi project was supposed to be 10 years at least. And this is something that would have been implemented and is being implemented in other places now. And that was supposed to be the end for me. So I invested 2 years with the expected return at a later period, continuing through the end of my career. And unfortunately, it didn't work out that way.
You were asked a lot of questions about deleting documents. Do you recall those?
I do.
And you were asked a lot of questions about deleting documents at the same time you were meeting with lawyers to talk about filing a lawsuit against CNN. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And Mr. Axelrod seemed to leave the impression that you were doing so at the instructions of counsel, right?
That's ridiculous.
objection.
Were-
It's prejudicial, irrelevant.
Sustain the objection, rephrase the question.
Were you ever asked to delete documents?
No, I wasn't.
Was that part of your legal strategy?
No, of course not.
So the order of events is correct,
Which order of events?
that you met with a lawyer before you deleted some documents?
No, I don't remember. It was around the same general time period. And this was general outreach, general consultations with a couple lawyers to see if there was potential for us to move forward. And there was no deep discussion about documents discovery didn't even happen until I signed on with your firm.
I just want you to be careful of privilege.
Okay.
Did you hire those lawyers you were meeting with in December?
No,
And Mr. Axelrod asked you about when you first talked to me. Do you recall that?
I do.
You said you didn't quite remember, but maybe in December.
I think it was December.
Can I refresh your recollection with something?
Sure.
And I'm giving you a privilege log that was created in this case. Do you know what a privilege log is, Mr. Young?
I do now.
And it lists the documents that we don't have to turn over to the other side because they're attorney-client privilege, right?
Correct.
And the second entry on that log, can you take a look at that?
I see it.
And that's your opening email to me, right?
That's the first time I emailed you.
And what's the date there?
It's February 11th, 2022.
Can I refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
When's the first time you met me, Mr. Zach?
So that's February 11th,
Oh,
2022.
thank you.
Oh, and that ruined the defense take on the deletion had something to do with this representation, because the deletions happened before this, and according to Mr. Young, he had his mental breakdown more or less between those dates. Now, if you believe him or not, other issue, but the defense argument here is, in my opinion, invalid.
Corey, can we put a PX 313, please? And can we publish everywhere? It's in evidence. Do you have it? Remember Mr. Axelrod showing you this document?
I do.
And he asked you if you could explain why you started advertising. Well, let me take that back. He asked you questions about why you're offering air evacuations, right?
Correct.
Believe you offered to explain, but you weren't able to, right?
I was not.
Can you explain now?
Yes, I'd be happy to. I said we are now shifting focus to air evacuations from Afghanistan, from Kabul to safe countries. So this was as the options evolved, as the operating environment evolved and changed. Air evacuations were becoming an option. My contacts were successful in conducting these types of air evacuations. I personally hadn't come forward with one and been involved in one, but they were doing it. That's why I say we and not I.
Thank you, Corey. Could you put up PX 309? It's also an evidence judge. During the back and forth with Mr. Axelrod, you brought up these direct messages. Do you recall that?
I do.
And can you scroll down a little bit where it's out right there? Can you highlight where it says can also provide, no, sorry, that's the wrong one. Scroll down a little more. That one. We have an agreement with the Albanian government to provide refugee status. Do you remember Mr. Axelrod showing you that in cross?
Yes,
And you offered to explain?
I did.
Did he let you explain?
No.
Can you explain now?
Yeah, Yuri had been moving.
Objection, you're saying.
All right, to the extent that you can answer the question without saying what some other third party said to you.
Okay,
Your Honor, I'll ask him. I'll rephrase it. You put this online, right?
I did.
So you had an impression inside, right?
Yes, I did.
What was your impression?
I had total confidence that I would be able to do what's described here, air evacuations with an endpoint in Albania, because there was in fact an agreement with the Albanian government.
Objection, you're saying again. Strike.
All right, I'll sustain the last part of what he said. I think is premised on you saying what a third party said to you. So I'll sustain the objection and ask y'all to disregard the last part of what Mr. Young said. His impression of what they had it's fine for y'all to consider.
Was it your impression that there was an agreement with the Albanian government?
Yes, it was my impression that there was an agreement with the Albanian government.
Thank you. Do you recall being shown your deposition transcript and we wanted to read more, but Mr. Axelrod wouldn't let us, right?
Yes.
And the court said,
I mean, I think anytime that there was an impeachment, using the depot that we used it all, but
oh, the court, I'll rephrase the question.
yeah, ask the question without the initial.
Do you recall being shown your deposition?
A few times, yeah.
And there was a point I asked to read more.
Yep.
And the court said, do that on direct, right?
Yes.
I want to do that now, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to your deposition, page 627, lines 19 through 25. 627, 19 through 25. And so Mr. Axelrod had you read 19 through 21, right?
Yes.
Let's read that.
Okay. The question is, did you have any contacts on the ground in Afghanistan? Answer, no.
Now read the rest, please.
Question, so in order to perform evacuations in Afghanistan, you needed Yuri because you needed his contacts, correct? And I answered, that's right.
There was some questions about deleting documents, the operational documents while you were in Austria. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
And you offered to explain.
I did.
Can you explain now, please?
Yes. So this is just basic operational security. The more people that know about it, I think I've discussed the need to know concept. This is just something that's completely standard and expected if you're a professional. So the more people that have access to any information that could get the operation compromised or put people in danger or just didn't need to be shared, that should be as limited to a small pool as possible. That's why not only me, but my sponsors, and it was just good operational security and totally routine to not keep compromising communications with sensitive sources on the ground in Afghanistan who are doing this type of work. I wasn't doing it specifically to keep it from Austrian police. I could probably talk all afternoon about the various ways of getting into phones and laptops and how organizations like NSA and the forward equivalents, especially in China and Russia, Iran, have similar capabilities. There's all sorts of ways to get information, and you don't always know about it when it happens. Typically, an adversary would just keep this new access. It's access is the term.
He is absolutely correct here. If he names names, then you will always assume, since he had the job he had, getting people out of Afghanistan, Russia and Afghanistan and the Taliban would use any resource to find out, oh really, who did he talk to? Let's find out. And yeah, so for pure safety reasons, you cannot disclose your sources, which CNN is trying to force him to do. What CNN is trying to do here is put people in lethal danger to avoid being liable for defamation.
They'd keep that secret, and they would continue monitoring and wait until the best time that they could do as much damage as possible. So that's the concept behind need to know in operational security.
Is it possible if you knew the names, you might just make a mistake and say them?
I don't understand.
So I'm saying, is another reason for the need to know protocol because people are fallible human beings?
Yeah, that happens. I mean, people make mistakes. In the intelligence community, it's the same concept. Documents get lost. Phones get left in taxi cabs. Information gets mishandled. We've seen lots of examples of that recently. Information gets leaked intentionally. It gets lost in an accident. So that's another reason.
Mr. Axelrod brought you through the math on your Bloomberg evacuation.
Yes,
And you evacuated for others besides Bloomberg, right?
I did.
What did you testify the average profit margin was?
I think it was about 65% across the board.
But do you recall which one of your evacuations had the highest profit margin?
That was Bloomberg.
Do you recall Mr. Axelrod reading you some text messages or something that allegedly came from a Mr. Bryant or something like that?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. Do you know a Mr. Bryant?
No, I don't.
Have you ever communicated with a Mr. Bryant?
No, I haven't.
Do you recall Mr. Axelrod putting on the screen some wire transfers to Ralph?
Yes,
Do you know if CNN deposed Ralph in this case?
they did.
And who is Mr. Ralph?
I don't know much about him other than he's working for a company that was doing evacuations in Afghanistan.
And do you know where he lives now?
I forget. Somewhere in the Midwest.
In the United States?
Yes, in the U.S.
Zach, does your former employer tolerate using ambiguous terms like agency CO?
Yes.
Speculation.
I can rephrase it too. Is it your impression that your former employer tolerates using ambiguous terms like agency CO?
Objection. Foundation.
Sustain.
Have you had discussions with your former employer?
No.
Have you discussions with your colleagues?
When?
Anytime while you were at that agency, since you've left that agency?
Oh, yeah, of course.
And during those discussions, have you discussed what is and is not permissible?
Of course.
Acceptable?
Of course.
And when you sent that message to Jel Kornetsky, were you under the impression that that's accepted by your employer?
Yes, I was under the impression that it's accepted and extremely common.
I'll ask you a question I asked you yesterday, which is during cross-examination and today, have you said anything that would jeopardize any ongoing operations?
No.
Have you said anything that would jeopardize anyone?
No, I've been very careful.
Do you recall the exchange between you and Katie Bolos?
I do.
And at the end of it, you talked about libel. Do you recall that?
I do.
And Mr. Osterrod asked you a series of questions about why you care about the industry. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
If CNN put out a piece that libeled the corporate evacuation industry, would that hurt you too?
Of course.
Even though the story wouldn't be about you?
Of course.
Why?
Because people would be afraid of being involved in black market illegal activity. They would shy away from using people like me because of the story, the fiction that CNN created. They don't want the reputational damage.
Do you recall Mr. Axelrod showing you, how long were you deposed for, Zach?
3 days, 3 full days.
How many hours each day?
I don't remember. It was a blur. 8 hours, 8 hours, and 7, approximately. They were long days.
And do you recall Mr. Axelrod showing you a question? Have you tried to make calls to and you said no there?
I did.
Have you ever provided other information about who you called?
No, it was just the people that that they asked me about.
I want to refresh your recollection. Can you take your binder, please? Go to 9714 of your deposition.
Okay,
No, 97.
I'm there.
Okay, you got the testimony. Okay. This is your fresher recollection of whether or not you made calls to folks?
Yeah, I've made calls to folks.
Okay. And told CNN you did?
I told CNN.
And on, can you also go to 98, line 2?
Yes.
Objection, improper refreshing, if that's what this is. Just reading this deposition.
I don't need to read it. I can tell you.
Mr. Young, I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, please hit the thumbs up. Helps the algo to get more people into this
There's some
stream.
questions about
and
seeing
more
certain
attention
parts
to
of the
this
segment
case.
relatively recently. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you have the view. So you saw those relatively recently, right?
Correct.
Do you know if millions of others did?
Yeah, for sure.
Objection, foundation, move to strike.
Or interrogatories?
I asked him, does he know?
Does he know?
I'll overrule the objection.
Do you remember Mr. Axelrod put on the segment and asked you a bunch of questions about different parts of it?
Yes.
He asked you, is this true? Is this true?
Yes.
Did he ever ask you if the black market label was true?
No, he forgot that part.
Did he ask you anything about the black market label?
No.
Ta-da! Yeah, odd that he forgot about that thing. Yes, I was sarcastic.
Zach, do you remember a contract that Mr. Axelrod showed you from a company called Helios?
Yes.
Mr. Domenico, can I enlist your services one more time? We don't have a copy of it. And I believe it's in evidence, so can we publish it to the jury, please? Can we publish the jury? Oh,
Yeah. Oh, yes, sorry. We're waiting on me, yes.
says consultant security agreements act. Do you see that?
I do.
I know Mr. Axelrod did give you a chance to explain it, so I would like you to. Please go ahead.
Okay. So with somebody who doesn't understand anything about security clearances or how the process works, you have to have a little bit of background information. Once you leave government service, you can't personally hold a clearance by yourself. It has to be through a company that has an agreement with the United States government. They are the ones that have to sponsor the clearance. The clearance is issued by the U.S. government. The renewal process, when you have to go through a reinvestigation, that happens by the U.S. government. This is just a company, like any defense contractor, that has the contracts with the U.S. government, and they hold the clearance for the individual. Typically, they have people like me who are basically in the stable that they can
Foundation.
people like me who have various backgrounds that are not in the government anymore that they need to be able to tap into on short notice. And the way that they do that is they hold the clearance for you. In my case, it's through this company, Helios Globos. The CEO is Ian Conway. I was introduced to him many years ago through a mutual friend from the agency. Ian and I have never had the pleasure of meeting. We've talked a few times over a period of maybe 5 years since he's been holding my clearance. He's a very nice guy, and I'm very grateful for him to keep my clearance for me because he hasn't really gotten anything out of it. He's done me a solid here and continues to. But part of the process and what you're seeing here is every year you have to sign this administrative document with whoever holds your clearance. In this case, it's Helios. It's not an agreement to do work for them. You don't see any numbers here. You don't see any projects here. It's just an administrative function that they have to do every year to keep your clearance for you. So very grateful to Ian. If he's watching, I hope he knows that. But I haven't ever had any work from Ian. I've produced 7 years of my bank records, my own personal, and Nemex is my company. Never once, CNN knows this. There's no transfers from Helios Global, and it's because I've never.
You're not going to see it, sidebar.
And here we go again. Another sidebar brings us up to dun, dun, dun. Sidebar counter 25. Oh wow.
He said,
All right.
and while she's getting set, Mr. Friedman,
Yes, sir.
reminded about the 45.
Oh, yeah, we're going to be done.
You ready? All right, Mr. Friedman.
Your Honor, did we get a ruling on it?
Yeah, I was overruling the objection. It was
okay.
on the record at sidebar, but
Got it.
yes.
Zach, is there anything else to add on this issue?
That's about it.
Did you sit for deposition in this case?
I did.
And were you asked about Helios in your deposition?
I did, and I gave the same explanation.
Your Honor, can I have 1 minute to confer? Zach, did you and your team successfully evacuate 3 women for Audible?
Yes.
Did you and your team successfully evacuate 4 women and 1 baby for Bloomberg?
Yes.
Did you and your team evacuate 3 women for Civil Fleet?
Yes.
Did you and your team evacuate 12 women for Hero?
Approximately 12. It might have been 13. I'm just not sure.
Were these successful evacuations of 22 women and a child reported by CNN?
No, they left that out.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have two very short questions that are new on.
All right. Yeah, that's a good ending. How they conveniently forgot to tell their audience what Mr. Young actually did. Conveniently. And what are the defense going for now? Is there more new information? This is not a sidebar. This is just them showing a piece of paper. So this will be interesting. Skip ahead.
All right, hang on.
Mr. Young, I just have one question. When you were deposed in 2023, you never testified. You had a 2021, December 2021 consulting agreement with Helios, did you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would you like me to show you your portion of the deposition about Helios? Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
Based on his answer, I'm giving him more than one.
Mr. Young, if you would take out your deposition.
Got it.
And the portion that discusses Helios starts at, I think, right around 494. Actually, it starts with you on the 493, and then it goes to 498, if you want to look at those pages.
Okay, I've read it.
Does that refresh your recollection that you never testified you had a December 2021 consulting agreement with Helios?
That's right. I didn't say that specifically.
Okay. You didn't say that at all, did you?
No.
Thanks.
All right. Anything on that point? Mr. Chairman?
Did CNN ask you if you had a December 2021 agreement?
No.
No further questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you got an opportunity, I think, as I instructed you at the beginning, to ask questions of Mr. Young. If you do have questions, write them down on your piece of paper.
Oh yeah, folks. Welcome to this trial where the jury is allowed to ask questions. Oh, I can't wait for this. I hope they have interesting questions.
If you don't have any questions, just tear out a piece of paper. Tear out a paper. When you're done, either writing your questions down or not writing anything down, fold your papers over and pass them to the bailiff. And again, whether you want to ask a question or not, that's entirely up to you.
I hope they do.
While I'm waiting on those, y'all want to come to sidebar and I'll review the questions with you, if any.
Yeah. I will do it like this. If there are jury questions, I will also cut that out to a separate video because I
Great, you can
think
get ready.
jury
Get
questions
ready.
are an
I said a few,
amazing
get ready
practice.
while- yeah.
Oh, sidebar. Brings us to sidebar counter 26. Oh, wow. This is amazing. Yeah, so I'm saddened that this isn't more covered, but I'm also a bit happy that I am one of, I believe, 2 channels besides Law and Crime who actually cover this trial. Hopefully, once this gets traction, because I assume it will sooner or later, I might get a bunch of people discovering my channel. But you never know. But it is a $1 billion defamation suit. I don't understand why it's not more popular. Okay, here we seem to go.
Let you get back. All right, I know we got to cut off. We got to get out of here. But I'd rather go through these real quick, and we'll be real quick here. All right, Mr. Young, what medication prescriptions are you currently have?
I'm on an antidepressant called mirtazapine. I'm on something for panic attacks called Kitalan, probably pronouncing that wrong. And then I'm on a sleep medication for insomnia called Tritico.
All right. And what support system for your disabilities?
What support system?
What support system?
I don't have any support system. This injury happened a long time ago. But the best thing you can do with a condition like the one that I have is to stay physically fit. I've avoided surgery, and I hope I can continue through the rest of my life without it. But if it does get worse, if I let myself go, then that would be the next option. But it's actually been better, a lot better the last few years than it was initially. But I still have the disability rating with the Navy. That doesn't go away. But yeah, it's been manageable.
All right. Tell us more about how your relationship with Yuri started and developed.
I wish I could, but the genesis of that relationship is under the classified category.
All right. Ralph Logistics also conducting evacuations?
Yeah, I don't know a lot about their operations. What I know by watching the deposition, but they were definitely doing evacuations. I don't know what part was corporate and what part wasn't, but they were involved in Yuri's network.
All right. And briefly, what was your contract with Helios for? Did they employ you after November 11th, 2021?
No, not at all. As I said, this is and this is very routine in the contracting world. You have hopefully you're fortunate enough to have someone who's willing to hold your clearance for you. And that's all this relationship ever was with Helios. I've produced 7 years of bank statements. There's nothing, never a dollar from Helios. And there's never been a dollar, since the CNN thing either. But thankfully, they're still holding the clearance, as far as I know. Maybe I should go back and check, but nobody's told me that it's been dropped yet. So I hope I still have it. I haven't been told that they dropped it.
All right. CNN's apology. Have you seen this apology, and was it made public?
It was, and I have seen it because CNN produced it. It was on the Jake Tapper show. Jake Tapper wasn't on the show that day. It was somebody else. And I'll try to recite it. It was basically, we ran a story featuring evacuations and a man named Zachary Young. During the broadcast, we used the term black market. The use of the term black market was an error. And to Mr. Young, we apologize. Pretty close. I didn't see it. If you wanted to see it, you wouldn't be able to because it was just a blurb in time. If you hadn't been watching CNN that day at that 20-second period, then you would have missed it. It was gone. Wasn't on any of the shows, wasn't on their social media, wasn't on their website, wasn't anywhere else. So
Yeah.
take it for what it is.
Did you receive or conduct training on maintaining a level state of mind in strenuous conditions?
Yes.
Was this tactic employed by you?
Here? No, not today. I just told the truth.
At the time of the incident.
Right. Like after the publication? After the publication, did you employ that tactic?
I really tried to. That's why that's why it was that's why it was especially different, and I've gone through a lot of hardships in my life. The SEAL training, the agency stuff, and I've always been able to do that very well. I was selected for that, and then learned to do it better and better and better. Developed such a high degree of training and doing that, and to the point where I went overseas by myself in the most dangerous environments and was always able to handle it. Never lost my cool, never had panic attacks. I would just be able to, I won't say do anything, but I never had any problem in stressful environments. But then I've never had my life destroyed. This was something different. You take away somebody's ability to put food on the table, take care of their family. It's not about, crossing into Iran or going into China for a trip or meeting with agents. It's something totally different. I've never done this before. This is my first experience, and it's been horrible.
All right. Is it rational to think the Austrian government would knock on your door?
Yeah, it is. It is rational. And, foreign country, different laws. Austria is very neutral. They're like Switzerland. They stay out of conflict. They're not a member of NATO. Not a lot of people know that. They aren't involved in Ukraine. They are neutral. So mercenaries like me, according to CNN, aren't welcome there. So I still worry about it. Yeah.
Why do you remain or have you remained in Austria?
I've been there for 17 years. My wife is still at school there. That's where our roots are now. I'm still American, still a patriot, still serve my country even from Austria. My family's here, but that's where we built a life. We love it there. It's a really nice place. And I was able to build a model that allowed me to be very successful living in a beautiful place in Austria. And it just worked. It's not something that can be replicated. There's no website for something else that was like it. But Austria is a great place. If you ever have the opportunity to go, highly recommend it.
All right. If I didn't read your question, as I indicated when I gave the instructions on questions by the jurors, it was because under our rules of evidence or other rulings in this case, they would not be proper for purposes of the trial. So I appreciate the questions, but apologize if they did not get asked for that reason. Mr. Freeman, anything else on those?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Ashford?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. All right. We need to get you out of here. I do need to read the instruction real quick to you before we're about to take our recess for the evening. Remember all the rules I've given you apply outside the courtroom. Remember, the basic rule: don't talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with the trial. So, except court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of.
Yeah, and again, this is the first jury questions because the only witness so far has been Mr. Young. So, but I will cut out the specific jury questions into separate videos and other highlights, because I do believe this deserves more recognition, this case and this trial. And sometimes making a video or a cutout from the video brings more attention to it. So I will do that. I already did it, by the way. Catnot Williams taught me how to do a cutout while live. So I already have one of them up. And that is the thing with the defense not disclosing this document they found. But let's see here if there is anything else. Oh, it seems they keep
Communication
talking after this.
Are you looking to me or just watching?
Yeah, you're going to say we got nothing we need to address, and the Trax Rod's going to say we have nothing we need to address.
I wish I do have one. Your Honor, I'm cognizant of the time both sides are taking. Not that we all probably could have wrapped up things faster. I think the only person who saved any time here today in this trial was Mr. Roche, and that was inadvertent. So I know we need to finish before the end of the week, and so what I was hoping the court could give us some guidance on when we need to give this case to the jury, because there might be phase two, and however much side each time has taken, they've taken, and give us, like, if we have to divide time equally, then we've eaten our time, they've eaten their time, whatever it is. And we just need a note, because we need to be able to get this submitted on time. So I just need some guidance from you, because I don't know how long the jury's going to deliberate. So that's why I'm just flagging this to make sure we do this on time, because I know the court said many times it needs to be done on time.
Yeah. Well, how many more witnesses y'all have?
We have 3 experts, and then we call we call 3 CNN witnesses live. One of them is about a 10-minute examination. One of them will be substantial. Mr. Marquardt will obviously be a substantial examination. And
Our directs and our experts under 3.
yeah, the total of our 3 experts will be under 3 hours in direct. And one of the CNN experts across this will be about 15 minutes. Who's the third? One will be maybe 45 minutes to an hour. And then Mr. Marquardt is a little tougher to say, but probably a little more than half a day, maybe a day. I don't know. That's why I need to know how much time we got so that I can fit it in, Judge.
Well, we got till Friday.
Well, I got to turn it over.
Next week. I mean, to get everything wrapped up, phase 1, and if necessary, phase 2.
Right, Your Honor, but if we turn it over to the jury, let's say Friday morning, and they deliberate through the evening of Friday, and we don't have a verdict on phase 1, how do you want to handle phase 2?
The same jury needs to decide phase 2.
I agree, Judge. My point is.
And what my point is, if the jury's out deliberating on Friday afternoon, we'll have them deliberate till they get done deliberating. But working backwards, we need to plan that if necessary, they'd be deliberating phase 2 on Friday.
So when do we need to turn that? That's why I'm asking Your Honor for guidance.
How long would it be in terms of evidence or testimony for phase 2?
Very quickly, Your Honor. I can't imagine. What?
So in other words, they need to render a verdict on phase 1 by Thursday.
Oh.
I thought Friday morning, Your Honor. I think phase 2 from our side is going to be maybe an hour and a half. It's not a long.
Right, but then you got argument, I got instructions, we got all that other stuff, and send it out.
Okay, what they are debating here is if they have. So I didn't know they have a certain amount of time to get finished with is CNN guilty of defamation or not. I don't think there is a time limit, but this is the judge's estimation. So they are going to be done this week with the entirety. That is why I'm trying to catch up as fast as humanly possible. So this is the entirety of the discussion the rest of the day. So let's move on to day 4. Dun, dun, dun.
That if we move forward with this chess clock.
I don't think anybody should be.
Okay. Good.
Mr. Chairman.
We're going to review the record over the weekend and propose and try to reach an agreement Monday morning on where we stand.
Okay.
I'm surprised that the court that we agreed. I think that time just needs to be taken as the court's time and just removed from play time.
Sorry.
Okay.
All right. And I'll have them install a trap door under where the podium is. Fall through if you go. Can we connect that to a holding cell somewhere? Okay.
I
Or a
like
rabbit
this,
hole.
George.
Yes. Thank you.
I do have some good news. I think the parties have reached some stipulations on additional documents. So if it's
Yeah,
all right with the court, I'll have Mr. Belch read that in. And I will also tell the court that we spent a lot of time last night cutting portions of our videos to make things even shorter. So we are, I think, and we sent them to the defendants who responded very quickly last night. So we are working well together to try to get this thing done as soon as we can.
Okay. All right. You want to address what additional exhibits moving in?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So the parties agreed to move into evidence Plaintiff's Exhibit 85, Plaintiff's Exhibit 89, Plaintiff's Exhibit 90, Plaintiff's Exhibit 91, Plaintiff's Exhibit 96, Plaintiff's Exhibit 101, Plaintiff's Exhibit 102, Plaintiff's Exhibit 103, Plaintiff's Exhibit 109, Plaintiff's Exhibit 112, Plaintiff's Exhibit 134, Plaintiff's Exhibit 141, Plaintiff's Exhibit 144, Plaintiff's Exhibit 155, Plaintiff's Exhibit 158, Plaintiff's Exhibit 163, Plaintiff's Exhibit 203, Plaintiff's Exhibit 213, and Plaintiff's Exhibit 215.
And by stipulation.
1 second, Your Honor.
$215 was the last one?
Yes, sir.
Agreed, Your Honor.
All right. By stipulation, the plaintiff's exhibits to be admitted. You got anything else, Mr. Friedman?
No, Your Honor.
The one other issue we have, Your Honor, I know that time is running short for this trial. I understand that plaintiffs are going to call by deposition Mr. Levine for deposition testimony. Mr. Levine is sitting right here. He's going to be called as a witness in our case. I presume that the plaintiff is then going to cross-examine him. We don't think that there's a need for plaintiffs to call him by deposition and then engage in cross-examination of him at 2. I think that's unnecessary as long as we're all moving towards getting this thing done. But I raise that with you.
Well, I think we addressed this previously, and if he's the corporate representative, they can certainly use the deposition testimony as substantive evidence during their case. I will say this, though, to the extent that they're reading designations from his deposition, we're not going to cross him on the exact same stuff.
Your Honor, last night.
To some extent, I think that'd be duplicative.
Yeah, last night, Your Honor, we proposed large cuts from Mr. Levine's deposition. Defendants objected to those cuts. So in the interest of efficiency, we just put them back in. But I mean, like you said, I didn't want to ask you to rule on additional deposition designations to see if they're actually truly counter designations or not. I'm just trying to move us forward. But we are trying to minimize that time, but we got forced into playing a lot longer than we wanted to. But again, he's the corporate rep. I'm not even sure he's here as the corporate rep when he takes his stand. It wasn't my understanding that CNN was going to put up a corporate rep live at trial. Or are you putting up a corporate rep at trial?
He's going to be testifying both in his individual capacity and his corporate rep capacity.
All right, well, I mean, the video is part of their clock time, so,
Understood.
you know, but to the extent that they try to cross them on the exact same stuff we played, if you want to raise an objection and ask it answered, to some extent, we can call out those sorts of questions, and I'd expect that we don't need to rehash or replow the same ground if you already played it.
Yeah, just trying to be efficient.
But, I mean, they got the right to use the depot, just like they had the right to cross-examine them, so. All right, anything else before we get the jurors in?
Just one thing, I think that their first witness is going to be their expert, their young expert, not the plaintiff young. And I know Your Honor made certain poor decisions in the downward motion about General Young. I just hope that, I don't anticipate there being any issues, but I think that your decision greatly circumscribed his what he's allowed to testify to. So I just wanted to put everybody on notice that, we will object if it goes beyond the scope of what that order was.
And y'all got the ruling.
Comply with your downward order.
I hope so. Although nobody complied with my trial order, so I guess why start now, right? I can buy with it, just didn't remember it.
And you're on the record, someone on the defense side, who may be speaking right now, made a voluntary contribution. It is not, last night, it is not thinking that I would violate it down the road, but I wanted to get the karma going forward.
Get the right karma. Good. I appreciate that. And Legal Services in Northwest Florida appreciates it as well. All right, anything else before we get the jurors in?
No, not for plaintiffs. No.
All right. And I'll, like we had the menus yesterday, I'll tell them we'll still have lunch, but we're not, there's going to get an assortment of stuff and we're not providing, just so that they're not wondering about that if y'all are all right with that.
That's fine. How are you going to tell us how much where are we going to pay that to?
I'll get it. I'll get the info. I'll get Brittany to shoot that to you.
Great, thank you.
If you guys are doing a chess clock, I might get a little counter thing and throw numbers over.
Hey, Bill. Your Honor, we almost have, we tried the case in Arizona State Court and they had that. It was like a big running clock on the judge's bench that clicked and stopped. It was actually, thank you.
I've seen it with an hourglass.
Yeah.
Start arguing, turn the hourglass over. When your sand's done, you're done.
Your Honor, are you going to ask the jury about staying until 6 next week?
Yeah. Yeah, I figure I'll talk about lunch and I'll talk about that when we take the break this morning. And, you know, again, just kind of keep in mind somewhere around 10:15-ish or so. Well, 10:15 is probably somewhere in that neighborhood to take a break. Right? All right, we'll bring the jurors in.
Jurors entering.
Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff's called General James Young.
Okay. General. Oh.
General, if you just come around back there, face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give on this shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat and just position the microphone where it's facing towards your mouth, so we'll pick you up good.
Great. How's that? Good.
Good morning, General Young. Would you please introduce yourself and tell the jury where you live?
My name is James Vincent Young, Jr., and I live in Pawleys Island, South Carolina.
And your last name's Young. Are you related to the plaintiff in this case?
No, it's just a coincidence. We're not related.
Did you know him before you were retained as an expert in this case?
No, I did not.
And are you charging plaintiff for your services in this case?
Yes, I charge $695 an hour.
Have you ever served as an expert before?
Yes,
Approximately how many times?
about 20 cases.
And in those 20 cases, do you always serve as an expert for plaintiff?
No, actually, I work both sides, both plaintiff and defendant, and probably breaks about 75% for the defendant.
And
Oh,
have you
that's
testified
good for
at trial?
the plaintiff.
This is the second time.
Can you briefly explain to the jury what you've been asked to do in this case?
So I've been asked to give my expert opinion on two aspects. One is the evacuations from Afghanistan, which I helped facilitate with a group I was with. And then the second is my work as an intelligence professional with the U.S. government, which I did for 36 years.
All right, let's get into your background. Let's start with your education. Can you tell the jury what your educational background is?
I have a bachelor's in economics, and I have two master's degrees. One is an MBA, and one is what's called Master's in Strategic Studies from the Army War College.
And we've introduced you as a general. Can you explain why?
Well, I spent 36 years in the Army, and I retired as a major general.
And when did you retire?
2019,
And what rank did you retire with?
as a major general.
And can you tell me a bit more about your experience with the military?
Sure. So I was essentially an intelligence officer for the majority of my career. That means you start off, as a lieutenant. I went to school. I was trained in all the different intelligence disciplines. Went to Ranger School. Then I went to my first active duty assignment, and I was a tactical intelligence officer. And then, through 36 years, you progress and you have quite a few other jobs.
And so you said the word intelligence. What does the word intelligence mean for your line of work?
So there's different disciplines in intelligence. There's signals intelligence, human intelligence, and so on. I was a generalist, so I knew, I guess, a fair amount about all of them. I wasn't necessarily specialized. When you start off as a lieutenant, you're working at the tactical level. So when people think about, the Army and their vision of that as something on a television, it's the infantry running around. A tactical intelligence officer is the person trying to figure out what the enemy's capabilities are, what they're most likely going to do, so that you can, you can defeat that. And then, as your career progresses in intelligence, you get different types of jobs. You sort of move from tactical to operational to strategic, and then you also manage formations of other intelligence professionals doing the work. So you become a leader and a manager as you get to be much more senior.
Can you give the jury an example of one particular intelligence project you worked on during your time?
Well, probably the most rewarding and challenging for me was when I commanded an intelligence battalion in Iraq. So this was early on in the Iraq invasion. We had a really unique battalion called a Technical Intelligence Battalion. We were there to look for weapons of mass destruction and any kind of weapon that had been uniquely modified from a technology perspective or brought into the country in violation of UN sanctions. So we this involved my Army battalion, but we also were in a task force with Australians, with British, we had folks from every other service, so Marines, Navy, Air Force. And then because of the unique nature of the weapons of mass destruction hunt and trying to find those, and it being a national objective, we had a lot of interaction with other government agencies, intel agencies, the sort of three-letter agencies that have been talked about in this trial, and others as well.
Approximately how many intelligence professionals did you oversee during your time with the military?
So again, my career sort of progressed. I had different jobs at different levels. I had this battalion command that we talked about. I commanded a group of joint professionals in the Pentagon that supported the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. My largest intelligence job was when I commanded all of the intelligence units in the Army Reserve. So it's about 5,000 people.
And you mentioned earlier that you retired as a Major General. How many stars?
That's 2 stars.
Were there any other significant responsibilities that you had outside of intelligence, related more managerial role during your time in the military?
So 2 other jobs that probably are relevant. One, I was the head of human resources for the Army Reserve. So this was a job they gave me to broaden me, if you will. And I had done some of that work in the private sector. So it's basically just like you think about in a corporate setting. You have to worry about pay, promotion, performance reviews, leadership development, that sort of thing. There's some nuances with disability pay and others, but so human resources was one. And then my last job, I stood up a nationwide command that tried to bring new and civilian technology into the Army faster. So the Army was trying to modernize and change the way that it, and change the speed in which it adopted technology. You can see, if you follow the Ukraine war at all, you can see how important that kind of stuff is nowadays. And so because in the reserves, we had hundreds and probably thousands of soldiers that worked in really innovative technology-driven companies, they weren't necessarily doing that job in the military. And so what we tried to do is take advantage of those civilian skills, build a unit that would take advantage of these unique people, and so that the Army would have access to them, and the Army would have quicker access to some of the technologies that they were involved with in their civilian careers.
During your time with the military, did you receive any awards?
Well, if you've been in 36 years, you get a few awards. So yeah, I have gotten, if you want me to list them, I got of course, a Ranger tab when I graduated from Ranger School. I got a Bronze Star from Iraq, and then a Distinguished Service Medal when I retired.
And can you tell the jury a little bit more about the Distinguished Service Medal?
Defense. Good luck in trying to get this guy to be not credible. Good luck. Good luck. Jesus Christ. Now, $695 an hour. Yeah, that's a lot. And why is that a lot? Because he's a 2-star general. I mean, you first of all, you barely ever get this kind of person in a trial setting with this kind of credentials. This is, so when he says 75% for defense in these kind of trial settings. Might be that he testified 4 times and 3 of those were for the defense. But this time, he is there for the plaintiff. That in itself should tell us all a lot.
Well, it's a big deal. I think it's the highest peacetime service award. It's the kind of award that General Petraeus got when he retired. So he's a lot more famous than I am. But I was proud of that one.
During your time, while you're still with the government, did you work with the private sector at all?
Well, sure. So I had a kind of a bifurcated career. I was on active duty, and then I was also in the reserves. So I was first mobilized a couple different times while I was in the reserves to come back off active duty. But I've worked in a lot of different capacities in the private sector. I mentioned before I had jobs in human resources as an example. So many different jobs.
Did you have a security clearance while you were with the military?
Sure. Ever since I was a lieutenant, I had what's called a top secret secured compartment information, or TSSCI clearance.
And is that the highest security clearance level?
Yes. So with security clearances, there are the clearance level, and then there's compartments. So you have to have a need to know. And I think Mr. Young testified a little bit about this yesterday. It's not just the TSSCI is sort of the base level that when your background has been checked, et cetera, and you're going to have the ability to see different pieces of information. But then there are compartments after that. So if we're running, these are hypothetical examples, but if we're running an operation against the Chinese, or one against the Russians, or we're doing something in Ukraine, or et cetera, these are all different compartments, if you will. The TSSCI is sort of the key that gets you into the room, but then there's different closets that have different information depending on what it is. And so if you don't need to know about what's going on in operations in China, then you're not going to see that stuff. That's all part of the way it works. It's all part of operational security. It's all part of need to know. There's no reason for me to know what's going on in China if I'm not involved in that.
And you're retired. Do you still hold your security clearance?
I do.
Can you tell the jury sort of how that process works after you've retired?
Sure. So Mr. Young described it yesterday accurately. If you go to work, let's say for a private sector company, we'll take a big defense contractor. This is, again, sort of theory, but if you work for Boeing, Boeing is working on big classified projects. Not everybody at Boeing has a security clearance, but so the accountants may not have one. But if you're a scientist or an engineer, then you probably have one because you're working on a classified program. Boeing manages those clearances. They have billets, and if you have a need to know, you're working on the clearance, and you have the base clearance, then you'll be able to have that, and Boeing can hold it. So there are organizations out there that the government has given a certain allotment, if you will, of clearances to. And then even when you leave service, they will hold your clearance for you in case you need it. It's not an economic relationship necessarily. It can be, but it's certainly not always that way.
And for the past year, have you been paid by the entity that holds your security clearance?
Right. So I have an entity that holds mine, and I haven't done any work for them in probably a year and a half.
So you said one of the things you're here to do is talk about the situation in Afghanistan in August of 21.
Yes.
Has any of your work since retiring from service been related to Afghanistan?
Sure. So that would be my work with an organization called Allied Airlift 21, which we refer to as AA-21.
And what is AA-21?
So when the U.S. Government made the decision to leave Afghanistan, and I think you guys covered this over the last few days, how chaotic the situation was. And AA-21 was a group, largely veterans, but other folks other than veterans, that came together to try to get deserving Afghans and U.S. citizens out of Afghanistan when the chaos really started. It began with one person, really. It was there have been a couple of Afghan nationals that have gone to West Point and graduated. And one of these individuals was back in Afghanistan, was stuck. And his classmates were trying to get him out. And I knew someone who knew one of the classmates, basically. And so I was talking to this individual, and we saw what a tough situation it was. And I said, let me know how I can help. And that conversation then 2 or 3 days later turned into if anybody had served in Afghanistan and they had worked with an interpreter or somebody on their security team or whatever, all those people were calling and trying to get out. So AA-21 started as just a handful of people. In 3 or 4 days, it turned into really a couple hundred volunteers trying to help several thousand Afghans who were trying to get out. So AA-21 was this veteran group, largely self-organized, many people who had been to Afghanistan, some like me who hadn't, all trying to sort of come together to try to right a wrong, if you will, and help get as many people as we could out of Afghanistan.
So the withdrawal happens in 2020, August 2021. Can you describe, based on your experience, what the situation on the ground was in Afghanistan?
Yeah, so I think around August, the middle of August, was when the decision was made to leave, and some folks are familiar with the scenes at the airport being, rushed, thousands of Afghans, people hanging off airplanes, the whole 9 yards. The U.S. government sent the Marines and the 82nd Airborne to secure the airport, and then to try to bring some order to the chaos, and then to try to logistically facilitate the people that had come to the airport, getting them out of country, as well as trying to get other people that had not made it into the airport before it was closed, trying to get them out as well. So again, this is like the middle of August or so, and we announced that we're going to leave at the end of August. So there's a couple-week period where groups like AA-21 and others came together to try to get as many people as they could initially into the airport. This is the airport in Kabul, so that we could get them out. That the U.S. Air Force was flying planes out, and we were trying to get them on those planes to get them out.
And so, withdrawal happens August 21. AA-21 formed within the following weeks. What was your role within AA-21?
So at first, I was asked to be on the board of directors. So we formed an organization, and because I was one of the more senior people that volunteered to help, they asked me to be on the board. So the responsibility as a board member is to make sure the organization strategically is doing the right thing, that we're operating in a secure way, in an ethical, legal, moral sort of way, and that we're doing all the right things. And so I started off that way, and I was asked, I think, to be on the board again because I was senior, and the thought was I could help raise money. I knew people, I could get access. It's sometimes easier for a two-star general to get somebody to call them back than somebody else if we're trying to do coordination with State Department or the Pentagon. So that's why I was asked to be on the board. And I've been on other boards, so I had some experience doing this. After a few days, it became obvious that even though we had a couple hundred volunteers, we were just overwhelmed with people that needed help. And so I said, okay, I'll be a case manager. And a case manager in our team was somebody who had a group of Afghans that they were responsible for. Let me just say, I'm going to use the term Afghans, and that's sort of broad. We were helping U.S. citizens and green card holders, lawful permanent residents as well. But I'll just use the shorthand Afghan. So I said, okay, let me take a group, and I went to our web portal where we had everybody listed, and I picked out a handful of people, and I reached out to them to. At this point, I'm trying to understand who they are, vouch that they are who they are, and I can talk about that if you want, and then try to help get them into the airport.
So let's. How is this operation funded?
Well, it was funded through private donations. So that's how at the same time that we're tactically trying to get contact with people, we're trying to, move them into the airport, we're trying to raise money as well, because we know that we're going to have expenses with this, particularly if we are not able to get people into the airport and we have to find other ways to get them out. And we're not quite sure what those expenses are going to be, but we know they're going to be expenses. So we're there's multiple people who are using their networks, who know people that are, say, veterans that are wealthy, or that was sort of the initial people that we solicited for donations, other foundations, things like that, to try to raise money. I want to say one thing I sort of forgot. It's important in the overall context, is that when our group came together, so we were most interested in helping Afghans that had helped U.S. service members. So there's a ton of people that rushed the airport that were just desperate to leave, but not necessarily, quote, the right people to leave. And I don't mean anything disparaging by that, but I mean there were certain priorities of people who were more at risk and that did more for the U.S. than others. So anyone we helped had to have a sponsor. Now, a sponsor in our language is different than what Mr. Young talked about. A sponsor is not somebody who's paying money. That's a donor. A sponsor in our group is another U.S. service member who could vouch that this person was who they said they were. This Afghan was who they said they were. So if I got in contact with somebody, the first thing I said to the Afghan was, who can vouch that you helped them and that you helped the U.S. And they would give me a name, and then sometimes we'd try to track that person down. So anyway, that was our model was, high risk people and then people that had legitimately helped the U.S.
And I want to get into your work as a case manager, but where were you while you were coordinating these evacuations?
Oh, it's in the United States.
And do you know where Zach was during his time?
I was in Europe.
And do you think it's a fair criticism that Zach was running these operations out of Europe? Was there anything prejudicial about that?
Yeah. Objection. Relevance.
Let me sustain the objection, rephrase the question.
Okay. Was there anything about being in the United States as you were coordinating that these evacuations that made your job less effective, what you were doing less effective?
No, you had to plan for the time zone change, but people in Afghanistan were pretty much up 24 hours a day trying to get out. So, no, I mean, it was, our group really relied on a network of networks. And I think we'll get into this as we talk about the case manager piece of it, but it wasn't just, there were multiple people on the ground in Afghanistan and other places that had an impact on what we were doing. So coordinating it from the United States was not an issue.
And how many individuals did you help evacuate from Afghanistan?
So AA21 takes credit for helping about 2,500. Some of those very directly, and some we helped facilitate through other organizations. And I helped about 25.
And did you know the people you were coordinating with on the ground?
No, I didn't know any of those individuals.
And can you walk the jury through one particular example of an evacuation that you, as a case manager, helped oversee?
So the first family I helped in case was, I'll just use his first name if that's okay, was Hafi. And as it turned out, when I got the information on him, Hafi had submitted through our web portal. In just a day or two, we had a webmaster create a web portal where people could type in, if they needed help. And I got all the information. It turned out Hafi had a California phone number. I sent him an email, I sent him a text message, sent him a voicemail. Reason he had a California phone number is because he was actually a green card holder, and his wife was a lawful permanent resident, as were his sons, and his daughter was actually a U.S. citizen. So one of the things we thought initially going into the evacuations was we're just going to help Afghans. But what became really clear was there were a bunch of American citizens there and green card holders. People have a lawful right to be residents of the country. And so our prioritization started to shift a little bit. We were still very worried about women, still very worried about special forces interpreters and other interpreters. But now you had this sort of dynamic of U.S. citizens that also knew. So about 30 minutes after reaching out to him, the phone rings. It's a California phone number, and I pick up the phone and start a conversation with Hafi. His English is good, and find out that he's in Kabul. And as it turns out, we're getting ready to run really our first mission. And we called this mission Operation Baby Bus. The reason because one of the people that we're trying to help was a woman who was 9+ months pregnant. And so the idea was we're going to take a bus in Kabul. We were going to stop at multiple locations, pick up people, and then get them into the gate in the airport. So again, this is now toward the end of August. We started planning this mission, a day or so before. Then there was the suicide bombing at Abbey Gate that killed 13 service members and I think almost 200 Afghans. And so we weren't positive we were going to be able to still get into the airport, but it was worth a try. And our organization is talking to people all over the country. I mean, we've got people who know people on the ground who, for instance, one of our members was somebody who was actually still in the Army, had been in Afghanistan recently, and knew somebody who owned a bus company. So that's who we used to contact the bus company for the bus to drive around Kabul to pick people up. We had some people that were actually talking to people in the service guarding the airport. And so all this information is coming into our organization. We're trying to fuse it together and put this operation together. So with Hafi, I talked to him. I said, look, I need the exact spellings of everybody in your family you're trying to get out. I need you to send me a photograph of their identification. I need you to take their identification, hold it up to their face, take a picture of it. That way we knew that this person was really alive and really had this documentation and it was who they said they were. Again, it's kind of a operational aspect, operational security aspect. Hafi did all this. This is all going on, I think late at night is my recollection. We're sending it back and forth. At this point, we're just using a regular phone, regular text message. We switched later on to WhatsApp, much more secure. But at this point, it's still early on, and we're trying to get him through. So Hafi sends me his name, sends me his pictures. I ask him to send me a pin drop of his location in Kabul. So that's, if you don't know what that is, that's where you can use your phone and you can press on the map app where you are, and it sends your location. He texted me that. I then texted it to the person that was putting our manifest together, who then sent it to the bus coordinator. Again, all this is kind of making it sound perhaps a little more seamless than it was. It's pretty hectic and it's a lot of back and forth. And then Hafi tried to add people to the manifest because he wanted to bring his brother's family, wanted to bring his mother-in-law. That was 10 people, then it grew to 15 people. So all this happens, one more time and then one more time again. And finally, I was able to get 15 people seats. They didn't really have seats. We put like 200 people on a commercial bus. So, and he sent me the pen drop. I sent him the challenge and the password. So anytime we did an operation like this, there was, when the bus pulled up, the bus driver would say a challenge like, red, and you would have to say the password back. So red pomegranate. Then the bus driver knew that Hafi was who he was, and Hafi knew who the bus driver was getting on the right bus and all that. So they came, they picked him up. It worked like a charm. I mean, I was, kind of shocked, actually. I'm like, holy cow, this actually is going to happen. And it was Hafi's daughter's birthday. So I was like, oh my gosh, I know this is going to happen. It's going to be her birthday present. We're going to get him in. And so they basically drove around. The bus had to drive around all night because of the suicide bombing. We weren't comfortable with it staying in one particular place, and drove around all night. We had some false alarms. We thought the gate was going to open. We were told the gate was going to open. Turns out they never opened the gates again because it was just too dangerous. If you've seen pictures of what it looks like at the front of these gates, there's thousands of people there, and it was just too difficult. So it was very disappointing, but at the same time, we were able to sort of prove our operational concept could work. We got a lot of experience doing it. Then what happened with the buses, basically we're told to go park somewhere else. We decided to pivot to another phase of the operation. And actually Hafi had to get off the bus and go back home and wait for further instructions.
So you didn't end up getting out of the Kabul airport?
No, we had the bus drive around again, basically for 24 hours, but they were not allowed in.
What was plan B?
So plan B was to move the bus, and it turned out to be another bus, up to a town called Mazar-i-Sharif, which is we'll call it Maz, is a town up in northern Afghanistan. Now this is, we're in let's call it like August 27th or so, where we're going to pull out at the end of the month. And we picked Mazar-i-Sharif because it had an airport that would support a commercial airliner. And that part of Afghanistan was not really super Taliban heavy at that point. And so Operation Baby Bus had a kind of second phase to it. And we changed the manifest of some people. We actually thought by that point that U.S. citizens might have another path out, that the U.S. government might actually go get them in Kabul and bring them to the airport. And so we sort of reprioritized and focused more, frankly, on high-risk Afghans, women in particular, get as many as we could onto two buses. And those buses started their journey up to Mazar-i-Sharif, about probably 10-hour ride up there.
Did anything noteworthy happen on the ride to?
Well, it's a high adventure. It's kind of the wild, wild west, if you want to think of it. The bus got stopped. One of the bus drivers sort of got beat up by one of the checkpoints, and the woman went into labor. And they had to stop the bus. They basically pulled off to the side of the road. She had her baby on the side of the road, got back on the bus. The baby was healthy, and they continued on to Mazar-i-Sharif.
What happened when they got to Mazar-i-Sharif?
So we had been arranging for safe houses for, this is now a couple hundred people. A safe house is sometimes it is a house, but it's oftentimes a hotel or a place where you can put multiple families. And while Baby Bus was being run, we had other folks, working with their contacts on the ground to coordinate where we're going to house all these folks, because we're responsible for them now. I mean, we've told them, we said, hey, there's no promises, we're going to do the best we can, but here's our plan. And of course, most people, frankly, they don't have another option. So they're happy to take the option that we provided for them. And we got them up to Moz. We got them dispersed into multiple safe houses. And then we began to provide life support for them, food and water. And we, of course, paid for the housing.
Were you able to was AA21 able to get a flight for them out of?
Yes. So we then started the trying to get a commercial airliner. So as you can imagine, this is not like United Airlines isn't flying 10 flights a day into Mazar Sharif. So there's basically one airline that will do it. And so, but our group again is operated with this sort of network sort of concept. We knew somebody who knew somebody on the ground who had a contact at the airport. We knew somebody who had a bus. We knew somebody who could arrange for the safe houses. And so in our group, it wasn't just one person who was doing this, of course. It was multiple people with multiple contacts. The idea was to take a commercial airliner to pay for it. Again, we're trying to raise money during this whole time and to pay for a flight to go to either the UAE or Qatar. And so while we're trying to arrange for the airline and we're trying to keep everybody safe and hidden, we're also working with the State Department to make sure that whatever country we send them to is going to welcome them and that there's a reasonable path for the people that we send to eventually come to the United States.
And what did it cost? What did this flight cost?
So the planning number was $1 million basically to run the operation. Most of that was the airplane. The airplane itself wasn't quite $1 million, but you had to pay for gas. You had to pay for the airline. Excuse me. You had to, of course, pay for the safe houses. It took jump ahead a little bit. We eventually got the plane out, which I'm sure we'll talk about. That didn't happen until September 17th. So we had people for, we'll call it 3 weeks in these safe houses. And, you had to pay for all that. So $1 million was the planning figure. When we went to raise money and talk to high net worth people and other foundations, we would say, hey, if we want to do a second plane, it'll be another $1 million.
So, this would be my next question. Did they get the people that you helped coordinate up to Mother Troop, did they get on a plane?
So we were able to make all that happen. And the day of the plane, we had a manifest, 380 people. We had done all the coordination. The Taliban, of course, they know what's happening by this point. Okay, they're in charge of the country. But to them, it was, what we thought was going to be sort of indiscriminate killing of people wasn't really happening. There were definitely people who were targeted, definitely people getting killed, but not everyone. And so we were able to get 380 people. The operation worked kind of like the initial Kabul operation. We had 12 different buses. We had 12 different pickup points at 12 different times. So Hafi had five or six seats on this bus or this plane, and he had a place to go. I gave him a pen drop this time before he should go, and the passwords and the code words. And when the bus pulled up, he called me and he said, I can't leave. And he sent his mother-in-law and his daughter and his wife, but he and his sons stayed behind because he felt like I'll never be able to get my brothers and their family out because they didn't speak as good English if I'm not here to help. So, of course, I was like, you've got to be kidding. I mean, I said, Hafi, I may never be able to get you out. And he says, I understand. We'll take our chances. So Hafi didn't go, but that was the first group that I had that made it successfully out.
So you mentioned that you were coordinating with WhatsApp. Was there any other messaging app that you used?
Well, each case manager was a little different, but WhatsApp and Signal were the most common. And then inside our organization as well, we would have different WhatsApp channels, if you will, for the coordination.
And did you retain the messages that you used to coordinate with the people on the ground in Afghanistan?
Yeah, no, this is a point that became really obvious pretty quick, is that particularly for the people on the ground, we told them, look, you need to memorize our phone numbers and our emails because we got reports of folks, you're just walking down the street, there's armed Taliban that will stop you, get your phone, see that you have U.S. phone numbers in it, and, at a minimum, beat you up or whatever. So, and we were worried about it on our end, not quite as much as on their end, obviously. Phones get hacked. This happens. And so it was common to delete messages either as they occurred or at the end of the day or some process for doing that.
Did you review Mr. Zachary Young's deposition?
Yes,
And did you hear some of his trial testimony?
some of it.
Do you generally agree with the nature of the work that was involved in evacuations as Zach described it?
Yeah.
Your Honor, excuse me.
Or
Foundation, relevance, hearsay?
no, overall?
So, yes, I agree with it in many aspects. He had obviously a different model than we did. He was moving folks from on the ground, which we did, of course, too, until we flew them out. So that part of it, the ground movement, is very similar. You have to consider the tactical situation, the threat situation. You have to do route reconnaissance, figure out the best way to move people that tries to keep them as safe as you can. A lot of things he mentioned in terms of operational security and compartmentalization of information. It's the way we tried to operate. And so all of these things, safe houses, all these things that he was doing in his methodology was in many cases very similar to what we were doing.
Were there a lot of individuals like Zach who were coordinating evacuations on the ground?
Yeah, I don't know about.
I'm also saying that, but based on your understanding of the situation and familiarity with other projects, are you aware of other individuals like Zach who are running private individual evacuations?
There were other veteran groups like AA21 that came together that were more or less following our model. I don't know personally any other individuals like Zach that were doing that kind of work.
Now, AA21 was a volunteer organization.
Largely, yes.
You and the volunteers were not paid.
I was not paid. We were able to raise enough money to have some staff that worked full-time for a small period of time. So it's important to kind of understand the timeline here. So AA21 came together in the middle of August. The airport closed at the end of August. We got our flight out in the middle of September, if you will. So we had these volunteers, but kind of as quickly as they came, they left. Once we got the flight out, a lot of people had taken vacation or were, kind of working as they could, give us the time that they could. It wasn't like everybody was working 24/7, all 200 people. So by the time September rolled around, we got that first flight out, most of our volunteers had kind of gone back to doing what they were doing. There was a core group of people that stayed for a couple of years, really. And there were some paid staff that we had for a period of time.
Were the individuals that were running the safe houses, were they volunteers or were they paid?
The people in Afghanistan?
Yeah.
I mean? Oh, no, they were all paid. All these vendors, whether it was the airline, whether it was safe houses, whether it was the bus drivers, the bus companies, they were all paid.
Are you familiar with what Zach is charging for his services?
Generally, yes.
In your opinion, were Zach's fees reasonable?
Well, I think so. And I'm not sure how you come to a conclusion that they're unreasonable. I mean, I guess everybody can have a different opinion on it. And there's probably people that, legitimately think that people should do this kind of work for free. But, I would submit to you, if you're a 16-year-old Afghan girl and if you don't get out of Afghanistan, you're going to be married off to a 60-year-old Taliban leader. I don't know what's the right number. Well, what's that worth? I mean, so this whole concept of whether you should charge or you shouldn't charge, I understand how people can have different opinions, and I don't, I think it's just, I never looked at it like that because, I mean, in a sense, we charged our donors. I mean, our donors were giving us money. They knew what we were going to use it for, but we couldn't have done what we did for free. I mean, we had to have people that, were generous enough to give us money so that we could use it to get people out.
Do you serve on any boards? Since you retired, do you serve on any company boards?
Yes. So since I retired, I've worked for some defense contractors and providing a variety of different services. And then I also am on either as a board member or a board advisor about a half a dozen companies, all of which have a defense nexus to them.
Based on your experience sitting on these boards, is a 60% profit margin typical for a defense contractor?
Objection. It's outside the scope of this expert report.
Talk.
It's completely outside of this report.
So, Your Honor, page 7 of your Daubert. happy to come up here. Second paragraph down.
Your Honor, I'm actually focused on his expert report.
I don't have a copy of the report that was provided as to the scope of his opinions that were disclosed.
It does not disclose in the opinion itself the reasonableness of a particular profit margin, but
I'll suspend the objection.
okay. I want to switch gear.
Yeah, sorry. They already had it inferenced, so it was a bad question to ask, because once he said, hey, the fees are reasonable, then so should the profit margin. So it's already in there, so they didn't really need to ask that question.
General Young, are you familiar with this CNS case?
I am.
Based on your understanding of the situation in Afghanistan, would you say that, is it in your opinion that the use of the word black market in that segment was a perfect word?
Objection.
Yeah.
Okay.
Move to strike his answer. He answered.
Strike his answer. General Young should have responded to that while the objection was pending, so the jury's about to consider any response for purposes of your deliberations in this case. Okay.
All right. So you described in great detail your work with the nonprofits, AA21. Based on your experience, are there any downsides to the nonprofit model?
Well, I think there's two main downsides. One is that you're relying on your staff to volunteer their time. So I talked about before how, I mean, it was incredible to see all these people come together in a way and self-organize and volunteer their time and all trying to do the right thing to help people. But, you know, after a couple of weeks, people had to leave. We weren't able to pay them. So, where they had other things in their life. So our staff, if you will, sort of disappeared for the most part. And the other thing is, of course, you're always raising money. I mean, we had hoped, because we certainly had enough people that needed to get evacuated, we had hoped that we would be able to run multiple flights, but we just were not able to raise enough money to do that.
Generally, you're also here to testify about the types of work Zach is qualified to perform.
Yes.
And what did you do to evaluate Zach's qualifications?
Well, I spoke with Zach, and I'm familiar with his deposition and familiar with the type of background that he has and how he's been trained.
Can we pull up, and do you know where he was trained?
I do.
Okay.
I don't really think I should say it, but it's, we
Objection. All right. I won't ask him any further questions on it. I just.
You know, can I see your sidebar, please? I'm sorry.
And now it took a while before this one. Let's see here. That gets us to, we are into day 4. And sidebar counter 27. All right. While they do that, thank you all for being here. And we are going on for at least 2 or 3 hours more. So we get as much as this day done. Now, as John C. puts it, great choice of trial to watch. Let's make it go viral. Well, it's not up to me. I just cover it. The virality of it is up to you guys. Now, I am on X. I have posted this entire stream, things about this trial. So if you have X, find me on X and comment, give the heart thingy, and retweet it if you want more people to find out about this. And so I get more coverage, and definitely this case gets more coverage. Thank you. Dun, dun, dun. And that goes for you over at Rumble. And for you guys, I see over at X. Comment, retweet, please. If you like this coverage.
Hang on. My apologies.
Have you reviewed Zach's work history in the private sector?
Yes.
Okay. Corey, can we bring up page PX41, and let's go to page 1 of the document. I want to look at rate of compensation. General Young, do you see paragraph 4? Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Okay. Did you review it in rendering your opinions in this case?
I did.
Based on your review of Zach's work history and what you did in preparing for your testimony at this trial, do you believe the hourly rate for Zach's work provided in this contract is a reasonable rate?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to PX18? Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the contract between Duncor and the Saudi government to basically rebuild the Saudi intelligence operation.
Was this one of the documents you reviewed in preparing for your opinion on what Zach's qualified to do?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you find notable about this contract?
Well, it's incredible from a lot of different perspectives. One, just the scope of it. It's quite ambitious for them to really try. They have sort of 6 aspects of this contract, one dealing with signals intelligence, one with human intelligence, one with Iran. There's some others. It's designed to basically rebuild from the ground up over a period of multiple years their intelligence capability. So that was the first thing. Then the second thing was the...
Hold on, before we get to the second, can we go to page 20 real quick of this contract? Nice. Can we blow up the bottom part of paragraph 2 where it talks about the advisory board? Do you recognize the people involved in this project?
I did. This was actually the second thing I was going to talk about. The folks that are involved in this kind of project, or this is the A team of, U.S. intelligence. Mr. Secretary Panetta, former defense secretary, former CIA director. Mr. Morrell was the acting and deputy director of the CIA when Osama bin Laden was killed. So, I mean, these are serious, important people.
And what does Zach's involvement in a project like this tell you about his employability at the time this contract was signed?
Well, if you're going to be asked to work on a project of this scope, of this magnitude, of this seriousness, with a serious customer, and you're a big part of the team, it shows that you're the best of the best. You're an A player to be considered for work like this.
And how important is reputation for obtaining employment in contracts like this?
I think it's pretty much everything. A contract like this, you're not going to find these jobs on monster.com or a website like this. It's staffed with people who know people, who trust people to be able to deliver. And so it's essentially a word of mouth kind of operation.
And can we pull up PX24 and go to page 5 of PX24? And can we pull up, when you're on page, yes, the conduct of employee, can we highlight that? Did you review this contract?
Yes.
And what does this clause tell you about the nature of the services and the expectations of employees?
Well, I think it's somewhat typical for clients to outline things that they expect and don't expect their customers or their clients to do. And it says that you're going to obey the laws of the host country, that you're not going to do anything illegal, and that includes black market operations, prostitution, drug use, alcohol use in Saudi Arabia is against the law. So these are important things to this client, or they wouldn't have put them in the contract.
And you testified earlier that you've seen the CNN segment?
Yes.
That issue in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. This goes to your order that was already asked about.
No. Page 7, paragraph 3, page 7. In the final sentence, after the comma, he can testify. I don't know what the next question is, but I'll overrule the objection for now. Okay. You've seen the segment that's at issue in this case?
Yes.
Based on your experience and based on your work for AA21, would you have hired, after seeing that segment, would you have hired Zach to do work for AA21?
No.
Why not?
Well, because the segment implied he was...
Objection.
It's relevant.
Uh-oh. Yeah, a 2-star general who does work getting people extracted are about to testify in court that he would not hire Mr. Young based on that CNN segment. That is a smoking gun. Yes, Nicola Cox says that's the impression CNN gave and wanted to give. Yeah, I agree. And we have a sidebar. That makes it sidebar counter 28. Yeah, as First Best GG says, defense doesn't have a leg to stand on against this general. No, this is pure damage control for the defense. Pure damage control. This general, 2-star general, is basically untouchable for them. So they are trying to damage control what he says. Hooah.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Wait, Mr. Rush. Okay. All right. And just for the record, I'll sustain the objection that was raised right before we did sidebar. So rephrase the question.
So, General Young, I'm not going to ask you about what the segment means or was intended to mean or what your interpretation of it was. But based on your work for A21 and your role in hiring contractors and coordinating evacuations, why would the segment have caused AA21 not to retain Zach services?
Risk and reputation to the organization would be my question. As a member of the board of directors, I have a responsibility to for that kind of thing for the organization as a whole, and in that role, I would see someone like this as way too risky for our operation to be associated with.
No further questions at this time.
Russ?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, this was good. This was good. Oh, this was good. Now, let's see damage control in cross-examination. Lisa Falkensack says, so defense is losing. In my opinion, yes. They are severely behind. Now, nobody knows how the jury will act on this because it is a dirty business in itself. But that should be beside the point. But the point is, did the CNN segment and article hurt Mr. Young to the extent that he was unemployable and lost a lot of money due to it? Did they defame him? And did they do that knowing they lied, or with complete disregard of the truth? And in what way did it? And if they did it cost Mr. Young money? So that should be the complete and only focus of the jury. But juries are juries. We don't know how they will act on this. But this general, good witness for the defense. And let's see, a good witness for the plaintiff. And now, CNN's lawyer. Let's see what happens.
Good morning, General Young.
Morning, sir.
My name is Dave Axelrod. We've never met, right?
Correct.
Just off the bat, you obviously have a very impressive Army career. Thank you for that. Also, your work evacuating, I think you testified you were involved in the evacuation of 380 people, but your operation evacuated 2,500 people?
Yes, so sometimes that's other organizations moving them that we've helped facilitate, just to be clear. But yeah, so we believe we have a significant role in about 2,500.
It's incredibly impressive. And a lot of people who are deserving of getting out of Afghanistan. I'm sure you feel the same way.
Very proud of it.
Yeah, it's great. Just off the bat, when I was a federal prosecutor, I had a friend who was a Marine, and he said when I was out of uniform, don't ever refer to my rank. Are you okay with me calling you General Young?
It's whatever you prefer. My friends call me Bo. You can call me.
I can't call you Bo.
So,
what would you prefer that I call you?
Mr. Young's fine. General Young's fine. Whatever.
I'll call you General Young.
Whatever you're okay with.
I just want to make sure you're comfortable.
I'm fine.
Okay. If we could start by putting up Plaintiff's Exhibit 18, Mr. Demeta, something that Mr. Roche just finished with. So I think, General Young, you were just testifying about this document, correct?
Yes.
You've looked at this document, right?
I have.
Zachary Young is not named.
Hey, thank you. Sean Jean Lee, thank you for your $10 super chat, saying, thanks, I wanted to watch this, but didn't have time to catch up. You are great. Oh, thank you for being here. I hope you can catch up. I think this trial you can easily catch up in 1.5. They are not talking that fast. Okay, let's continue. And thank you again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And if anybody else chooses to support this channel monetarily, I don't mind. Vince Clawthorne, member for 9 whole months. Thank you. We need more green. Let's continue with the cross-examination of the 2-star general.
In this document anywhere, correct?
I don't believe in this document he is.
You believe in this document?
No, I said I did not.
Okay, good. I thought I missed something. And I think you testified that this is a very ambitious program and you talked about the different things that this document outlines. Anywhere in this document does it say what Zachary Young is responsible for?
This is the as I understand it, the base document, and then there are statements of work that would. This is the contract with the client. So then, normally there would be statements of work or other sort of smaller contracts that would support other people who are going to work on this contract.
Got it. So there would be other additional documents that would be, that I guess would.
Thank you, Vince, for gifting a membership.
Right. Did you see any of those?
Well, there are other contracts between Zach and DynCorp that talk about his work there.
Right. The DynCorp docs, but have you ever seen any statement of works that are related to this contract that talk about what Mr. Young's role with respect to this contract that we're looking at would be?
I'm not sure.
That would stick out to you, correct? I mean, if you had seen something that said, Mr. Young is in charge of the training aspect of this very ambitious Saudi contract, right? You would remember that.
I'm not trying to be evasive. I'm going to answer.
I'm not trying to trick you either.
Well, I'm not sure what's been let in and what's not been let in.
Yeah.
So in the context of reviewing lots of different documents, it was very clear to me through other documents that he was going to work on this project. So I guess I'll answer it that way. And the reason I'm hedging a little bit is because I'm not sure what's an exhibit and what isn't.
You reviewed this document. You reviewed Mr. Young's contract with Momentum. What other documents did you review that have any application to this?
There were there were other emails and other things between parties that were involved in this. And again, that's where I'm not sure. I don't know what's been admitted or what hasn't.
Yes, I'm confused because I'm not sure the document you're talking about. So let me do this. Mr. Nemez, if you could put up Defense Exhibit 148 just for the witness. You go to page 4. Well, go to the first page first. Sorry, it's taking a second. Senator Young, do you recognize this as the report that you prepared in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could go to page 14. And if you could blow that up for General Young, Mr. DeMeza, that would be fantastic. Okay. And this was the list of documents that you put together that you said you reviewed in preparation for your expert report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'm not sure. What documents are you talking about that reference Mr. Young working on Plaintiff's Exhibit 18?
So it says various work agreements, SOIs and correspondence from DynCorp, DCR Workforce, and others. Again, as I said before, I'm not sure what's an exhibit and what's been allowed in and hasn't, but in the context of looking at the all of these documents that were provided to me, it was my understanding that he was hired to work on this contract.
Okay. But you've never seen any document that specifically outlines what he was supposed to do on this contract, correct?
In the form of a contract?
In the form of anything.
I guess that's correct.
Okay. If you could put that down and go back to PX 18, please. Oh, yeah, this is an evidence. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And we could go to page, well, before we do that, this is you said a very ambitious contract, correct?
Yes.
There would be a lot of people working on this contract, right?
Probably so.
Yeah. Many, many people, right?
I guess so.
Well, you've looked at the contract, right? It's for $200 million over 30 months, right?
Yes.
Right. That would involve a lot of people working on this contract, right?
I said yes.
Okay, just making sure I understand. If we could go to page 20 of this document, I think you testified about this before. All right. And this is, I think, the list of, I said it's getting worse and worse every day. This is the list of people, I think you said they were the 18.
Right.
Do you know any of these people personally?
I've met Mr. Panetta and Mr. Morrell.
Okay. In the course of doing your work on this case, did you reach out to Mr. Panetta or Mr. Morrell to discuss Zachary Young?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
No.
If you had, maybe they could have told you what Mr. Young's actual role in this contract was, correct?
I've met them. I don't know them well enough to call them.
Right. You talked about reputation. Did you reach out to any of these people to ask them about Mr. Young's reputation?
Again, I don't know them that well.
Okay. Did you reach out to anyone about Mr. Young's reputation?
No.
So, as you sit here, you have no idea what Mr. Young's reputation was before the CNN publications, correct?
Yes.
You talked a little bit under examination by Mr. Roche about your top secret SCI clearance, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree, and maybe I got this wrong, I'm not in this industry, so I may mess up the language, and please correct me if I got it wrong. But when you go through that clearance process to get the top secret SCI, they do a pretty intense look into you, correct?
Yes.
And they're looking for, I think the term is derogatory information. Do I have that right?
That's one of the things, yes.
Right. And derogatory information is like bad stuff, right?
Yes.
Right. Bad stuff, they talk to people you know, right?
They do. It's derogatory information. They're thinking about judgment. Are you financially sound? What are your, who do you associate with? There's lots of different factors. It's all documented, but yes.
So I got the government clearance when I was a federal prosecutor, but this is much more intense. They go and talk to like friends of yours and family and stuff like that, right?
Right.
Because they want to assess whether you're going to be a risk, right?
Yes.
Right. So they want to know, this is one example that I got asked about because I like the sports gamble. Like, are you a risk because of gambling debts? That's one thing they could look at, right?
That would be a problem.
Right. And so they go through kind of this complex investigation to determine whether someone would be a risk if they get top secret.
I just have to get into something here because there is a live tweet going on of today's. We are 1 day behind. And apparently things get even more heated on the next day, Mondays. I'm still a bit behind here. So we will get there eventually. And oh my God, holy crap, the CNN fucked up. Let's just say that, but we will get there eventually. So just a bit of a spoiler. Oh, they fucked up. Sorry for the language.
Clearance, right?
Right. In your gambling example, if your gambling debts are too high, you could be subject to being blackmailed as an example.
Exactly right. Thank you. Thank you, General Young. So if you are able to go through that top secret clearance process and you get the sign off, it's essentially the government signing off and saying, we don't view you as a risk and we'll give you this top secret clearance, right?
Yes.
Right. And if you go through the renewal process, they go through a similar investigation of you like that, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree that someone couldn't get their top secret license or clearance, I'm screwing up the words, I apologize, renewed if the government viewed you as a risk.
You shouldn't, yes.
And you know in this case that Mr. Young had a top secret clearance, correct?
I believe that's what was said. I wasn't here for that portion, but yeah.
I think I saw you sitting here yesterday afternoon when the testimony came in that Mr. Young's top secret clearance was renewed after the CNN publications, correct?
I wasn't, I was here, but I wasn't sure if you were talking about a top secret or not. That was my point of confusion there.
But you do know that his clearance was renewed after the CNN publication.
I heard you guys talking about it.
Right. And the fact of having that clearance is a pretty important thing.
Seriously, lawyer, it actually has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that he would be hesitant of employing this person. It doesn't really matter if he has top secret clearance. If the general thought of Mr. Young is that he is in black market, because that story is out there. The commentary is out there. If you Google Zachary Young's name, you will get the story, black market. it doesn't really matter then if he still has top secret clearance.
If you want to get hired in the government contracting space, correct?
Yes.
Right. You need that, right?
For certain types of work, yes, you do.
For the kind of work that Mr. Young says he does, right?
Probably so, yes.
Right. And Mr. Young had that before the CNN publications, correct?
Yes,
And he had it after the CNN publications, correct?
as far as I know.
Thank you. So let's talk about some stuff. So I want to talk about first about Afghanistan in August of 21. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Actually, before I do that, let's go back to basics. You'd never met Mr. Young before you were hired for this case, correct?
Correct.
You'd never heard of Mr. Young before you were hired for this case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You'd never heard of Mr. Young's business, Nemix Enterprises, either?
No, I hadn't.
You never saw the TV segment that we're here about before you were hired for this case?
That's correct.
You never saw the article that was published on November 13th before you were hired for this case?
I didn't.
You do watch CNN though sometimes, right?
Sometimes.
I think I read your deposition testimony. It sounds like you're like more of an equal opportunity guy. You watch some Fox, you watch some CNN, you watch some other stuff.
I tried. I watched CNN the other night about the fires in LA. They were doing a great job.
It's terrible. Not CNN's coverage of the fires.
Yeah, I know.
For people listening. They still want to have a job. I think you testified that I think you retired for both active and reserve duty. Was that in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And since that time, you've been serving as an expert witness in addition to doing some other stuff,
Correct.
some other business ventures. I think you already talked about the fact you're being paid by the plaintiff in this case, correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether you're being paid by the plaintiff or his lawyer?
Actually, I'm being paid by.
Relevance. I'll follow up with a different question.
Yeah, I need it.
Mr. Young, I mean, General Young, you're being paid in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't matter if it came from the plaintiff himself or his attorneys, right?
Objection, relevance.
Yeah, it is relevant. It is relevant. I mean,
I'll sustain the objection.
okay. And I think you've testified that you have worked as an expert on other cases, right?
Yes.
Generally, what types of cases have you worked on as an expert witness?
So they kind of fall into two buckets. One bucket is personal injury cases. So let's take an example of you're a sergeant in the Marines and you are in a car wreck, and now your Marine career is over. You have to get out. And so there are potentially damages associated with that because you couldn't stay in the Marines, you couldn't continue to work, you couldn't get a Marine pension, et cetera. I worked both sides of those cases, sometimes on behalf of the service member, sometimes on behalf of the insurance company. There's another set of cases that are different, like this case. I'm involved in, there's a large class action lawsuit about the efficacy of earplugs.
The 3M?
The 3M case. That case is settled, but now there's additional litigation between the insurance companies.
Sure.
I'm involved in that. And so there's another group of cases that are a little hard to pinpoint exactly what they are, but if they have a military nexus, then I can get involved in them.
Okay. You've never really, though, given expert testimony of the kind that you've been asked to give here. Is that fair to say?
In what way do you mean?
Talking about Afghanistan in August of 2021.
This is the first time I have testified about that experience.
Right. And fair to say you've never also given testimony about whether you would actually hire the plaintiff or the defendant in the case where you were retained as an expert.
This is bad. Well, no.
Some of the cases have, I mentioned before.
They are walking down this route. Oh, this is the first time you've been, because this is a really unique case. So trying to discredit him in this kind of way, this isn't good, in my opinion. This is one of few experts that are, if you need something tangible to touch on, if you are trying to discredit this man's testimony, this isn't it, in my opinion.
Do have an economic nexus, so it's not exactly like this, but so I think the answer to your question is generally yes, but and
Fair enough.
there are some examples where we touch on that.
Fair enough. So let's talk about Afghanistan in 2021. I think it was your testimony that you never served in Afghanistan. You served in Iraq. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think, if I have it right, you never went to Afghanistan as a civilian either.
I've never been there.
Okay. So to set the stage, in August 21, the Biden administration withdraws from Afghanistan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And chaos erupts, right?
Yes.
Fair to say the Taliban took over Kabul and Afghanistan much faster, I guess, than the American government anticipated.
That's correct.
And I think you wrote your report. It is difficult to describe the chaos and the desperate.
You can't read from sections of the report.
Hey, here we go again. I love how the judge just goes, get up here. And sidebar counter 29. And hello, Mr. Jingles choose to join us. Say hello to the audience, Mr. Jingles. Say hello to the audience. Hello. 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 Yes, our supreme leader is here helping us with the coverage of this trial.
You started.
You look like you were about to say something. I was. I'll get better.
By next Friday. We'll get it.
Maybe by the end of my career.
You're right. All right. Let's try.
Whatever
Thank
comes
you, Your Honor.
first.
I think you testified on direct that Afghanistan in August of 2020 was extremely chaotic.
Yes.
Would you explain to the jury what that means, or what you meant by that?
Well, what I meant by it was, if you look at it from a macro sense, you had the whole country deteriorating basically, and a lot of uncertainty, people legitimately fearing for their life. The rushing of the airport was an extremely dangerous situation. And then, the fact that it was kind of mind-boggling, thousands of people asking for help, and with very little way, at least initially, of helping them. It was very troubling.
Would you describe the situation on the ground as desperate?
I would.
And why would you use the word desperate?
Well, because you would get, when you talk to people, you would, I have firsthand from text messages or message apps where people would say, the Taliban has taken my uncle, or they're coming door to door, or they just came in and beat me up, or, and so people were legitimately fearful for their lives, and some people were taken out and killed.
People were desperate to get out, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's pretty horrible situation, right?
It was.
And would you agree that what made it even more horrible for America was that a lot of these people had been very loyal to the U.S. for the last 20 years?
Yes.
Think it was fair to strike that. So I think you just testified that people were texting you or WhatsApping you.
WhatsApp, right.
WhatsApping you. I'm sorry. For the jury, WhatsApp is kind of like a text message, right?
Yes.
Yeah, just that it's an app on your phone.
It's theoretically encrypted. Yes.
Theoretically. You never know. But people were WhatsApping and texting you, talking about being beaten or being kidnapped by the Taliban.
Yes.
Do you have the opinion that the Taliban, once it took back power, was intent on enacting revenge on people who work for the U.S.?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I think the Taliban more or less said it, but initially, I think I said this in direct. Initially we thought there was going to be sort of widespread killing. Turned out that really wasn't the case. It was definitely killing, but it was more selective. You have to, I guess, if you put it in a big picture, we had been there 20 years. We had really propped up the economy. So in some ways, probably most people in Afghanistan had worked for the U.S. in some ways. But clearly, if you were a female, you were at risk. If you worked in the government as a female, so you're a female judge, special forces interpreters in general, pilots, people like that, you were at risk, real risk.
Why, if you were a female, would you be at risk?
Well, I'm not necessarily a cultural expert on Afghanistan, but they have a much different view of the role of women in their society than we do, or most people in the world do.
On direct, I think you were talking about the Operation Baby Bus, which if you haven't already, you should try to sell that story to that sounds like an amazing story that people would see. But you were talking about the Operation Baby Bus, and you were talking about, I think you used the word checkpoints. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What do you mean by the use of the word checkpoints?
These would be areas where there'd be a group of armed Taliban that would stop people from moving.
Right. And checkpoints were pretty common in Afghanistan at that time, correct?
As I understand it, yes.
Right. And as you understand it, because you were working on these evacuations, so you were designing plans to kind of work around or figure out how to navigate this checkpoint system. Is that fair to say?
As best you could.
Right. Because the Taliban was really controlling movement in Kabul and in Afghanistan as much as they could, correct?
As much as they could.
And if you were an Afghan who was desperate to get out at this time, you couldn't just go to the airport and buy a ticket to get out, right?
No.
Couldn't go to Greyhound and grab a bus ticket, right?
Not at all.
I mean, I know that that's a stupid example, but
No, but it's legitimate.
People just generally couldn't move around the country without the Taliban's approval. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think you could.
This goes pretty close to what's been a lot of sidebars the past few days on the mill issue.
Talk about Afghanistan.
I'll withdraw my objection for now.
I'll overrule it otherwise.
Okay.
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating the question?
I can't even remember what it was.
I think it was about moving around, perhaps.
Yeah, I think my question was, people just generally couldn't move around the country without the Taliban's approval, fair to say?
When you talked to, for instance, when I would message Hafi, you could go down the street and, get a bottle of water at the store or whatever. Even that, you were subject to being sort of harassed, if you will, or stopped. So I don't want to, this wasn't like a COVID lockdown in China kind of thing, but it was, you could not just move around however you wanted.
And so you also, another term you used in your direct testimony was safe houses.
Yes.
And I know that safe houses probably have different connotations in different situations. But how did you use the word safe house? What did you mean by using the word safe house in your direct testimony?
It was where we paid to house people, and it was our hope that they were safe locations and that the Taliban would either not know of them or leave them alone if they discovered it.
Why was it important to use locations that the Taliban didn't know about?
Again, we were not sure exactly who the Taliban would have on their quote kill lists. And some of these people that we were trying to get out were people that were extremely high risk, religious minorities, female activists, that kind of thing.
And so it was important to kind of fly under the radar. Is that fair to say?
Best we could.
Yeah. Stay underground, right?
Best you can.
Fair to say that you viewed helping Afghans getting out of the country as a noble pursuit.
I did.
So did you start AA21 or were you a part of a group that started AA21?
No, it's more accurate to say one of the original group that started it.
Okay. And I know that AA21 has now been folded into another organization. Is that correct?
Yes.
What organization is that?
No One Left Behind.
And I was Googling last night. No One Left Behind, I guess, is an organization that's been around longer than it predates the Afghan crisis. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it's an established, well-respected organization that is generally in this work of trying to get people out of dangerous situations, resettle them, et cetera.
It's been doing this for a number of years, right?
Yes.
So it made sense to fold AA21 into that organization?
Right.
When you were working with AA21, I think you testified that you were helping AA21 raise money, right?
The best I could.
Right. And it's hard to raise money. But when you were doing it, I guess you would go and you kind of network of high net worth individuals and other people to kind of raise money for the organization. Is that fair to say?
Yes, or talk to people, friends who might know people and could make introductions for you.
So when I was looking at No One Left Behind, they have a bunch of videos of media coverage of No One Left Behind. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Did AA21 ever talk to the media to help raise money?
Yeah, well, indirectly. I don't remember specifically talking to the media about raising money. Some of our members were interviewed. We did sort of podcast kind of stuff. I mean, so if that's what you're referring to, then yes.
Yeah, that is what I'm referring to. And I don't mean talking to the media to raise money, but if you do podcasts or you get interviewed on a network like CNN, that helps bring awareness to the organization, right?
Certainly.
And that's a good thing if you're trying to raise money, right?
Yes.
And it's a good thing if you're trying to help evacuate as many people from Afghanistan as possible. Is that fair to say?
I agree.
Okay. Your Honor, whenever you are ready, I can take a break or I can keep going. Just let me know.
Are you all good? You want to take a break? All right. We're good.
I like this, Judge.
All right, members of the jury, just put your notepads and your folders there and leave them on your chairs.
I really like this, Judge. Don't agree with him on some
We're
of
going to take our morning recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply when you're outside the courtroom. So at recess, remember the basic rule: do not.
Don't agree with him on some of his findings, but I really like how he gives everything some thought before he makes rulings. He takes people up to the bench for sidebars instead of sending the jury out all the time, which some other judges do. So yeah, I like him. Let's see if there's something else or in this break that they want to discuss. This link to live wasn't exactly straightforward.
Jurors are out of the courtroom. Anything?
What's the issue with the link?
I did ask General Young a question that was in direct contravention of your Daubert order, and I just want that on the record.
Which question?
The question, what, in your opinion, what does black market mean? Which was a direct contravention of your order. It couldn't be more clear.
And all right. Anything else?
Not right now. Thank you.
Your Honor, at some point, we want to move quickly. Our next expert is Richard Bolko. I think there's an issue on the demonstrative. We can address it in a short break before when Senator Young gets off the stand, or I'm ready to address it now.
All right, everybody be seated. Sorry.
We disclosed to the other side our demonstrative that we're going to use.
Is there something wrong with my clip?
I did check. That timeline wasn't a pretrial order, but I didn't want any issues. So we disclosed it. And I think that what I understand the basis for the objection on the demonstrative is Mr. Bolko's report provided a spreadsheet, computes income over a number of years with a growth rate and a discount rate. And Your Honor's order requires a delay foundation for that.
And over at Rumble, I see that something. Ow! Mr. Jingles, do not boop with your claws. Do not boop with your claws. Boost bot Rumble have raided my Rumble stream. I have no idea who that is. Oh, it's just a bot. Okay. So I have no idea who that is, and I don't like bots. So, and I don't see any people coming through that. So it's just, I assume, that bot trying to get some audience to whatever they are doing. So, yeah. Let's continue here.
One thing Your Honor's order did do is it limited General Young from being able to testify about replacement income. So one of the deductions that Mr. Bolko made in computing out the figure was that replacement income. But now that replacement income's not coming in, the final number for Mr. Bolko's report goes up. And so they have the calculation, they have the itemized broken down calculation, so that the number that Mr. Bolko is going to be testifying to is without that $70,000 deduction. Now, it's the defendant's burden to prove mitigation of damages, so they're entitled to argue at the end of this case that there should have been mitigation, but I understand the basis of their objection is that numbers change. The numbers change because he can no longer rely on the $70,000 replacement income.
Mr. Jingles, if you don't stop with the clause, I'm going to throw you out of here. Stop with the clause.
What's the issue with their demonstrative?
So Your Honor, the issue is this. When you issued, remember we downloaded Mr. Bolko, right? And in response to that, they said, we're only going forward with the income. We're taking away the sale of Nemex, the retirement income. They cut out that piece. That was the only thing you rolled. You didn't roll anything else. I don't know what Mr. Roach was talking about the income. You can look at your order. You didn't roll anything else about Mr. Bolko's opinion.
I guess there was some number that he was deducting in his calculation. What it sounds like Mr. Rich is saying is that Mr. Bolko had an opinion that deducted some number for replacement income to deduct from his loss.
It wasn't an opinion, it was a reliance on a general opinion that General Young is no longer offering.
He was deducting a number from his income, though, that reduced Mr. Bolko's calculation.
Correct.
And all you're saying is on the demonstrative, you're removing that deduction
Correct.
from Mr. Balco's calculation.
Correct.
Mr. Bolko made incredibly long spreadsheets, waterfall spreadsheets that are incredibly hard to read. You have to go into the Excel data and actually look at the numbers to verify they're accurate. They came up with a total of $18 million. Yesterday morning, not 2 days ago, right before we went to court, we got a demonstrative that had a number for $21 million, which is about, if it's $18 million, about 17% larger than what his previous opinion was. I have never received an updated expert report. I have never received updated Excel spreadsheets that show the calculation. I have never received the waterfall so that I can actually verify that it's been done correctly. None of that was done. And actually, after Your Honor, after we had the argument and you issued your opinions, I was waiting to get an amended expert report and amended Excel spreadsheets. I thought they were going to say there's a number. So yesterday morning was yesterday afternoon when we reviewed it, was the first time that I had seen that Mr. Bolko's opinion and the underlying calculations had changed. I still don't have them. I couldn't tell you how they get to this number.
Well, that's an issue for y'all to have figured out during the course of discovery. The issue is that there's a demonstrative that totals up what his numbers are, and all it does is remove something that you thought may be coming in evidence that's not coming in evidence. And the demonstrative reflects the calculation that he provided before. Without this, I don't know that. Where's your problem with it? Because you guys wanted to exclude part of his opinion. You excluded part of his opinion. Well, it affects what Mr. Balco's calculation was by removing something that he would have been relying on.
Actually, that's nothing we moved on. And his calculation is very complicated. It goes year by year, and it increases. It increases. We don't have his calculation for how he gets to his new number. We don't. I can't tell you how he gets to it.
It's sorry, Mr. Jingles, knock it off. Do not use your claws. Oh, now he's getting pissed off instead. This, folks, is not Mr. Jingles trying to be cuddly. This is his attack position. Any cuddles from now on, and you are going to bite me, aren't you? You're going to bite me. Take it. No claws. No claws. Okay. Yeah. Streaming with a cat can be dangerous.
The explanation is that he removed the deduction.
Your Honor, there's a spreadsheet. They have a financial expert who has access to that spreadsheet. They've had it since a month before they deposed Richard Bolko. All it does is there's a sum, adds up income over 28 years, and then there's a deduction over 28 years. We remove the deduction. Simple math. And it was in the spreadsheet they had. And the final thing, it's not, unless the expert's changing their opinion, it's not a rule that you have to reissue a report after a number. Their experts were diverted, and we didn't receive updated reports. So
he is changing his opinion. His opinion now is not it's $18 million, it's $21 million. And again, if the situation exists, I have no calculation that gets to $21 million.
Yeah, but it's
no, our expert hasn't seen it either. I still don't have it.
Where? Yep. Balco's report, or
yep. Yes.
Or you know what date that the motion was filed, or his report was provided, or if you got a paper copy of it or whatever, then great. I'll go old school.
I do have a paper copy of it.
I always do.
Raj, you mind grabbing me? So, okay. Try my approach?
Yep.
Report is on page.
No clause.
So if you go to page, we didn't page number these, but if you go to, look, there 1, 2, so new career and
Your Honor, if I may, generally done that, you can step down and take a break if you'd like to.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Sorry, Your Honor.
yeah, why don't you say it?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I think we can skip through this.
witness report. On the 6th page, in the middle of the page, there's a section that says new career. And he says, I use the expert witness report of Mr. James V. Young, Jr., and estimated his earnings potential. You see that?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know where, because I was looking at under his conclusions where he said,
You're here at page 7, at the bottom of page 7. I think this is the number, the old number.
yeah, well, that's why I was looking under scenario 1. It had the 18 million number in there.
Right. That's the
But I was trying to see, I mean, he didn't explain in the paragraphs after that how General Young's opinion related to And when I said earlier you were trying to exclude General Young's opinion in this case, y'all filed a Daubert motion as the part of his opinions in this case, and I did exclude on that basis of your motion, defense motion, about an opinion regarding his employability. So
You said, and he did testify about the jobs that he would be qualified for.
the jobs he would be qualified for, but that was not the totality of it. There was part of that on employability, giving an opinion, which I guess would have been the 70,000 a year number. So, I mean, to the extent y'all said don't use it, Mr. Balco is adjusting his numbers because we're not using it. I don't need to know that they needed to provide you a different report. I mean, he's got, obviously, Mr. Balco's got to explain whatever he's putting on this demonstrative. I don't know what the demonstrative looks like, but
If I may, can I show you the problem? Mr. Mez, if you could load the spreadsheet, the waterfall spreadsheet that we received. There's calculation. I do calculation.
Yeah, I'm skipping through this.
do you have the revised waterfall spreadsheet?
No.
We can, so
Mr. Balco have that?
it's the same spreadsheet, deletes 2 rows and it just zeroes out 2 rows. We can do that fairly quickly. We could do it live. I mean, I prefer not to.
The report's not necessarily coming into evidence, so.
Yeah, the exhibit doesn't come into evidence. So I'm happy to meet you and show what 2 rows are zeroed. Your Honor, just for the record, when we got the report, I zeroed out. I was able to interpret your opinion and change the numbers in Excel. It's a fairly straightforward computation.
So then
So the defense managed to get some parts of the report out, but that also meant that they could revise the numbers. Because if parts of the report cannot be disclosed or was deemed inadmissible, that affects his final conclusion. So, yeah.
Because you've got it in the actual Excel spreadsheet, not just the printed out version. So you've got a dynamic thing that if you show them what you did on zeroing out those columns.
Do you want to do it right now or?
No,
Okay.
no, we're going to go off the record, but show them what columns in the spreadsheet you zeroed out based on the deduction of that replacement income from General Young's opinion.
Okay, but it actually sounds like there's 2 things they zeroed out.
But you said there's one column for the General Young's opinion. What else was?
Cost of it's the replacement income and the cost of living because we excluded the investment income. You exclude the Daubert excludes the investment income, so there's no longer a cost of living deduction. That one's small. It's a couple $1,000s. There's a $70,000 per year replacement income and another row on the cost of living because the investment income was excluded.
Right, but the cost of living thing will make the number go down. The removal of the deduction will make the number go up, which is what it sounds like.
Not exact the way, no, because the cost of living would.
Your cost of living was for the replacement income. Okay, yeah, so both of those will make you go up.
Right, right. So those are the 2 rows. I can show them in a couple minutes. Okay, you can show them. Right. Okay.
So it sounds like both of these things were removed from his calculation based on y'all's Daubert challenge. So
I guess.
I mean, but show them and explain on the spreadsheet where it is. Well, we'll take 5 minutes.
10:25?
Yeah, get back here, 10:25.
Thank you.
All right. When the defense got certain things excluded, well, or the judge at least deemed inadmissible, couldn't talk about it, couldn't show it. Well, Too bad, too sad, defense. Because if that was inadmissible deductions, then, of course, the numbers go up. Short break. Let's see here what his.
Yeah. Exactly, that was it. All right, did you guys get it on the spreadsheet? Or are you doing that?
Yeah, they're updating ours right now.
Okay. You want to wait? You want to wait to finish that?
I don't, I'd rather use the time.
Okay. All right, anything else before we bring the jurors back? All right, yeah, go ahead and get the jurors. And I don't think the person who had it is sitting here, but there was a cell phone that went off a little while ago, maybe twice. Was it the one that was sitting in the back row next to you? All right. I think it's her. Ma'am, is your cell phone off?
Yes, sir.
Happens again, you're losing your phone.
Yes, sir.
Y'all be seated. Y'all ready? All right, Mr. Maxwell.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Zachary Young, when we broke, I think we were talking about AA21. And I think you testified that AA21 was largely a veteran organized volunteer organization. Is that right?
Yes.
Nonprofit organization,
Yes.
volunteer organization.
Largely, yes.
Almost everyone who worked there was unpaid.
Most people.
And you certainly weren't paid for your time and effort, were you?
I was not.
Besides AA21, fair to say you knew that there were other groups like AA21 that were organizing efforts to get people out of Afghanistan.
Yes.
Right? Other volunteer organizations.
Yes.
You were sitting here yesterday when Mr. Young testified, correct?
For part of it.
Okay. Did you see the document where Mr. Young said that there were people, organizations fleecing donators, contributors for chartered aircrafts they chartered from their friends?
Objection, relevance outside the scope of his report.
Overruled.
I might have been here, but I wasn't necessarily riveted to everything that was being said. So I apologize if I missed it, but I don't really remember that portion.
Okay. In your opinion, because you were in this space helping organize to get people out of Afghanistan, were you aware of any organizations that were fleecing people?
Not directly. I heard, stories, but, and I think anytime there's chaos wherever there is, whether it's Afghanistan or California fires or anywhere else, there's the potential for that.
Yeah. And there's the potential for that, right? Because in a situation like a war zone, like Afghanistan, or in the situation of a natural disaster like the California fires, a lot of people get desperate, right?
Yes.
Right. And when you have a desperate situation like that, sometimes people come in charging high prices for prices that wouldn't exist in normal circumstances, correct?
I don't have firsthand knowledge of that, but it's theoretically possible.
I mean, you live in South Carolina, right? I think you testified.
Yes.
And unfortunately, that area, like this area, sometimes gets hit with hurricanes, correct?
Sure.
Are you aware of any situations where when a hurricane hits and things get destroyed or there's a lack of water, that people charge higher prices for those things than would exist under normal times?
I don't have any personal experience with that. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, of course, but I don't have any personal experience.
Like, yeah, you've been lucky that. But you understand that does sometimes happen in situations where people are desperate, right?
I understand what you said, yes.
All right. So AA21 never charged any individuals for evacuations, correct?
Correct.
And I think AA, how many volunteers did AA21 have?
I think at the height of the
Yeah, neither. That's an interesting question here from the CNN lawyer. You didn't charge any individuals for your services. And he says no. And you know what? Neither did Zachary Young. Ta-da!
organization, about 200.
Okay, it's pretty impressive. When AA21 was doing the evacuation that you were a part of, the Operation Baby Bus evacuation, I know you were in the U.S., but did AA21 have people on the ground in Afghanistan?
Not directly. We had through our networks. So someone in, as an example, AA21 would know someone who was in Afghanistan. The bus driver would be the most obvious example. But to my knowledge, no one that I would consider part of the 200 was in Afghanistan.
Right, but obviously the people for AA21 knew the people who were on the ground coordinating, right?
It was a network of network kind of effects, yes.
Right, so they knew the people, they knew the people's names they were dealing with, right?
Some of the people would have, or would have known someone who knew the name.
Right. Couple questions. I think you testified that the cost of that Operation Baby Bus evacuation was like $1 million.
Well, that includes, I guess it depends on how you want to describe the baby bus, but that included the flight of the plane and then the other ancillaries that we talked about.
Right. And I think that you said that operation got out about 380 people.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you $1 million divided by 380, but would you agree that that's kind of like $2,631.58 per person?
Could be.
Okay. Do you have your cell phone? Yeah. Good. Let's just do the math real quick.
I trust your math if you want to go for it.
Oh, Your Honor, I'm just going to use the cell phone just for the calculator. Is that all right? So this General Young, we had a coach, Your Honor.
Right.
General Young, and Your Honor, if this goes off, that's going to be really bad timing, and I apologize. But if you would just type in 1 million divided by 380 for me, that'd be great.
Sorry, the calculator. There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Folks, this makes this phone evidence. Never hand over your phone in a legal setting, you absolute moron. Now, yeah, technically, this phone is now in evidence because he's using his co-attorney's phone to make calculations. The plaintiff can now move for the phone to be in evidence. I don't think they will, but they can. This is immensely stupid, folks. And I think Ian Ronkel touched on this on one of his streams about a year ago. Remember it clearly. This is why he always have a pocket calculator. So he will never be in the situation of having his phone being in evidence. Never ever turn over your phone. Never ever.
$2,631.
And 58 cents?
58 cents.
Yeah, I got it right. Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you very much. I think you were talking about doing some of your communications with people when you were doing AA21. And you talked about, well, now, before we get to that, one of the people that I think you helped evacuate, you called him Javi, and we don't have to get into his last name here. Did Javi end up coming to the U.S.?
He did.
He did.
Eventually.
He's somewhere now living in the U.S.?
I believe he lives in California.
You ever talk to him?
He sent me a note maybe a year or so ago, I think on 4th of July, actually. So I don't talk to him regularly, but it's occasionally I will get a message somewhat out of the blue from one of the 25 or so that, is generally thankful.
It's got to be a source of pride for you.
It is.
It should be. So generally, I think you said the 25. Do you have kind of communications with all of the 25?
No, particularly once we left, no one left behind take over the cases. I backed away from it. There's nothing really I can do to help people. The process now is the process, went through a couple different iterations. The time that we talked about where we helped Operation Baby Bus and all that, they were, private charters were allowed to fly. Then you go into the fall And some more charters were allowed to fly, but it became harder. And then eventually the State Department took over. And the State Department actually flew Hafi out eventually in the spring. And so the process has become much more bureaucratic, put it mildly.
I think, is it fair to say that when you were the case manager before AA21 got brought into No Person Left Behind, were you helping some of these 25 people kind of settle wherever they were settling, kind of providing some support to them?
Very little. There were organizations in the U.S. that did refugee settlement, and so we knew of them, and we would. There were a couple cases where I kind of helped facilitate it, but as soon as they had a case manager with one of those organizations, I basically backed out of it.
Okay. You still have Javi's contact information?
I do have it. Yeah.
You didn't delete it, did you?
Not Javi's, no.
Are you afraid that you could be at risk if anyone gets your phone?
Well, he's in the States now, so I don't think that's. I guess there's a risk, low risk.
Okay. All of the communications of AA21, your internal communications of that organization, did you delete those?
Those have been, as I understand it, turned over to No One Left Behind. So we had a Slack channel built, we had a Salesforce module, we had Google Drive. We were very concerned with the security of that. Frankly, we have a list of 10,000 people who want to get out of Afghanistan. So all of that was either deleted or moved over to No One Left Behind in a very methodical, planned way.
Right. Because you're running a nonprofit, and there's some aspect of accountability that nonprofits have to have, correct?
Of course.
Right. And so it's very important to preserve the data that nonprofit has, correct?
The data we were mostly worried about preserving at that point would be, for instance, the State Department, requires identifications and passports and things like that. So we had those documents saved, and there's no reason that No One Left Behind would duplicate all that all over again. So that is the kind of thing. I don't know if that was exclusively the only thing, but that was the kind of thing that we were transferring over to No One Left Behind. The communication between a case manager and the guard at Abbey Gate is not the kind of thing we would have saved.
But you saved the communications of how the organization was running, correct? And kind of that biographical information you said you collected.
Of the actual people trying to get evacuated. Yeah, that would have been turned over, as far as I know.
Right. I think one of the opinions you gave where you thought that Mr. Young's fees were reasonable. Is that something you said?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said, and tell me if I got this right, that it's a matter of opinion, right?
I think so.
And let's put a little meat on that bone. When you're talking about Afghanistan in 2021, you're talking about a desperate situation, right?
Yes.
Right. And it's a situation where a lot more people wanted to get out than there were seats on a bus or seats on a plane for, right?
Certainly.
Right. So demand was high, right? Demand to get out of the country was high.
Yes.
And availability to get out of the country was low, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, you run a business, fair to say that in a situation like that, that's a situation where prices can go up because demand outstrips supply?
Yes.
And that kind of happens frequently in war zones, right?
I'm not an expert in all war zones, but that is basic supply and demand economics. So.
Basic supply and demand. And if somebody in that situation was created by the desperation of the Afghans in Afghanistan to get out, right?
Well, there are other factors certainly involved, the risk factors, the complexity of it, the vendors on the ground. So, I mean, I do think you might be oversimplifying it a little bit, and I don't mean to be argumentative. But there are multiple factors that would go into it.
Right. But on its face, if you didn't have all these Afghans desperate to get out, you wouldn't have the situation where demand was outstripping supply.
Fair enough.
Right. And in a situation like that, someone can come in and charge what some people would think would be a lot of money, right?
I mean, I think that's a theoretical question. So, again, I have testified. I don't think there's a reasonable, really, market comparison for this, and I think that's just where I'd leave that answer.
Right, but one reasonable person could think that in that situation that a fee was appropriate, and another reasonable person could have a completely different opinion, right?
I suppose so.
Right. And we live in the U.S. We're allowed to have opinions, right?
Yes.
I want to flag it right now because it's important. Now let's be transparent.
He is going around in circles again.
And I think the example you used was that if you have a 16-year-old Afghan girl, I think I have it. Please correct me if I'm wrong. If you have a 16-year-old Afghan girl who's in danger of death or worse, or I think you said getting married off at 16 or even younger, I think it would be true. Then even if the prices are high, then in your opinion, it could be okay, right?
Yes.
I don't know where
Because
Cnn's
necessity would
attorney
dictate if that
is
situation
going with
exists, that
this.
somebody could charge money, and it's worth to pay that money to get out, right?
The companies that paid to have people extracted, I'm sure felt like it was worth the money that they paid.
Right. And because of that desperation in Afghanistan, I'm asking for your opinion, because you gave us your opinion before on the whether the fees were reasonable. There wasn't anything wrong with someone like Mr. Young charging what he was charging to get people out of a desperate situation, was there?
Not in my opinion.
And if there's a 16-year-old girl in Afghanistan who's at risk of death or worse, and there's an operator, and somehow she comes up with the money, or somebody comes up with the money, and they pay that operator to get her out, to save her from death, there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
No.
Even if that Afghan was able to pay that money themselves, there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
I don't think that's the case in this situation, but if you have to get out, you have to get out.
Right. And so many people had to get out of Afghanistan because of that desperation and what could.
Remember that CNN's segment was "It is wrong with human trafficking." But now, again, their lawyers are saying it's nothing wrong with human trafficking. That's basically what they are saying, contradicting their own report or their own segment.
Happen to them, right?
Yes.
And the focus of this trial is, did Mr. Young do it? And how did they report on it? So this is just word salad, in my opinion.
And in that scenario, where that 16-year-old girl or younger was in danger, I think it was your opinion, but correct me if I got it wrong, that you thought that Mr. Young was providing a service that could help someone like that.
He was providing a service that helped many people.
Right. And that was an important service, right?
Yes.
And if that 16-year-old girl today was there risking death or worse, you'd want Mr. Young helping you, right?
Sure.
You'd want him helping you today, right?
I think today is a different situation because of the political situation, how the State Department's involved. And I really don't know what the situation on the ground is today in Afghanistan as it relates to people being able to leave. It's I've lost, currency on that.
Completely understand. But let's, for my hypothetical, let's assume that the State Department situation is the same as it was back in August of 2021, but everything else is the same. Mr. Young is who he is. You're who you are. You're running AA21. And that 16-year-old's on the ground, desperate to get out. You'd hire Mr. Young to get her out, wouldn't you? Because he had the skills to help her.
I would personally hire him to get, based off everything I know. I mean, is that what we're talking about?
That's what we're talking about.
If I had my 16-year-old daughter was there, and today,
Not your 16-year-old daughter.
based off everything I know about this case and everything,
Yeah. And that 16-year-old girl is facing that desperate
I
situation.
don't know that Mr. Young still has a network that would be viable.
Assume he does. Assume he's got that network.
Oh,
Objection
Jesus
outside the
Christ. This is... Would he personally hire Mr. Young? Has nothing to do with this case. It is, would he hire him to publicly do this? Because now Mr. Young's reputation is absolutely is in shambles because of CNN's because of how CNN acted in this, in my opinion. So this hypothetical is so bad because it assumes that CNN's coverage never happened, but it did. So it's irrelevant.
Wouldn't let him do it, saying it.
And we have a new sidebar, which gets us to sidebar counter 30. Wow. Yeah. So the situation has to include that CNN burned him as an asset for Afghanistan. But CNN's attorney wants the answer as if CNN's coverage never happened. You can't answer that. It's irrelevant to this case. Skipping ahead.
Are you ready? All right. And for the record, I'm overruling the objection. Why don't you you got the, what you just asked?
Really?
Yeah, give me 1 second, I just have to find it, Your Honor.
Well, I think I remember it.
Not sure I do, General.
I don't think I do either.
It's kind of, all right.
I want to be careful to read the question back because I made the ruling based on the question.
All right, I think I asked you, did you personally hire him to get someone, that 16-year-old out today based on everything you know? And you said, is it my 16-year-old daughter? I said, no, it's not your 16-year-old daughter. And you said, I don't know that Mr. Young still has a network. And I said, assume he's got that network. So I'm like, yeah, so assuming he's got that network and that 16-year-old girl's in Afghanistan in danger.
But he doesn't.
Mr. Young, get her out and put you.
Let me just
Asking in his personal capacity, not in the capacity of A21.
I'll sustain it from that. Yeah, rephrase the question.
Yeah, in your personal capacity, would you hire Mr. Young to?
Objection. He's asking his personal capacity again.
Okay, in your capacity of A21.
Yeah.
And that 16-year-old is in danger in Afghanistan. You'd hire Mr. Young to get her out, wouldn't you?
I think we're conflating two different things here. So I'm not trying to be evasive or overstep whatever the ruling was. You're asking me, in my role as an AA21 member, would I hire him? Is that what you're asking?
That's my question.
Yeah, and this was asked earlier, and I said, no, I would not hire him in my capacity as an AA21. I thought your original, your question was about a personal capacity based off of everything I know now about Mr. Young and everything, we know about Afghanistan. So I think, again, I'm not trying to be evasive. I think there's two, it feels to me like you're asking two separate questions.
I'm not trying to, but let's dig into that. So your testimony for this jury is that if you were still AA21 and you knew that there was a 16-year-old girl there who was going to get killed or married off, and you could hire Mr. Young to get her out, you're telling this jury that because of the CNN publications, you wouldn't do that?
And that was asked earlier, and I said, no, for AA21, I think there was too much risk of reputation involved.
Because of the CNN publication?
Yes.
So you would let that 16-year-old die or something worse happen to her because of the CNN story?
Oh, you absolute twat.
And what if those didn't work? You just let her die, huh? That's your testimony?
No, that's not my testimony. I think we try.
Not in the capacity individually. You were saying you would.
So you as an AA21 board member, you would just, you pass.
We would try other methods.
And if those didn't work?
We keep trying.
And if those didn't work?
We're not able to get every single person out of Afghanistan that we wanted. So, I think I've answered your question.
Okay.
You absolutely horrible human being. You absolutely horrible human being, the defense attorney for CNN. That is so inappropriate. So you would let her die. That is absolutely horrifyingly inappropriate. I can't understand why the judge allows this. Because what the and again, this is CNN. Their lawyer said more or less defaming this general. Would they let her die? It's not about letting somebody die. It's about what is the capacity. And if AA21 were to hire Mr. Young, he got her out. Yeah, but then also everybody else would know, oh, they hired a human trafficker. And all of a sudden you have hundreds of people they can't save because of the loss of reputation. Yeah, I don't agree with the judge's decision here at all, allowing this attorney. Now, it will be redirect. And I hope to everything that's holy that they absolutely annihilate this defense attorney. Yeah.
You understand that CNN ran a correction of the story, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen that?
I think so, yes.
And is your testimony that you still wouldn't hire Mr. Young in connection with AA21?
Yes, that's correct.
So do you recall being deposed in this case?
Yes.
Hold on one second. We're getting there.
Corrections never fix anything unless the correction is as expensive as the reporting. You have to, hours and days in advance, we are going to publicize an apology on this time and on that network. And then several aired ads about join us at this and this time for an official apology to this person. If that isn't done, it doesn't matter. And you still have to put into account people who watched the original one will probably not see this so-called apology.
So, General Young, I'm taking it from your testimony that the CNN story would prevent you from hiring Mr. Young if you were at A21.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall being deposed in this case?
Yes.
Let's take a look. You want to approach?
Right.
Thank you. And the designation is 236, 7 to 9.
Can you give me a moment, Mr. Rothroyd?
Sure. Do you have a copy?
I do.
Yes. And Your Honor, let me know when you're ready.
What line?
Hold on, just confirming. 236, 7 to 9.
236 is page number?
It is. It's up in the right-hand corner.
Your Honor, if you can just give me a second here.
Yeah.
Your Honor, objection, improper impeachment, based on the context.
What line were you going through?
7 to 9, sir.
I think the context we're looking at here is 24, 24, 235, 24, and going on to the predicate there about what capacity and what role, and through 236.15. Yeah, and what the final, the Daubert order excludes this testimony.
The transcript with him.
This is just
think
showing
pending, so-
transcript.
I think record.
Well, there wasn't a question or anything pending, so,
I think I objected to the question I was asked.
well, to the extent that he was using it, the deposition, I'll sustain the objection to the use of the depo for that purpose.
Can I close this up?
You can, sir. General Young, as part of your engagement in this case, you didn't talk to anyone about Mr. Young's reputation after the CNN publications, correct?
I did not.
You didn't talk to anyone about whether they viewed Mr. Young as a risk after the CNN publications, did you?
No.
No one has told you that they view Mr. Young poorly after the CNN publication you talked to in the matter as part of your expert engagement, correct?
Correct.
So the idea that he could be a risk to an organization is entirely speculative, isn't it?
Objection, on speculation.
Overruled.
Well, overruled.
Okay, I can answer.
You can answer the question, sorry, yes.
No, it's not speculative. It's my professional opinion based off somebody who's worked in the field that a story like that creates undue risk and potential reputational risk to an organization that would be associated with it.
But you didn't talk to anyone in Mr. Young's network or anyone who thinks he's a risk, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't talk to anyone that knows Mr. Young who thinks less of him, correct?
Correct.
No one told you that.
Correct.
Indeed, I touched on this before. Prior to CNN's publication, you didn't talk to anybody who told you that he had a terrible reputation before CNN's publication, did you?
No.
You have no idea what his reputation was before CNN, correct?
I didn't even know he was.
Right.
Okay.
And you have no idea whether Mr. Young was a risk to your organization before the CNN publications, correct?
Well, I didn't know him, so no.
Right. But you didn't do any work as an expert to go out and figure that out, to suss that out, correct?
Correct.
And you could. I mean, you looked at Mr. Young's deposition, correct? You reviewed it in this case?
Yes.
And Mr. Young named people in his professional network, correct?
Yes.
And some of those people, I think, you were here yesterday, are people that you could have gone out and identified kind of in this intelligence community. You could have talked to them, right?
Well, myself, I'm from that community. I've worked in that community for over, 30 years. I have been on boards. I know what risk looks like, and I don't really need to go out and do an opinion poll on something like that. I can form my own opinion.
Right. You can form your own opinion. But my question is really simply is, you didn't go and talk to any of those people, did you?
I've answered that a couple times. No, sir.
Okay. And fair to say, as you sit here today, you now know that Mr. Young still has a security clearance, correct?
Yes.
So you now know that someone at the U.S. government has evaluated whether the U.S. government sees Mr. Young as a risk, correct?
There's two different kinds of risk I think we're talking about here. One is reputational risk, and the other is he a national security risk? So I think when they're sometimes both matter for a security clearance for sure, but so I think you're kind of conflating two different kinds of things.
Okay. If you were charged with a crime, could you get a security clearance?
Depends on the crime.
Okay. If you're charged with a felony, could you get a security clearance?
Unlikely.
Highly unlikely. If the government suspected that because of allegations, you could be subject to blackmail, could you get a security clearance?
Well, it's the kind of thing they would investigate. I mean, you're asking about a very general hypothetical, so it could be disqualifying.
Right. And you know that in this instance, it was not disqualifying for Mr. Young, correct? He has a security clearance.
Yeah, I don't think blackmail's involved here, but
Right, right. But nothing in his past was disqualifying for a security clearance, correct?
as far as I know.
And you were sitting here yesterday, correct?
Yeah.
During the Helios part of the testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And that company was willing to hold Mr. Young's security clearance, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Correct? Yes. Just a brief redirect.
I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think the defense did good here. So yeah, as Fondian says, this general is handling this like a pro. He's pointing out the issues with the questions in his answers. So yeah, but this is redirect. This will be fun.
Okay. You were asked by Mr. Axelrod a few questions regarding, I think it was hurricanes, right? And
Yes.
how prices can go up depending on market conditions.
Yes.
You also gave a testimony earlier about the reasonableness of Mr. Young's fees, correct?
Yes.
You sit on the board for a number of defense contractors.
Well, a couple. Yeah.
Couple. And based on your experience working with those defense contractors, is a 60% profit margin reasonable for those types of companies?
Same objection.
They opened the door. They asked them about exorbitant prices. Okay. General Young, did Zach charge any Afghans for the evacuations?
No.
Okay.
Objection. And it's your order. The motion to eliminate order.
I'll overrule it. You already answered, so. Okay.
I did pause, though. I waited for him to object. He didn't object.
No, I didn't. No, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I agree. Defense opened a lot of doors here, and I
Can we
assume.
bring up plaintiff's exhibit?
Yeah, the CNN defense here opened a lot of doors, and I assume that is why there were not. there weren't that many objections that it could have been, because okay, they're opening this door, they're opening this door and that door. Thank you so much.
233. You were asking about the CNN retraction. And can we, I believe 233 is in evidence? Yeah. You were asked about the CNN retraction, correct, on your cross-examination?
Yes.
Okay. I want to scroll down. Can you scroll down? And I want to highlight this, just that, and you can do that, the whole thing. And do you see where it says the story included a lead-in banner throughout the story that referenced black market? The use of the term black market in the story was an error?
Yes.
Based on what you know of tax services in Afghanistan, was the use of the term black market an error? Objection. You asked him about I'm asking him if he agrees with it. Okay. Based on your professional experience, was there anything unethical about Zach's work in Afghanistan?
No.
Mr. Axelrod asked you a number of times on cross-examination whether or not your pursuits were noble. Do you believe your pursuits were noble in what you did for AA-21?
Yes.
Do you think Zach's pursuits in evacuating people in Afghanistan, were those in part noble pursuits?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked on cross-examination, the beginning of the cross-examination, about documents you reviewed in preparation for your report on Zach's work for DynCorp and Amentum.
Yes.
I'd like to go to PX 55, please. Is this already in evidence? Can we publish it to the jury? Yes, come on. And if we can scroll down to the paragraph beginning my experience. Is this, and can we highlight in addition the second sentence? Is this one of the documents you reviewed in understanding the nature of Zach's involvement with Amentum and DynCorp?
Right. This is the kind of thing I was talking about. It wasn't necessarily a contract document, but there was documents that I saw that would lead me to believe that he was on this contract.
Okay. And can we go to PX 76? Okay. And can we highlight the bottom? There we go. Can we highlight that his name is Zach and the bullet points? Is this one of the documents you reviewed that highlighted Zach's work?
Yes.
Okay. And can we do a limited production of PX 35? Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Was this one of the documents you reviewed in forming your opinions on Zach's work for DynCorp?
Yes.
General Young, I have one final question. In your work for AA-21, if before the segment was there, would you have hired Zach to perform professional services for AA-21 prior to the segment?
Prior to
the segment, the CNN segment?
Would I have hired him if
in your capacity as AA-21?
if there were no...
There was no segment. CNN never ran the segment.
Sure.
No further questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you have questions for General Young, go ahead and jot them down on a piece of paper. If you don't have any questions, don't write anything down.
Yep. Now, for some reason, plaintiff's attorneys weren't allowed to redirect that extensively. I believe the defense opened all kinds of doors here, but apparently not, according to the judge. Maybe he has his reasons, and I don't know what those are. So, but so far he's been doing good, and I do believe that CNN's defense attorneys made more harm than good in their cross-examination. And here comes a part I love. Jury questions. Oh, I hope they are good.
Down, but then tear that page out of your notepad and pass it to the bailiff, and we'll review questions.
Oh, that's a lot of questions. Oh, this will be good. This will be good. Let's see here. Timestamp 6 hours and 17 minutes in.
And if y'all want to.
For you who want to see this after the fact, I will cut out these sections with just jury questions and post this as separate videos. So roughly at 6 hours and 17 minutes. Let's see here. I don't count this as a sidebar. And here we go. 6, 17, 30, somewhat.
All right, General, what is the relationship between your position in AA 21 to a position like Mr. Young's CO position in these operations?
So I think the most, the best comparison, the most relevant comparison is really in my role as a case manager. So Mr. Young was doing some of that same work, and I was doing some of that same work in terms of the communication back and forth with folks. Mr. Young kind of was at probably a level closer to the action, if you will, than I was, because we had other people who were, for instance, talking to the bus company or talking to the hotel that I did not personally do directly. We had more people, and so he was kind of doing it more by himself. So there were some similarities in the case manager role for sure, but he was probably a little more down in the weeds than I was.
All right. And if AA 21 did not charge Afghans, who did they charge? Anyone? Sponsors?
Yeah, so that's the point I was trying to make. And in effect, we didn't charge sponsors. Remember, our group, a sponsor was somebody who could vouch for the Afghan. The donor was who we charged. So we would go to high net worth individuals, foundations, people like that. And in essence, we were charging the donor who made a donation to our group.
Any other follow-up, Mr. Rush?
Nothing further.
Right, fine.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you.
All right. General, you can step down.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, there were so many questions. Oh. Now, here's something I wish the defense would have, or the plaintiff, Mr. Young's attorneys would have clarified. Does Mr. Young, when he says sponsor, is that equivalent to you saying a donor? Because I think they are using different words for the same thing.
Since it's a little bit before 11:20, we'll keep proceeding with the next witness. Y'all good? All right, next witness.
Your Honor, plaintiff will call Mr. Richard Bolko. Stand.
Yeah, I mean, usually jury questions, I would
Good.
cut them out because I thought they would be more extensive, but this really isn't worth it. Now, who's this guy?
Have a seat and just position the microphone where it's facing towards your mouth.
Good morning, Mr. Volko. It's still morning, right? All right.
Mr. Volko.
Can you please introduce yourself and tell the jury where you live?
Sure. My name is Richard Bolko. I live in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Did you know Zach before you were hired in this case?
No, I did not.
And do you need a moment to?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just taking my glasses. So.
No, not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you been retained by a plaintiff in this case?
Yes, I have.
And how much are you charging plaintiff?
$650 an hour.
And just, did you know Mr. Young before you were retained in this case?
No, I didn't.
Have you served as an expert witness before?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
About 7 times.
And have you ever testified in front of a jury before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
One other time. So this is my second time.
Okay. And in this prior work, did you always work for the plaintiff?
I did both, plaintiff and defendant.
All right. And what is your field of expertise?
I'm a Florida CPA. I specialize in consulting with small and medium-sized businesses. I do quite a bit of audit work, quite a bit of taxation, domestic and international.
Okay, now we are getting into the expert for the plaintiff to calculate damages or costs or loss of income and such a thing. So, yeah. Thank you, Becky. Yeah, when Zachary says sponsor, and the general says donor, they are meaning the same thing. While for the general, when he talks about sponsor, he's talking about somebody who can vouch for that a person is who they claim they are. That was already done in Zachary's case. So for them, it was more who can pay for you, a corporation, a foundation, a non-profit, yada, yada, yada. So they are two different words meaning the same thing. Thank you, Becky. But this expert now is an accountant. So here comes some calculations, and I have no idea what's coming.
Financial modeling, preparing companies for various injection or sale of the company, depending what the needs are.
And can you cover your educational background?
Sure. Where I start? Okay, so I have a bachelor's degree in business management, international business and business management. Then I have a master's in accounting. I have a master's in business administration, concentration in finance. And I'm also a Florida attorney. I have a law degree.
Where do you currently work?
I currently work for myself. I have a CPA firm. I have a law firm. And I also have a number of other businesses, small businesses that I manage and own.
What kind of services does your accounting consulting firm provide?
We focus on, we start with a holistic approach. I'm sorry, I'm going to use.
Sorry, folks, it seems like, no. Mr. Jingles simply can't stop using claws while whooping. And I can't yell out, ouch, all the time. So, yeeted.
There's a lot of this to make it simpler too. But effectively, we do a lot of, we start with consulting. So we see what the business is, what the needs are, whether they want to go ahead and get themselves ready for sale or retirement or whatever the needs are. Then we prepare various financial statements for them. We do audits, we do taxation, we do a lot of ancillary work as well, like payroll, bookkeeping, and financial modeling, a lot of financial modeling.
And prior to starting your own company, did you have any previous work experience?
Yeah, yes, I have.
Can you tell the jury about your before that work experience?
Of course. So I started my career in banking, commercial banking. So I was a portfolio manager. So effectively, my job was to look at the portfolio or the loans that the bank was holding for various borrowers, and I would take those loans and evaluate the risk, do financial analysis on them, make sure that they are still valid for what the bank was trying to do. After that, I worked for Florida Power and Light. We know them locally as Florida Power and Light. Florida Power and Light, however, is one of the, or was back then, one of the largest producers of power in the United States. So my job was, I worked on the trade floor in their headquarters in Juno Beach. And my job was really to evaluate credit and do quantitative analysis. So effectively, I spend my days working in spreadsheets to help to minimize the risks and evaluate the deals that they had.
Were you responsible for sending anyone in this room their electric bill?
No. No, I didn't deal with that. It's not my responsibility, not my fault. So after that, I worked for a TBC Corporation. TBC Corporation, and again.
Yeah, we don't need the CV.
Okay. And you've worked for other law firms?
Yes.
Okay. Other plaintiffs, defendants?
Plaintiffs and defendants, yes.
What were you asked to do in this litigation?
So in this litigation, I was asked to prepare a financial model that showed how much Mr. Young would have earned over a period of his career if he were to continue to work the way he was working.
And can you summarize your findings for the jury?
Sure. Based on my calculation, and we go a little bit more into detail later on, but based on my calculation, assumptions that I came up with, the number was $21.3 million.
Now, before we walk through your financial model, can you tell the jury what you reviewed in coming to that financial model?
Of course. So I had tax returns for 2017 through 2021. I had bank statements that I used to support those tax returns. I had access to invoices, again, to support the tax returns. I had the bank corp contract that I reviewed. I had the position from Mr. Young as well to review, and expert witness testimony from General Young as well.
Did you have tax return for 2022?
I believe there was something about 2022, but
okay. And were those the same returns that we've looked at in this trial?
Yes, I believe.
Okay. For both Zach personally and his company?
That's correct.
Mr. Borgo, are you offering an opinion in this case on the effect of the segment?
No. So I'm assuming that there was liability, and that was the basis for my model, preparation of my model.
And why aren't you offering an opinion?
I wasn't hired for that.
Okay. Can you describe the analysis you performed, the steps you performed to model out Zach's lost future income?
Of course. So I approached it, I broke it into 4 different components. So I started with, we had to start with a number, starting number. So I developed, I started the model with baseline income. So I had to start somewhere with a number. And after that, I had to determine what would be the appropriate growth rate. So as a business grows, I would go ahead and see if I can determine that number. Then obviously every business has a risk, so I had to determine that number. And then afterwards, I just looked at how long Mr. Young would have worked for and when would he retire, and I just calculated that number through his retirement age.
And did you prepare a demonstrative to help to walk through your computations with the jury?
Yes, of course.
Can we pull up for the first slide on that? Does this look like the demonstrative you prepared?
Yes.
Is it January 10th? It is. Okay. And can we go to the next slide, please? Are these the 4 steps that we just spoke about with respect to your model?
Yes.
Okay. And okay, let's go one by one. Let's start. Can we go to the next slide? So let's start with how you determine the baseline income. Let's go to the next slide. All right. So I want to walk through. So I guess let's start here. What is the information on this slide?
So what we have on this slide is income for Mr. Zach, 2017 through 2021 from his tax returns.
And okay, and let's go to you ended up computing an average baseline.
Yes. So effectively, what I just a basic overview of what I ended up doing is I took 2017 and 2018, considered those. I did not consider those years for the calculation purposes. I considered them as a ramp-up period. Then I have 2019, 2020, where we had full years of employment, which is the 382,503 and 361,000. I averaged those 2 years. And then for 2021, again, there was not a full year. That's when the segment ran. So I did not include that number in the calculation.
Okay, I want to walk through each of those assumptions. So let's start with 2017 and 18. Why didn't you include 17 and 18?
So 2017 and 2018, Mr. Young effectively for most, not most, but half the year of 2018 did not have income. So what I consider 2017 and 18 is a ramp-up period. And what I mean by that is Mr. Young worked in the government, right? So at some point, he terminated his job with government, and he ended up starting his own business. Let's call it that. So in order to start your own business, though, you have to spend time to, especially in that industry that he's in, you have to build your network. You have to become proficient, not necessarily proficient at what you do, but proficient at obtaining clients. You have to be trustworthy. You have to have confidentiality of the highest degree. You have to spend the time to build those relationships. So that's why I considered year 2017 and 18 to be those ramp-up years.
Can you give an example in another industry of what you described as a ramp-up?
Sure. So I'm an attorney as well, right? So I'll give an example that's I think pretty it's pretty simple. So from as an attorney, we go to school 3-4 years, whatever it takes. I want to be a defense attorney. I want to take criminal cases, criminal defense attorney. Now I go to court. I don't know the judges. I don't know jury. I don't know how to behave in the courtroom necessarily, because that's not necessarily what they teach us. So I'll start taking cases, free cases, pro bono cases, and I'm going to learn. I'm going to learn what to do, what to say, how to behave, what the process is. I'm going to hopefully win some cases, develop my reputation with other colleagues, and then develop reputation with the people I'm going to defend. So and then after that, after the ramp-up period, then that's when you can start charging for your services. So effectively, that's kind of how it works. And here's a little bit different because Mr. Young had a lot of experience from his government work. So I will give another example. That let's say you are a prosecutor, right? So again, you go to law school, you go to work as a prosecutor, and you go in front of the court. You learn how to present evidence, how to speak to the judges, how to present in front of the jury, how to cross-examine, how to do all these things. And after you get paid for it, some amount of money, right? And then you go into private sector, where you get some big law firm and you get paid more.
And okay, so but there was income in 2018. Can you describe the income in 2018?
Sure. So income in 2018 was income actually effectively from the contract or the ramp-up work that Mr. Young was doing. So I don't remember the exact date, July 1st, I believe it started. But effectively, income for 2018 was a result of all his efforts that he has spent for the 2017-18 building up his reputation. So if you multiply the 165 times 2, you pretty much come up with what he would have made for that year. But because it was a half year, I decided to exclude that.
So you could have projected that out over the course of the year and included it. It may have affected the baseline, but you didn't include it because of the nature of the thing.
Yes, there's additional issues potentially with that number, but I can get to this a little bit later on.
Okay. Now, you didn't include 2021. Why didn't you include 2021?
So 2021 was actually a better year for Mr. Young if you look at the revenue. So and what I mean by revenue is the top number, how much money came into his bank, right? So in 2019, he had 382,000 that came into his bank. In 2020, there was 361,000 during COVID. I think that's pretty good anyways. And then for 2021, he actually brought $505,000. And that was through the time of the incident, the November incident, or when the segment ran. So he actually, his growth was significant. It was about 40% growth. However, and I'll get to this in a minute, I needed to keep that model simple. So I decided, because there was this significant growth, there is now expenses that are built into it. I did not want it to complicate and add uncertainties to what I was presenting.
Okay, so let's go to the next slide, please. What did you do next after you set the baseline income?
So next, I determined the growth rate.
All right, what's the growth rate?
So growth rate effectively is how fast the company will grow over a period of time. Now, no companies grow straight up, right? Or straight up, this way, or this way, whichever way. Most companies do this, right? So you start your business, you have your peaks and valleys, you have, as an attorney, you have better years where you have a lot of cases, you have worse years that there's no cases. So it's typically like this. The problem with this is that adds the complexity I was trying to avoid. So, and again, complexity equals uncertainty, equals more assumptions, equals easy way to say, oh, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work. So in order to keep it simple, I said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and use a growth rate that is easily accessible and matches to what Mr. Young was doing.
Does a business need income to project out a growth rate?
No, it doesn't. So many businesses or entrepreneurs have an idea, right? They come in and they I'll use one of my clients as an example. Last year, I had a client who came in who has algae. We had algae problems a few years ago, and he has, over a period of a few years, he has developed a process and had it documented, scientifically documented, to convert this algae into crude oil, and some other byproducts he could go ahead and sell. So he spent years building this. I spent money and all that resources, all that knowledge, all that process, that the design of the.
Okay, folks, this guy, well, he has calculations. He explains the calculations. This is going to go on for a while. So I'm going directly to cross-examination because I want to hear what. Let's see here. Okay. Seems like
I'll bring him back.
directly after lunch, they are for cross-examination because I want to hear at least part of. But it's 21.3 million, and with all the calculations. So you. Oh, cross-examination. Let's see.
They're getting settled in. Mr. Bulk, I'll just remind you, you're still under oath from this morning. Okay, sir. All right, y'all ready? Yes. All right. Axelrod.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bolko, my name is Dave Axelrod. We've never met, correct? That's correct. If I ask you something you don't understand, just let me know. I'll try to rephrase it.
Perfect.
If I mumble, also let me know and I'll try to redo it. Perfect. Mr. President, you can put up the Mr. Bolko's demonstrative. I think it's there. Yep. And if we could just go to the next page. Next page. Next page. There we go. Mr. Rocco, this is something you put together, right?
That's correct.
I assume you know it pretty well.
Yes.
All right. So the 2021 income of $280,284, that represents Mr. Young's last year before the CNN publications, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And it goes through, that would go through November 11th. You said it didn't capture all of 2021 because from November to December was after the publication. Is that right?
That's correct.
As you sit here today, and when you prepared this report, do you know of any opportunities that Mr. Young had lined up for after November 11th of 2021?
No, I'm not.
You're not aware of any?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Can you name any specific opportunities that he did not get because of the CNN publications?
No, I don't.
Okay. So focusing just on that 280, 284, I'm going to hand you my calculator.
That's stupid because that's not what he's there for.
My phone, but do you agree that the calculator function is open?
Looks pretty real.
All right. And do me a favor. Multiply 280,284 by 30. What do you get?
$8,408,520.
And let me ask you this again. How many years did you calculate out from 21?
28 years.
All right, let's do that instead. Multiply 280,284 by 28.
Okay.
Okay, what's that number?
$7,847,952. Sorry.
Say it again a little bit slower.
$7,847,952.
Okay. So if you had just taken Mr. Young's last year of income before the CNN publication and multiplied it out by 28 years, you got roughly 7.8 million?
That's correct.
What would that number be if you reduced that back to the 30 years or 28 years back to net present value?
Not with this calculator. No.
You can't do it with that.
I would.
All right. Fair enough. But you would agree that reducing that back to net present value.
Oh, they had a calculator. Somebody told them it's a bad idea for somebody to use phone.
Would reduce that $7.8 million further, correct?
That's correct.
So if you had just taken Mr. Young's last year of income, multiplied it out by 28 years, and then did some net present value calculation, we'd be looking at a number less than $7.8 million, correct?
That's just pure mathematics, yes.
Pure mathematics, right? Okay. So let's just start kind of at the basics real quick. You were hired by Mr. Young's lawyers to do this calculation, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you said that the only other time you've testified as an expert in court, you also worked for Mr. Young's lawyers?
That's correct.
Your hourly rate is $650?
That's correct.
And how much, what's the total amount of wages or hours revenue you've incurred on this engagement for Mr. Young?
For last year, I don't have the tally.
Okay, well, give us a ballpark.
Maybe 100 plus hours.
100 plus hours? So 100 by 650, is that about right?
That's correct.
Okay. So just about $6,500? Is that it? 100, yeah, that's bad now, sorry. So I'm a lawyer. $65,000.
That's correct.
That sounds plus or minus close enough?
Yeah, not including this stuff, obviously.
Sorry,
not including the trial.
Not including the trial, and not including kind of the ramp up the trial?
That's correct.
And that would include meeting with Mr. Young's lawyers and kind of getting ready for your testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I think you told this jury, but tell me if I got it wrong, you're a CPA.
That's correct.
Right? You got a law degree, you're also a lawyer.
That's correct.
Fair to say you split your time between doing CPA work and doing law stuff?
It's a little bit different in my case because when my clients come through from an accounting perspective, it's just then I add the law part around it.
Okay. Okay. Do you do litigation? Because I think you do some litigation, right?
I did some, yeah, here and there.
Okay.
You
stepped away from it?
Good decision.
And I think you say you advise businesses, right?
That's correct.
You said you advise small and medium-sized businesses?
That's correct.
And I think you testified on direct that, sorry, my notes are kind of a mess, that with small companies, there is so much uncertainty. Do I have that quote right?
That's absolutely correct.
What do you mean by that?
Small companies have a lot of uncertainties, a lot of assumptions you have to build into whatever they're trying to accomplish, right? Yeah, and they much more complex, I guess. And that's why I was kind of going back to this art versus pure science.
Right. Small companies, there's a lot of uncertainty because they may not have that many customers. So if you lose one customer, that may greatly impact the future of the company, right?
Or the other way around, absolutely.
What do you mean the other way around?
You can get 10 customers and you don't. It's too much work for you. So.
Correct. Small companies, you have maybe one employee in the case of Mr. Young, and if you get sick, your company goes belly up, right? That's another risk you could have?
It's a risk, of course.
Right, of course it is. Isn't it true that, unfortunately, lots of small companies in the United States fail every year?
Assuming that's true, yes.
So, I mean, have you ever gone on the Small Business Administration website? I mean, I think you have, and you look at their rates where they talk about small businesses failing?
I didn't see it specifically, but because they.
Yeah, I mean that is technically correct. many small businesses go under in the first, I believe 95% in the first year. But of those that survive that first year, it's a higher chance of it surviving. And few of those are being defamed by CNN.
So, yes.
Don't take my word for it, but you would agree that in this country, lots of small businesses fail every year.
Certain industries for sure, more than others.
Okay. And I think you testified that Mr. Young's business was unique, right?
That's correct.
And it was unique, I think you said, because it relied on, I think you used the word geopolitical.
Geopolitical is part of it, yes.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
So any business, and we kind of go back to this wave, and that's why I do this, so it's a little easier reference as well, but any business will have its ups and downs, right? So you will have various aspects, and depending on the industry you're in, it will affect you more or less.
Right. And if your business is reliant on geopolitical events, you're kind of subject, your business's success can be subject to those geopolitical events, right?
If that's where your primary driver is for your business, I assume so, yes.
And is it true that Mr. Young's business was one of the primary drivers was geopolitical events, right?
Yes and no, because even though, unless I'm not understanding your question, even though, let's say, and going back to General Young's example with Afghanistan and evacuations and instability, I guess, in the Middle East, there was always, for that sort of consulting business, right? There's always need in a time of peace and a time of turmoil. So it's not just pure, hey, there's no war, there's no business.
Well, how did Mr. Young make his money in 2021, Mr. Volker?
So in 2021, Mr. Young made his money from Dynacorp contract and then from evacuations.
Okay. Do you understand that the Dynacorp contract, the Momentum contract, wasn't renewed on November 15th?
That's correct.
You understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that the majority of the money he made came from Afghan evacuations, right?
That's correct.
Right. Is it true, sir, that if the availability of doing Afghan evacuations went away, if the Taliban just said, and I think Mr. Young, General Young testified this a little bit, if the airport opened up and people could leave, then Mr. Young's opportunity to provide those services, that would go away too, correct?
That's for that particular assignment, probably, yes.
Right. For that particular assignment, right? It would go away. And his business doing evacuations would be reliant on another situation emerging, correct?
Another situation, actually, what I've noticed with Mr. Young's business is that, which is a sign of a growing business, where you step away from one source of income and you go into multiple. So it's not, so you're starting to diversify, if you will.
Okay, explain that to me.
Sure.
Besides the evacuations that he did in 2021, what other business did he work for?
So he had income for that year. He had income from Dynacorp and from evacuations.
You know, I'm talking about 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Besides the evacuation business, what other businesses did Mr. Young work for?
There was no other businesses.
What's that?
There's no other businesses.
Right. It was just Momentum Dynacorp. That was the only other one, right?
And then the
evacuations. Right? And I think you said that he had all these different businesses. No, he didn't. He had the evacuations, and he was working for Momentum Dynacorp, right?
I didn't say businesses. Sources of business, or sources of income, if you will.
Right. So he had two sources of income, right?
That's correct.
Okay. We can agree on that, right?
Yes.
All right. The 2019, 2020 income you have there, how did you earn that?
That was through the contract with Dynacorp.
Okay. And you understand that that contract ended in 2019, correct?
That's correct.
And he was paid severance in 2020?
That's correct.
You understand that that employment was for a certain project, correct?
That's correct.
And that project was canceled, correct?
That's correct.
You understand that Mr. Young was a W-2 employee for Dynacorp for 2019 and 2020, correct?
That's correct.
So your analysis isn't based on the fact that he would be going back to Dynacorp as a W-2 employee, is it?
My analysis is based on him starting his business, ramping up his business, and then based on the income that he has earned from as a result of his ramp up and his connections and his network to start his business.
So I don't know if that's really answering my question. Is your analysis based on the idea that he would be a W-2 employee back at Dynacorp?
No.
Okay, no. Your analysis is based on the assumption that he would have his own business going forward, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And that business was Neiman, correct?
That's correct.
Yet, you use as your baseline his W-2 employee income, which meant he was an employee at another company, correct?
That's correct.
That's the only income that you use for your baseline,
That's correct.
right? But your analysis projects that he's going to have his own company.
That's correct.
You actually have the tax returns for his company, Nemex, correct?
That's correct.
Let's look at those really quickly. So, Mr. Demeza, if you could put up DX6, which is in evidence, it's for Mr. Volko. And go to page 2. All right, if you can blow that up. Mr. Volko, this is a document that you've looked at before, correct?
That's correct.
And this is Nemex Enterprises, which was Mr. Young's business, correct?
That's correct.
And if you go down, you see that this company had income of $21,383, correct?
That's correct.
Can you go down, Mr. Demeza? And reported ordinary business income of $824 in 2017, correct?
That's correct.
That's Mr. Young's business in 2017, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. We go to DX10, Mr. Demeza. And Mr. Volko, do you recognize this as Nemex's tax return for the year 2018?
Yes.
Thank you. And you would agree that Mr. Young's business, his business that you're projecting going forward, had income of $5,000 in 2018, correct?
That's not correct.
It's not?
That's not correct.
Why is it not correct?
Because that's the name of his business. Yes, there's some sort of gross receipts or sales. However, that's not where the W-2 income came or was reported.
Sir, if you're a W-2, what does that mean, W-2 income?
You effectively have your taxes withheld from your employer.
If you're W-2, you're an employee, right?
That's correct.
Okay. This is Mr. Young's business, correct? Nemex Enterprises.
He's the owner of the business. Yes.
Right. And you are projecting Mr. Young's business forward. You're not projecting his income going forward as a W-2 employee for another company, correct?
I'm projecting his business as he developed it over a period of 17 and 18.
And you would agree with me that Nemex Enterprises is Mr. Young's business, correct?
That's his, yes, tax return, that's his K1, yes.
And what was Nemex's business income for 2018?
Based on this, negative $7,410.
Okay. If we could put up Defense Exhibit 12, Mr. Demeza. Thank you. And Mr. Volko, do you recognize this as Mr. Young's business tax return for 2019?
That's correct.
Okay, and what was the ordinary business income for Nemex Enterprises for 2019?
After deductions, it was minus $51,196.
Okay. You can take that down and put up DX17. Thank you very much, Mr. Meza. And Mr. Volko, tell us what we're looking at here.
2020, Form 1120S for Nemex Enterprises, Inc.
And this would be Mr. Young's business?
That's correct.
And for 2020?
Yes.
And what does he report as his ordinary his ordinary income for this year?
Ordinary business income is minus $54,093.
And then let's go to 2021. Sorry, Mr. Meza, I didn't give you the link. It is DX141. I don't know if we put this in. I think we did. It's in.
141. Can you do a limited production? So
Sure, that's fine.
141.
Okay, thank you. And so, Mr. Volko, you would agree that this is Nemex Enterprises' tax return for 2021, correct?
That's correct.
And what is the ordinary business income for this year?
So the gross receipts were $505,555, and ordinary business income was $280,284.
Right. So you had Mr. Young's business's income from 2017 through 2021, correct?
I had his business and personal income taxes, yes.
And you didn't incorporate his Nemex Enterprises is Mr. Young's business, correct?
That's correct.
Right. It was the business he was operating in 2021, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't incorporate any of the income that he generated or didn't generate from this business into your analysis for the jury, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. It was probably a horrible question. You didn't use any of the reported income for Nemex Enterprises for 2017 to 2021 for your analysis, did you?
I did for 2021, yes. In the second calculation.
In the second calculation, I'm focused on the first.
Yeah.
So for the first calculation, you didn't use any of Nemex's reported income at all, right?
For the analysis, I did. but not for the calculation.
Right, not for the calculation.
Not for the calculation.
You just used Mr. Young's 2 years when he was a W-2 employee for another company, correct?
For DynCorp, yeah.
For DynCorp, correct. And do you know whether Mr. Young had any possibility of going back to work for DynCorp and after 2020?
I don't.
So I think you testified about this. For purposes of your analysis, you just assumed causation, right?
That's correct.
Right. You assume that Mr. Young will never be able to work again for the rest of his career because of the CNN publications, correct?
In that field, yes.
Right. Well, for any field, right? You assume that he makes $0 for the rest of his life, correct?
That's for the calculation, for the new calculation, yes.
For the calculations that you presented to this jury, you assume that Mr. Young doesn't work at all for the rest of his life, correct?
That's correct.
You did no, and you would agree that Mr. Young could get a job doing something, right?
Everybody can do something, yes.
Right. But in your expert report, you did assume that Mr. Young would get a job, right?
Objection. What's his name?
Okay. Mr. Young could get a job somewhere, right?
I'm assuming.
Right. But you didn't do any set off at all. In the number you gave to the jury, you did no set off. You did no assumption that Mr. Young would earn any money for the rest of his life.
That was under a different calculation.
I'm really just asking the number that you presented to the jury. You assumed a 0 for Mr. Young earning money, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, because the court ruled out, based on a defense motion, other sources of income. So,
As you sit here, you didn't look at whether Mr. Young did anything to obtain work, correct?
No.
You just assumed that he would not be able to make money in 2022, correct?
I believe that was in his testimony that he didn't have any money for his tax returns. For
And you just took that as gospel, right?
It was his deposition. I'm assuming it was correct.
Right, but you didn't investigate it all, right?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of any projects or anything that Mr. Young had lined up for 2022?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware of any projects that Mr. Young had lined up for 2023?
No, I'm not.
2024?
All the way through his 72nd birthday, I don't.
All the way through. So during your analysis, I assume that Mr. Young's lawyers gave you documents to do your analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And you saw no evidence in any of the documents that Mr. Young's lawyers gave you that he had any work lined up for 2022, correct?
Objections. Oh.
Overruled. Repeat that question, please.
And you saw no evidence in any of the documents that Mr. Young's lawyers gave you that he had any work lined up for 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you work with small and medium-sized companies, right?
That's correct.
And sometimes, I think when you testified about this, sometimes small companies do really well and they explode, right?
That's correct.
Sometimes small companies do really poorly and they fail, right?
Or some, yes.
Yeah. Medium-sized companies do, right?
All sizes, yes.
All sizes. And you would agree that Mr. Young's projects, you looked at his income, were very different in nature, right? From 2019 to 2020, he worked for Amentum as a W-2 employee, right?
That's correct.
And then after that, he was doing evacuations, correct?
That's correct.
Right, so it's kind of a different business focuses, right?
I don't look at it that way, no.
Okay. I think you testified that you didn't include 2017 and 2018 in your analysis because that was the ramp-up period, right?
That's correct.
You said you tied that back to when Mr. Young left government service.
That's correct.
Okay, when did Mr. Young leave government service?
I believe it was in 2013, 14.
Okay, so what did you look at what Mr. Young's income was for 2014, 2015, 2016?
No, I did not.
Okay, why not?
It was irrelevant to my calculation.
Looking at what his income was for 14, 15, 16 was irrelevant? Why?
Because that has nothing to do with his ramp-up period.
Why are you calling 2017 and 2018 his ramp-up period when you just testified that he'd been out of government in 2014, 2015, 2016?
That was based on a deposition and based on a report from General Young.
What did General Young say about 2014, 2015, 2016?
Nothing about those years, no.
So you just assumed that 2017 and 2018 was his ramp-up period, and you ignored whatever Mr. Young was doing in 2014, 15, and 16.
For my analysis, yes.
Okay. And would it have been interesting to see what Mr. Young was making in 2014, 2015, and 2016?
Everything would be very interesting, yes.
Right. It's interesting, right? Because you're taking what's happened in 2021 and calculating it out to 2048, right? That's 27 years, right?
Yep.
So would it have been helpful to your analysis to see what was going on in 2014?
Absolutely not.
No?
No.
It wouldn't be helpful to go back 7 years because you're just projecting out 27. So what happened 7 years ago isn't important if you're projecting out 27?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm bored. Jumping up to, let's see here. Is this still cross-examination? Yeah. Oh, and he's gone. Yeah, sorry, folks, but this isn't that important to the case in hand. So let's listen to the next one.
Was all right, Mr. Balco, I got 2 juror questions for you.
Ooh, juror
First one,
questions.
the amount of lost income, was that based on all of Mr. Young's sources of income and not just evacuations?
Based on, for which year? I'm sorry.
The question is the amount of lost income.
Yes. Yes.
All right. And secondly, where can I buy your avocado ice cream?
I knew it was coming. Coming up soon.
All right. Any follow-up on that, please?
No, Your Honor.
Any defense? Or Reed? All right, Mr. Balco, you're free to step down.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I like this, Judge. That question had nothing to do with the trial, but it still asked. Yeah, one of this accountant's businesses, side hustles, is avocado ice cream. All right, let's go to the next witness.
Y'all doing all right? All right, plaintiff.
Folks, you know what? We are almost 7 hours into this stream. We got through a whole lot, almost a day and a half. So we are catching up. And we are after lunch in this, and it is 9:30 p.m. here. I have work tomorrow. So this is a decent stopping point for this time. Do I believe the defense made progress here? No, I did not. And I'm starting to get annoyed by the defense attorney. Well, he doesn't have much to work with, but you never know what a jury will find out. But I don't have much to add to this as a retrospect. This is the $1 billion defamation trial for loss of income, for emotional damage, for everything and around it, and it keeps getting more and more interesting. And I know that day 5 will be a hoot, will be extraordinary at some point, at least. So we will get there. Probably sometime tomorrow. Now, tomorrow also has a YSL thing, so which I want to do. So, but we will catch up before Friday. I can promise you that. I will do as much as I can for us to get there. But everybody, thank you so much for showing up. And thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Subscribe if you haven't. And share this, because I think this trial is important in how this isn't the depth we heard defamation trial, but when it comes to how lawyers act, yeah, I see some similarities here. So I think this is a great trial so far. So a round of thank you to Sherry Reed. Thank you so much for $50. I mean, that's amazing. Thank you so much. And then also becoming a member, giving her the moniker of Honorary Viking of today. Thank you so much. Thank you to Jean Lee for your $10 super chat. Thank you to Vince Clotho for being a member for 9 months. And thank you to Vince Clotho for gifting a membership. And so thank you all so much. Thank you guys over at Rumble, SlidyPie, Ragfear, and the rest of you. Thank you over at X for watching this. Leave a comment, leave a reply, and everything in around that. Give constructive criticism as well. I welcome constructive criticism. But I'm off to bed after just over 7 hours, and just going to say it, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to do this. And remember to hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Okay? Bye-bye.
Against the void, grasp the twisted threads of truth, laughing in the face of chaos, burning knowledge like a ruthless youth. Complex thoughts dance in the fire, cynics grin with a wisecrack's ire, fighting shadows with sharpened wits, baring teeth in a world unfair. They're the one with biting charm, heart and brain a lethal arm, stand unshaken, minds collide, laughing with the storm inside. They're the one with biting charm, heart and brain a lethal arm, stand unshaken, minds collide, laughing with the storm inside. Faces enemies with a yes, every laugh a cunning test, carving paths through blackened skies, inside clear and bloodshot eyes. In the maze of thoughts ensnare, every joke a blade prepared, cuts through lies with humor's flair, unseen wisdom few can bear.